December 20th, 1968, two high school students named Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday are making out in a car on a dark road nicknamed Lover's Lane. Suddenly, a man appears out of nowhere and orders the love-struck teens to get out of the vehicle. Faraday gets out first, at which point he's shot and killed. Jensen makes a run for it and is shot 5 times in the back. This was the work of the Zodiac, perhaps America's most mysterious killer, a maniac still in the crosshairs of law enforcement today, and a man that just spoke again after half a decade of silence. Around 6 months after that murder, 3 newspapers received a letter each from a person who claimed he was the killer. In the letters, the person included a cryptogram that, after being cracked, seemed to reference a book about hunting. But not about animal hunting, it was about hunting humans for sport. His victims, he wrote, would become his slave in the afterlife. "This is the Zodiac speaking" would become 5 words that etched themselves into the minds of millions of Americans after more brutal murders and bewildering letters. The killer was playing with the cops. He was needling them, trolling them, so much so that he drove some investigators nearly out of their minds. And then came the unsolvable puzzle, the Zodiac's pièce de résistance, a cipher so perplexing that not even the greatest code-breaking minds in the world could solve it. Until now, anyway. It's taken 51 years to finally solve the puzzle, and it's revealed a chilling message. Okay, so first you need to know a bit more about the person known as the Zodiac Killer. It's something we've covered in detail before, so we'll give you an abridged version of this rather long and very disturbing tale. Spoiler alert, the cops never caught him. Should they have? You can tell us at the end. It's possible he started this journey as a ruthless killer with those 2 young lovers, but it's also possible the Zodiac had actually killed before. We may never know for sure, but in a letter he once claimed to have killed as many as 37 people. The police, though, have only ever definitively linked him to the killing of 5 people. In all likelihood, the Zodiac's body count was way higher, and he might have carried on killing for decades. His last letter came in 1974, and then, like a ghost, he just disappeared. That letter contained a postmark saying, "If I don't see this note in your paper, I'll do something nasty, which you know I'm capable of." He then wrote me 37 SFPD 0. Such letters infuriated the police, especially when he wrote things such as, "I like killing people because it's so much fun." For the cops, it was only a matter of time before they caught the maniac, but they were wrong, very wrong. It's certain the Zodiac murdered 22-year-old Darlene Elizabeth Farron and almost killed 19-year-old Mike Renault Mageau as they sat in their car in a secluded section of Blue Rock Springs Park in Vallejo, California. The killer pulled up behind them at one point and then drove away. When he returned, he got out of his car and shined a bright light into the couple's car. He shot Farron 5 times and Mageau 4 times. She died, but he lived to tell the tale. Cops now knew they were looking for a male possibly in his late 20s, early 30s. He was about 5'8" and on the stocky side. He had brown hair and a roundish face. Mageau might have gotten some details wrong, but who takes notes when you have a gun in your face? How did the police know it was the Zodiac Killer? Well, he had the gumption to call them from a payphone only a few blocks away from the station, less than an hour after the attack. He told them details about the murder only the killer could possibly know, like what weapon was used. And then he shocked the cops by saying he was also the one who killed the kids on Lover's Lane. So if it wasn't a one-off killer, it was the work of a serial killer. Since the woman was cheating on her husband, he was a suspect for a while, but it didn't take long to figure out it wasn't him. The Zodiac was real. He was far from finished. So now we need to talk about ciphers and cryptograms. A cryptogram is like a puzzle that contains encrypted symbols. It might look like gibberish, but it has a hidden meaning. To figure out that meaning, you need a kind of key to decode it called a cipher. Anyone can create one with a little bit of research, and if you're the clever sort, you can even create a cryptogram that's next to impossible to decipher. Seeing as it took 51 years to crack one of the Zodiac's puzzles, well, you say criticize him all you want for his brutality, but you can't underestimate the man's brain power. His first cryptogram was the 408, which is called that because that's how many total symbols are in it. It was published by the San Francisco Chronicle and 2 other newspapers that were each sent different parts of the puzzle, and the public was asked to solve it. A couple of teachers in California named Donald Jean and Betty June Hardin did just that, and it only took them 20 hours. Strange, since the so-called experts had failed where they succeeded. There's actually a conspiracy theory that the 2 were the Zodiac, but that's a story for another day. So in all, this cryptogram contained 54 different cipher symbols and 25 letters that are in the English alphabet. The couple worked out that they were looking at what's called a homophonic substitution cipher, which basically means you replace one letter with another, say a D for an M. It gets tricky though when one letter can be replaced by 5 different letters. The couple cracked it though, and this is how the decoded message began. I like killing people because it's so much fun. It's more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all. To kill something gives me the most thrilling experience. It's even better than getting your rocks off with a girl. He then goes on about slaves in the afterlife and paradise, so despite being very clever, the Zodiac may also be suffering from mental illnesses, and he wasn't finished killing. Just over a month later, he struck again. This time, he picked on two Pacific Union college students named Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard. They were enjoying a picnic at a bucolic spot next to Lake Berryessa in California's beautiful Napa Valley. The pair might have received the shock of their lives when they saw a man that looked like a vision from hell walking toward their very secluded spot. It was a man about 5'11", average weight, wearing what looked like an executioner's hood. They couldn't see his eyes though, due to the fact that he was wearing sunglasses over the mask's eye holes. If that wasn't frightening enough, he was also wearing what looked like a child's bib. On that bib was his now famous crossed circle symbol. The couple were absolutely petrified but didn't move since the maniac approaching them was clasping a handgun. He told them not to worry and told them a story about being a convict on the run. He subsequently told the young man to tie up his girlfriend with plastic clothesline that the supposed convict just happened to have handy. The Zodiac then tied up the man himself. What happened next is usually what only happens in horror movies featuring college students that drive out to the woods or a lake, even though they're warned not to do so by a peculiar-looking gas station owner. The Zodiac started going crazy, stabbing them both in the back. He stabbed the man 6 times and the woman 10 times. Leaving them for dead, the Zodiac walked about 500 yards to where the couple's car was parked, and there he drew his symbol on the door and wrote Vallejo 12/20/68, 7/4/69, September 27/69, 6:30 by knife. That evening, the Zodiac got the Napa Police Department on the phone and told them that he really was behind the double murder at the lake. The cops later discovered he'd made that call from a Napa car wash that was just around the corner from their department. The cops got a lead from this though because they managed to get some prints from the phone. Not only that, the kids he stabbed weren't dead. They were discovered inches from death, having lost a ton of blood. The girl told the cops what she'd seen, but not long after she fell into a coma and died in the hospital 2 days later. The man survived though and told the cops everything he knew. The police also had other clues, such as tire tracks most likely from the killer's car and his size 10.5 wing walker boot prints. Now cops knew they were looking for a true American psycho. Soon after, the Zodiac struck again, this time murdering a taxi driver named Paul Stein with a bullet to the back of the head. 3 days later, the San Francisco Chronicle received a letter from the Zodiac containing a piece of Stein's shirt. There was no doubt that it was the real deal. The Zodiac said in the letter that the cops could have caught him if they had been doing their job correctly. He also wrote, "School children make nice targets. I think I should wipe out a school bus some morning. Just shoot the front tire and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out." Just over a week later, someone claiming to be the Zodiac called the Oakland Police Department. The person demanded that either one of the two big shot lawyers, F. Lee Bailey or Melvin Belly, go to a popular local talk show hosted by a man named Jim Dunbar. Belly did just that and appealed for the killer to call in. A man who said he was the Zodiac did call. He said, "I need help. I'm sick. I don't want to go to the gas chamber." And he even said he'd meet with Belly, but in the end he didn't turn up. As you'll soon find out, there was likely more to that call than first meets the eye. This finally brings us to that unbreakable puzzle. Not long after that no-show with the lawyer, the Chronicle received a new communication from the Zodiac. This time, it was a cryptogram containing 340 characters, which came to be known as Cypher 340, and it proved to be too difficult for the best minds in the world to decipher at the time. People tried for decades from the USA and across the world, but what the Zodiac killer had created was something special, something so annoyingly difficult that after years of trying and failing, the puzzle was forgotten by most code crackers. Maybe it was meaningless, they thought, an assumption that put their frustrated minds at ease. But then in 2006, a global team of crack code breakers took a look at the impossible puzzle again. They knew it meant something, but finding the key was no easy task. It would end up taking them 14 years to finally decipher the code. That's dedication. The team included an American software developer named David Aranchak, a computer programmer from Belgium named Jarl van Eyck, and an Australian mathematician named Sam Blake. Their hard work finally brought the words of the Zodiac to the public. Eyck had actually developed software to break the codes, and he had created it specifically to crack the one made by the Zodiac. Blake's role in figuring out the cipher was to manipulate the symbols and see how they could be transposed, and Aranchak did the rest. The team said at times they'd get somewhere with the puzzle and they'd find a word, but then they discovered that what they discovered was a false positive, what they called a phantom. Then one day Aranchak announced, "This is a big one. We have a solution for the 340 and it's real." It hadn't been easy. The team had looked at hundreds of thousands of different manipulations of the text. Then on a Thursday morning at the beginning of December 2020, a variation of the text showed up in the program. Aranchak said at first sight it looked like gibberish, but it also contained the words gas chamber and the even more Zodiac-esque phrase, "Hope you're trying to catch me." That was a signature Zodiac taunt. If those phrases were actually part of the correct solution to the puzzle, what the team would have to do is apply a cipher that had been used for those words to the rest of the symbols in the cryptogram. It was complicated. They realized they had to look at the puzzle and read it in a diagonal fashion, so they took the symbol in the top left-hand corner and wrote it down. So if it was an H, they'd write H. Then they'd move down one and over to the right 2 spaces, then they'd write down that symbol, which here is a plus sign. Then they went through the entire puzzle doing this until they'd written down every symbol. What they ended up with was a completely different looking puzzle. It still looked like nonsense, of course, but now they had something new that they could put into the code-breaking software. The team was rather disappointed after that. Not only did not much of anything come up, but the terms gas chamber and "hope you're trying to catch me" weren't there either. It was as if they'd gone backward. But then Aranchak tried something else. He added the words they suspected were correct, gas chamber and "hope you're trying to catch me," to the software as known solutions and let the program run. Presto, an English message popped up, the words of the Grandmaster Secret Code Psycho, the Zodiac himself. That wasn't me on the TV show. Was this the Zodiac telling the cops that the guy that had called in to talk to the lawyer was an imposter? Aranchak almost fell out of his chair. After 51 years, it was as if the Zodiac had risen from the grave. The team could now decrypt the first part of the puzzle, but the same method of code breaking didn't work for the other 2 parts. Since the first part was almost definitely correct, it didn't make sense that the other sections couldn't be solved in the same way. But then they hypothesized that the reason it didn't work was because the Zodiac had actually made a mistake when he designed the cipher. If that was the case, it was no wonder no one could crack it. You can't open a broken lock with a good key. The team took into consideration that he'd made some spelling mistakes. They corrected the mistakes and then used a slightly different system of moving down and to the right diagonally reading the symbols, and they discovered something amazing. It worked. The Zodiac really had made a mistake in his code. And here it is, the fully decrypted words of the Zodiac himself from a code that remained unbroken for over 50 years. He wrote, "I hope you're having lots of fun in trying to catch me." That wasn't me on the TV show, which brings up a point about me. I'm not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise all the sooner, because I now have enough slaves to work for me, where everyone else has nothing when they reach paradise. So they're afraid of death. I'm not afraid, because I know that my new life will be an easy one in paradise death. It was true. The man who called and spoke to Melvin Belly really was an imposter. The Zodiac had always been somewhat narcissistic in his writing. He'd always bragged about being one step ahead of the cops. He never seemed scared or repentant, like how the caller sounded. The Zodiac, perhaps suffering from a mental illness, actually believed his victims could be waiting on him hand and foot in the afterlife. It appears he didn't believe the heaven-hell dichotomy for good guys and bad guys. The team didn't waste any time in contacting the FBI to alert them that they'd cracked the puzzle. The FBI subsequently issued a statement saying it was true, and while it's exciting and a huge accomplishment to finally have cracked the code, it didn't actually get us any closer to understanding the true identity of America's most confounding serial killer. The message doesn't really help the investigation at all, which the FBI says is still ongoing. "We continue to seek justice for the victims of these brutal crimes," wrote the agency. But that's not the end of the Zodiac story when it comes to codes. There are 2 more ciphers that were sent by the Zodiac that haven't yet been solved. They are both very short, and some people believe one of them could even be his name. Being short doesn't make a cipher easier though, far from it. Because it's short, there are fewer clues for a key. The 340 cipher team has tried to crack those remaining puzzles, but suspects that because it's so short, unless new information is discovered, it's likely a hopeless task. And so while the code is cracked, the identity of the Zodiac killer remains a mystery. People will continue trying though, and who knows, maybe one day someone will finally solve the last of the masked maniac's mysteries and will finally learn the truth of just who the Zodiac killer is. It's January 13th, 2006, a beautiful summer day in Buenos Aires, Argentina, when a call went out to local police at 12:38 p.m. that Banco Rio was being robbed. Located in a serene, rich neighborhood in Argentina's capital, the prestigious bank contained a fortune in its vaults. Police officers arrived at the scene to discover that 4 thieves and 23 hostages were inside. They secured the perimeter, guarding the only 2 possible exits from the bank. After communicating and negotiating with the robbers throughout most of the afternoon, the thieves suddenly went silent. At 7 p.m., police officers broke into Banco Rio and found a confounding scene. The hostages were alive and well. Almost 150 safety deposit boxes were forced open and emptied of their contents, and the robbers were gone. No sign of the thieves could be found. No windows were broken, and the exits had been watched by police the whole time. How did these thieves get away with what's become known as the robbery of the century? How did they disappear under the careful watch of more than 100 police officers? We dug deep into this infamous Argentinian bank heist to find out. Banco Rio, now known as Banco Santander Rio, was one of Argentina's leading financial institutions, with branches throughout the country. One of its branches was nestled in the calm, wealthy neighborhood of San Isidro in Buenos Aires' northern suburbs. How well off was San Isidro? Well, the neighborhood now has 2 golf courses, a sailing club, and a jockey club. You can almost see the residents clutching their pearls. In 2016, Argentina was already no stranger to infamous bank robberies. In fact, a heist had happened a few years earlier and had left the nation reeling, and as it turns out, inspired the heist of Banco Rio. In 1999, thieves had broken into a bank in Romaggio, Argentina, and taken hostages in order to negotiate their freedom from police. The robbers tried to leave the bank using the hostages as shields, and police opened fire, killing one of the robbers, but also 2 innocent hostages. As though the tragic event wasn't enough of a PR nightmare for the police, the whole bank heist had been shown on live TV via the many news cameras at the scene. Most Argentinians had seen both the robbery and the killings go down in real time. The nation was in shock. As a result of the Romaggio case, police in the 2006 Banco Rio heist were more reluctant to take drastic actions when they arrived at the scene of a bank robbery in progress. That warm January day, with even more news cameras trained on the hostage situation at Banco Rio, police were going to move as carefully as possible. Then again, they weren't in a rush because they thought they had the thieves trapped and surrounded. Over 100 officers had shown up at the scene, and every vantage point to the bank that wasn't occupied by a news photographer was occupied by a sniper. The 2 bank exits were covered. Where could the thieves go? One of the robbers inside, who bypassed several cool Argentinian names to codename himself Walter instead, was negotiating the release of hostages with the police. The thieves let the bank's security guard walk out the door unharmed, then a young man and then a young woman as well. It seemed like things were going well and the robbers were playing along with the cops. Walter, who had been given the nickname of the man in the gray suit, seemed to be in a strangely happy mood given the gravity of the situation. He and the other thieves were treating the hostages well. At one point, they sang happy birthday to one of the bank employees after discovering it was the man's birthday, which is more than you remembered to do for most of your friends last year without Facebook reminding you. Later on, around 3:30 p.m., Walter called police to complain that the 23 remaining hostages were hungry and they'd like some pizza. After this call, the line went silent. What was happening inside Banco Rio? For 3 hours, with Walter having ghosted them, the police had no idea what to do. Did they barge in, putting the hostages in danger and risking another Romaggio-like situation? Like a needy ex, they kept trying to contact Walter even after several missed calls. Finally, special forces lined up and forced their way in to discover a truly unbelievable situation. 23 hostages were being held or had been locked into 3 separate floors: the lobby, the mezzanine, and the basement of the conference room. The thieves were nowhere to be found. Police even double-checked to see if they were hiding among the hostages, but could not find them. When they entered the basement, they realized what the thieves had really been after. Out of the 400 reinforced steel safe deposit boxes in the basement, 143 had been cracked open. Why didn't the thieves steal cash from the bank instead? Well, most Argentinians at the time were pretty distrustful of the country's banking system. During the 2001 economic crisis in Argentina, the banking system had collapsed, wiping out the fortunes of those who had most of their money in bank accounts. Viewing money held in bank accounts as suspiciously as most people view Bitcoin today, Argentinians instead decided they'd only use the banks for their safe deposit boxes, which couldn't be wiped out in the event of a crisis. In these safeguarded boxes, Argentinians piled in their cash, jewelry, and other valuable items that they could always reclaim in the event of an emergency. Given that San Isidro was an exceptionally rich neighborhood, the safe deposit boxes of this particular branch of Banco Rio contained an immense amount of wealth. After the officers found so many of the boxes forced open, they also found the only few pieces of evidence the thieves had left behind: a battery pack, a tool that the police assumed had been used to crack open the boxes, and a row of toy guns. That's right, the robbers had conducted this epic bank heist without even using real weapons. The last item police found was perhaps the most perplexing and obnoxious piece of evidence. The robbers, trying to make some sort of poetic statement, left behind a note that read, "In a neighborhood of rich people without weapons or grudges, it's just money, not love." Argentinians throughout the country lacking Netflix at the time had been watching the whole robbery unfold for hours from their televisions and now saw that the thieves had pulled off an impossible escape as well. Public opinions and rumors in Argentina almost immediately depicted the robbers as Robin Hood-like folk heroes. After all, they had stolen from the rich, hadn't harmed anyone, and given the money to, well, it seemed like they'd given it to themselves. But still, their heist was somewhat ingenious. So who was at the center of it all, and how had they executed and gotten away with such a perfect heist? Well, the mastermind behind the robbery of the century turned out to be a man named Fernando Araujo. You see, the Ramallo bank heist had made an impression on Araujo, who thought that the robbers had almost pulled off the perfect heist, but botched it all up when they tried to leave. One day, when Araujo was a few bong hits deep and talking to a dear friend, he thought of the obvious. What if the robbers never had to leave? What if instead they disappeared through a hole? Araujo's friend, Sebastian Garcia Bolster, agreed that this sounded like a crazy yet perfect plan. However, he didn't pay his friend's theory much attention, as Bolster was neither a criminal or in any dire financial straits. Also, most people don't take grand-stoned plans seriously. Araujo and Bolster had grown up together in an upper-middle-class neighborhood also located in the northern suburbs of Buenos Aires. And while Araujo sometimes dabbled in hobbies on the wrong side of the law, Bolster enjoyed a completely legal lifestyle. Bolster had a wife and a child and was mechanically inclined, repairing mostly small engines for money and tinkering around with inventions. Araujo, on the other hand, had a very impulsive and somewhat eccentric lifestyle, teaching martial arts occasionally to pay the bills while also cultivating marijuana for money. He was a free-spirited artist who was dealing with a recent breakup, as many free-spirited artists do, melodramatically. He decided he needed to remove the world from his personal space, so he blacked out the windows of his loft. According to others, Araujo ate relatively little and slept whenever the mood hit him. Frequently high on weed, permanently underfed, and presumably lacking a whole lot of vitamin D, Araujo was drawn towards stranger and stranger ideas. His biggest obsession? Bank robberies. Apparently, Araujo voraciously consumed any and all media involving bank robbers, from movies and shows to documentaries of real-life heists. His goal was to observe the mistakes other fictional and real robbers made, and use these observations to plan out the perfect heist. In 2004, Araujo finally realized that he had not only figured out a plan, but also needed his friend Bolster's mechanical and technical knowledge to help him. Bolster wasn't too happy about the idea, and he knew banks were harder to break into than most people thought, as he had worked part-time in a bank for a while. However, he was also furious that his father and grandfather had entrusted money to banks and then lost it all during economic downturns. So, like many people, he ended up hating bankers. When Araujo guaranteed Bolster that no one would get hurt, in fact they wouldn't even have real weapons, Bolster agreed to the plan and got to work. So what exactly is the prep work for a robbery of the century? Thanks partly to its temperamental weather, Buenos Aires has plenty of storm drains underneath the streets that lead directly out to the river. The robbers would enter one that ran close to the bank and then dig up a tunnel to connect it to the bank itself. However, bypassing the bank's nighttime alarm system would be a huge challenge, much more difficult than digging a hole. So how would the thieves turn off the bank's alarm system? Simple, by not tripping it at all. The thieves would rob the safe deposit boxes in the bank's basement in the daytime when the alarm wasn't set. But the bank was swarmed with people. How would they enter a bank during the workday and not draw attention to themselves, emptying the safe deposit boxes? In Araujo's mind, the answer was even simpler. Stage a fake bank robbery upstairs to cover the real bank robbery going on in the basement. Some say the phrase, "it's so crazy it just might work," was born that day. The duo then proceeded to assemble a crew of experienced thieves, financiers, and misfits they'd need to pull off the job, presumably in an Ocean's 11-style montage. Enter an experienced bank robber named Doc and his associate Ruben Alberto de la Torre, nicknamed Beto. They were former members of an Argentinian group of armed bank robbers known unimaginatively as Super Banda. Another fixer and getaway driver were added to the crew. Araujo also found a financer and problem solver in retired rich Uruguayan thief Luis Mario Vitzet Searas, who invested $100,000 into the operation. What did they need the money for? Well, Bolster had come up with a way to get into the bank. spend a lot of time and energy tunneling through, and find a relatively unobtrusive way to get the safe deposit boxes open so they wouldn't be heard from upstairs. Bolster decided to rent a safe deposit box at another Banco Rio branch, noted down the brand name, and ordered a few boxes himself to find the best way to open them. He concluded that a jackhammer punching through the locks would do the job, and could be kept to a reasonable noise level. He built a jackhammer that could be transported in pieces to the bank, assembled there, and then taken apart. However, as anyone who's seen The Italian Job or almost any heist movie knows, getting a lot of valuable heavy goods out of the location you're robbing presents its own challenge. Since the thieves were going to drop back down into water-filled drains, getting the goods into Zodiac boats seemed like a good idea, but the water level was usually too low to hold up the loaded-down boats. However, since Bolster couldn't make it rain, no more puns we swear, he naturally decided he'd build a wooden dam in his shop, disassemble it, and reassemble it in the storm drain over several days. The morning of the heist, the 7 men met for coffee, because apparently even bank robbers need caffeine to start their day, and then dispersed to start the heist of the century. Bolster headed to the storm drains to make his way toward the bank underground. Julian Zayo Echevarria drove the getaway car to a pre-arranged meeting spot. Vitet and a mystery man named Luis the Uruguayan drove a stolen car to the garage under the bank, while the rest of the men drove another stolen car to the bank itself. Beto and Doc headed in first, with Beto waving around a toy gun he had stolen from his 9-year-old son that morning. Shockingly, this worked, and everyone in the bank immediately dropped to the floor. Araujo left another stolen car outside the bank purposely to make it look like a getaway vehicle, so police would think they had found the robbers' escape plan. Araujo walked into the bank in a baseball cap, ski mask, long blonde wig, sunglasses, and how he managed to avoid weird looks on the sidewalk before entering is anyone's guess. Meanwhile, Bolster had reached the end of the tunnel he had dug and was just chilling in the dark underneath the bank. Doc went down, broke the basement wall separating the bank from Bolster's tunnel, and let Bolster in to help with the robbery, unbeknownst to anyone inside the bank. This was because Luis and Beto had already subdued and isolated the hostages. Vitet then took on the persona of Walter to deal with the cops that had just arrived, in order to make the police believe that the robbers had been caught in a heist gone wrong. Araujo's plan was somewhat brilliant. The thieves were basically staging a visible botched bank robbery upstairs to cover the invisible robbery happening in the basement. Vitet even released a few hostages, one after the other, to make the police think they'd had the upper hand and could get the rest of the hostages through negotiation alone. The whole crew had been told they had 2 hours to get in and out. Bolster assembled his jackhammer-like contraption in 20 minutes and spent another hour and a half opening safe deposit boxes. After Vitet got the signal from Araujo to come downstairs, he told the cops to order pizza and then went down in the basement, telling the hostages if they moved, they'd be killed. Beto and Vitet helped Bolster stuff the valuables into bags, while Araujo and Doc sprayed bleach to destroy any DNA and threw around fistfuls of hair from a barbershop floor to confuse the police even further, as you do in a bank heist. As the men exited through Bolster's tunnel, they cleaned up all the evidence of the broken wall and hid the hole behind a large, heavy cabinet. The men piled into the Zodiacs, and even though the motor malfunctioned, Araujo had brought paddles. The men paddled to the getaway van 10 blocks away, used a previously tested pulley system to haul the bags up from the storm drain, and drove off, all while police still thought they had bank robbers surrounded in Banco Rio. When the police officers eventually stormed the bank, the robbers were already home watching the report on live TV, finally eating their long-awaited pizza. Bolster, being one of the smartest of the group and figuring credit cards would be the most useless of the valuables as they could be canceled, scattered all the cards all over various streets far away from the gang's actual route out of the bank. This not only left no clear trail toward the robbers, it also created a lot of false leads for police, as every time a passerby would pick up a credit card and try to use it, the police would have to hunt them down and see if they were involved. Frustrated, tired, and with no viable leads, the police, like any Love is Blind contestant, realized they'd been publicly humiliated on TV. So, wait. If the robbers got away with it, how do we know the names and stories of everyone involved in the crime? Well, as it usually happens in life, even the most carefully thought-out plan can be undone with one dumb, egocentric mistake. When Beto brought home the money, he bragged to his wife, Alicia, that he and his friends had robbed Banco Rio. Considering Beto had a habit of frequently cheating on Alicia, disclosing this information so readily probably wasn't the best idea. When some of the valuables went missing from the house, Beto and Alicia had a huge fight that led to the unraveling of the whole heist. Sure enough, 5 weeks later, Beto got pulled over by police while out driving with his mistress. Apparently, Alicia had told him the whole story of the heist and identified Beto, Araujo, Bolster, Vitet, and Zayo Echevarria as robbers as well, as she had seen them work on the getaway van in her garage. Alicia didn't point fingers toward Doc and the mysterious Uruguayan Luis, as she had never seen them in her house, and they presumably hadn't cheated on her. The men were all tried and sent to jail, though most have been released by now and are presumably still pissed at Beto for being unable to keep it in his pants. However, their daring heist lives on in infamy in Argentina. A 20-year-old man, a man who believes he has become a victim of the justice system in the US, wants out. In the psych ward where he's been placed, he bides his time until he sees his chance to get into a medical cabinet. The man has no problem picking locks. He'll pick many locks for many years to come. Inside that cabinet is a bottle of the extremely potent psychotropic substance called LSD. He takes the bottle of that, and again, when the time is right, he sneaks into the staff room and pours the entire bottle into a pot of boiling coffee. The ingoing and outgoing staff are all gonna get a hit you could call heroic. In his own words, the man later said the plan was when all the people were freaked out enough, I was going to pick the locks and go. A few aides and staff on the ward between them unwittingly took acid to the amount of around 100 tabs. Perhaps you're not the type of person who knows much about things like LSD, but let us tell you, 100 tabs between a handful of people would have caused them to hallucinate wildly. The plan didn't exactly go how that guy wanted it to go. Far from it. Not long after those coffees were drunk, one aide was down in the basement watching the clothes dryer spin around and around. His pupils were now large black shimmering discs, and he stared at that spinning drum and just lost his mind. The machine became his mortal enemy. The aide screamed at the dryer, he threw punches at it, kicked it. While upstairs in the ward, people were tripping out of their minds. One of the female psychiatric doctors didn't seem to know where she was or who she was. She was seen madly dancing up and down the ward and, in a sexually suggestive way, informing the shocked inmates about how deliriously hot she was feeling. The scene was a phantasmagoria of horror and comedy. But during all that utter madness, the plotter and executor of that communal trip could not make his escape. Security was soon called and the staff were taken to some place to calm down from their mega trip. A clothes dryer had been ripped apart and, in one man's eyes, defeated. Welcome to the life of Mark DeFreist, the Houdini of Florida, a masterful escape artist, a veritable genius who just couldn't find his way in life. A life that from the outside might look part comedy, but in reality, his life sentence on this earth has been filled mostly with devastating tragedy. Mark was born in 1960 and grew up with his father and stepmom. His father had served during the Second World War in the OSS, an organization that would later evolve into the CIA. Father and son were close, and the former imparted his vast knowledge to the latter. This would serve Mark well in his many prison escapes, but the child was different. Some say he was a savant. Most others now say he was a high-functioning autistic and still is today. Mark didn't understand much about the world and didn't socialize much with other kids. He spent most of his time by himself and he despised school. They moved him to a disciplinary boys' school to temper the child's waywardness, but he ran away, something he would keep doing his entire life. All he really wanted to do was take things apart and put them back together again. At the back of the house, there was a workshop, something Mark would later call his Frankenstein's lab. There, he would mess around with chemicals, blowing himself up on 2 occasions, and he would rewire appliances, take apart clocks, all with the skill and dexterity of a seasoned expert. His life fell apart when he was 19. His father died, and knowing what Mark loved most, he bequeathed all his tools to him. This was the start of the beginning of tragedy because Mark, not really knowing how wills work, took the tools before that will had been probated. That just means made valid. His cold and stony stepmother, a woman who had never cared for Mark, called the cops. Those cops chased Mark down one night, and on seeing those flashing lights, this young man who didn't quite get how things worked in society fled on foot. He had no idea why those cops were after him. He had no idea about how wills were supposed to be dealt with. He was arrested and charged with theft, and also got a charge for being in possession of a weapon. Next came jail. This just didn't seem fair to the young man, a guy that thought he'd taken what was rightly his. One day after Bible study class, he and the other inmates were being led back to their cells, when some men just started running for it, heading to the razor wire fence. None of them got over, but Mark knew exactly how to scale such a fence because his father once taught him how it could be done. Mark then hotwired a car, hit the road, and settled into a motel for the night. This was his problem. He understood the technical aspects related to escape, but he didn't have the nous, the worldliness, the social intellect to evade the authorities for long. He got 6 more charges after that. He went back to jail, where he was jumped by 14 inmates who didn't quite understand this weird kid who didn't fit in but wasn't afraid to talk back to them. Those 14 so-called tough guys beat him badly and sexually abused him. After that, Mark slit his wrists. He hit his head against the cell door. He screamed and shouted all day long, and soon he was taken to that psych ward where he would spike a coffee pot with an entire bottle of LSD. The prison system and the justice system thought that what they had was an unruly kid who'd been lucky to get over a razor wire fence. They didn't much like the inmate. He was troublesome, he used bad language, and he would often not do as he was told. For that, over the years, Mark would be beaten time and again by the guards. He had to escape, that's all he ever thought about. You have to see, in his mind, a mind that worked differently from most people's, he'd only taken his father's tools, and those tools had been given to him. The escapes, to Mark's reasoning, were not crimes, but the right thing to do. He was, in fact, just being very rational. Tools equal mine, imprisonment equals wrong, escape equals right. One day, he was asked if he'd like to join a new woodwork and arts crafts activity. Of course he would. This was a guy that was brilliant at making things, but when Mark saw rolled up copper sheets, the first thing that came to his mind was, they really mustn't want me to stay. That's because what he saw in the workshop were all the necessary bits and pieces to fashion a homemade gun, aka a zip gun. With the copper, he made the gun barrel, and then he fixed that to a homemade pistol grip. When he had the gun ready, the next thing he did was steal an ice pick and take that back to his cell. He took that spike and ripped out one of his back teeth. With blood streaming from his mouth, he called a nurse and he was rushed to the psych ward prison hospital, albeit in handcuffs and leg chains. The dentist knew right away that this was an act of self-mutilation, and that's what he added to his report. After seeing the dentist, Mark asked if he could go for a pee. In the bathroom, he picked his locks again and produced his homemade gun. Pointing his zip gun at the guards, he shouted, "Anybody move and I'll blow your brains out." Some inmates in that ward, perhaps not in good mental shape, started jumping around and screaming. Mark shot a table just to prove to them his gun actually worked. After that, he was gone again, out the door and running through the nearby woods. But again, he just didn't quite know how to stay out. He stole yet another car but was soon caught. He was now making the headlines of local news media, but the prison system, they were starting to get pretty mad at the kid. He'd had his chances, now they wanted him to suffer. And suffer he did, in jail, while the authorities tried to figure out if this kid was mentally fit to stand trial. They kept him locked down for 24 hours a day. Was he fit to stand trial? 4 psychiatrists said no. No way, he's mentally ill. This man doesn't know what's right or wrong. Sure, he understands the court system and he's not raving mad. In fact, he's obviously very talented, but still, he doesn't know why he's here at all. He should not stand trial. One man said that wasn't the case, calling Mark a malingerer, meaning someone pretending to be mentally unwell. That same man decades later changed his mind. That didn't help the 20-year-old Mark, who was sent back to jail. There he made another gun, an improved version of his last zip gun, even though for this one he had to use an empty roll of toothpaste. "I was in my gunsmith phase, I could make a gun out of anything," Mark would later recall. This time he threatened the guards, and just to make sure the gun was working, he fired it at a wall. It was working alright, and many other inmates saw that Mark had not shot anywhere near the guards. But enough was enough. The guards beat Mark within an inch of his life and forced him into a pitch-black cell, naked, bruised, and broken. After 11 days of that, he took a plea deal without really knowing what a plea deal was. For firing at the wall, he was convicted of attempted murder. Later, he was sent to the Florida State Prison, a prison that at the time was said to be totally ungovernable, a prison where violence and murder was commonplace. No inmate in the US ever wanted to end up there. It confined the so-called worst of the worst, but as prisons go, it was the worst of the worst. Mark was still occasionally unruly. He still didn't really understand the prison system or the prison code, and he was beaten severely by both guards and inmates on many occasions, and so he started making homemade weapons. When they were found, he went back into the hole. His solitary confinement was often a life of total isolation. The order given by the prison authorities was no clothes for the prisoner, no mattress or sheets. Conversation with anyone was prohibited, which included prison trustees. He was given no toiletries, no tissues, no toothpaste, no soap. They turned off the water in his cell at times and he couldn't even flush the toilet. He had to eat with his hands and in the total darkness. The torture and humiliation was later compared to what happened at Guantanamo Bay. He had to live in silence and darkness, naked, like a trapped animal. And if that's not cruel and unusual punishment, then what is? His punishment was nothing short of medieval, and arguably a form of modern-day torture. The prison put him on a consolidated security list, so when he wasn't in total darkness, he still wasn't allowed out of his cell. In his own words, he said, "You can go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years without ever seeing the yard." In total, he had 10 years of requests to see the sun, and they were all denied. But he still caught sight of the guards, and what he would do is study their keys. After examining them, he'd memorize the cuts in the keys and then make his own set out of paper. "I made keys for every lock in America," he said many years later. Did he ever get to use them? Well, Mark attempted to escape 13 times in all, and he was successful 7 times. One time he scaled the fence and broke both his feet. He somehow managed to hotwire a truck, ram a police roadblock, and then after a high-speed chase, ended up driving the truck into someone's living room. They were really upset, he later said about the people whose house he'd driven into. He had hundreds of disciplinary reports, but he's never hurt anyone else. They were usually for minor infractions, or for being found with weapons he was keeping to protect himself in the ultra-violent places where he was housed. His story became public, and the majority of the public now say that this is a man who has some mental issues who's been chewed up by the prison system right from the first year when he was brutally beaten and sexually abused by a gang of inmates. He was paroled on February 5, 2019 on the condition that he spend a year in a mental health and substance abuse center. Over the years, he developed dependencies on the many drugs he received in prison. After only a few days, he started showing signs of bipolar mania, and his kidneys were failing him. He also tested positive for methamphetamine. Mark was subsequently sent back to jail, and from what we can now see, he is waiting to see which prison he'll be sent to. It's now 40 years since he drove off with his deceased father's tools. 27 of those years he spent in solitary confinement, either with the absence of the sun or in total darkness. The date was April 13, 1933, and the not-so-notorious yet Bonnie and Clyde and 3 more of the Barrow Gang were having a raucous old time at their garage apartment hideout in the neighborhood of Joplin, Missouri. At this time, the gang consisted of Clyde Barrow, his partner in crime and devoted lover Bonnie Parker, Clyde's older brother Buck Barrow, and his wife Blanche Barrow. The last of the gang was a childhood friend of the Barrows, one W.D. Jones. No one knows if he had a girlfriend or wife or just was a sad fifth wheel. For days on end, the quintet of criminals had been chugging liquor, chain-smoking cigarettes, and running card games, much to the chagrin of their neighbors whose peace and quiet had been momentarily spoiled. That day, during yet another long session on the booze, one of the neighbors decided enough is enough and called the Joplin Police Department. The cops, hearing the tales of what was apparently going down in that house, assumed bootleggers were hiding out there. This was, after all, the era of Prohibition in the USA. 5 armed police turned up at the hideout and demanded the gang come out with their hands up. But as you'll see throughout this video, acceding to the demands of the cops was certainly not Bonnie and Clyde's style. The gang opened fire, Clyde using his trusty Browning automatic rifle, and the rest of the gang let loose with an arsenal of different weapons. A detective and a police constable were hit while under the hail of fire, with the former dying immediately and the latter dying later from his injuries. The rest of the policemen took cover, but they were outgunned by the gang. Firing back, they managed to hit WD in the shoulder, a bullet that WD would later say went right through him. Another shot hit Clyde, but it ricocheted off his jacket button. Buck was almost hit, but the shot only grazed him. In the melee, even with the bullets flying everywhere, all the gang except Blanche managed to drive away, leaving the traumatized and dead police behind. Blanche had wanted to save her pet dog Snowball and could be seen running down the road after him. Snowball was long gone, so Blanche took off with the rest of the gang. As it would happen time and again, the police could only watch as a fast car loaded with powerful guns and a band of criminals disappeared into the distance. This was a pivotal moment in the story of the Barrow Gang, and it was after that bloody day that Bonnie and Clyde became immortalized in American history, not so much for the carnage they caused, but for what they left behind. You see, Bonnie was something of an amateur photographer, and she was also fond of writing poems. From a young age, she had fallen in love with the silver screen, and the girl became possessed with celebrity in those early days of the movies. She wrote stories which she starred in and took pictures of herself. Unwittingly, this would in fact make her a celebrity in time. After one shootout, the cops found one of Bonnie's poems called The Story of Suicide Sal. Part of the poem went like this: I left my old home for the city to play in its mad, dizzy whirl, not knowing how little of pity it holds for a country girl. In some ways, the poem was the story of Bonnie and Clyde. It described the lives of 2 runaway hoodlum lovers, a doomed criminal pair who were heading toward an early death. The poem filled the pages of U.S. newspapers, but so did the negatives that were found on a camera that had been left behind at the hideout, and they would become part of America's criminal iconography. One of them showed Bonnie dressed in black pointing a shotgun at Clyde's belly. Another shows Bonnie smoking a cigar leaned up against a powerful car. Bonnie didn't smoke cigars, but when those photos were seen by the public, what people saw was a strong woman, a masculine but beautiful lady who had taken life into her own hands. In spite of the bloodshed the pair had caused, much of the American public were in awe of the couple. People started to romanticize crime. To better understand why, here are 2 more lines from Bonnie's poem. it takes more than lawyers and money when Uncle Sam starts shaking you down. You see, all the gang members were born into poverty in the southern plains of the USA. Back in the 1930s, this area, known as the Dust Bowl, experienced massive dust storms that ended with drought, dead cattle, and failed crops. It was an era when rural folks, some of them farmers, were desperate. To make matters worse, this was smack dab in the middle of the Great Depression, because trouble always comes in twos. What the public saw in this criminal couple was two renegade folks that had taken control of their own lives, that had found love during harsh times, and had turned away from an Uncle Sam that hadn't been treating poorer folks very well. And Clyde certainly knew a thing or two about being poor. The poverty that Clyde grew up in was what you might call abject. In the 1920s, when he and his 6 brothers were growing up, there wasn't much hope for them. They lived under a wagon for a while, were constantly covered in mud, and barely had enough food to prevent malnutrition. It was a step up for the family when they managed to move into a tent in a slum. As a youth, Bonnie had more chances in life, but without much cash at hand, she got married at age 15 in hope of having some semblance of a normal life. It didn't happen. Her husband was a crook and a cheat. She didn't divorce her spouse, but she soon took off in search of a better life. Clyde didn't much like slum life. He grew up seeing his older brother Buck buying smart suits and driving fancy cars. Buck had his game, and that was mostly stealing cars, cracking safes, and robbing stores. In his teens, Clyde wanted in on the action, and so that's what he did. He became a criminal in between times of having some legitimate jobs. It was at the age of 19 when he ran into a young, pretty woman whose name was Bonnie. They had a mutual friend, as the story goes. The two soon became inseparable, but Clyde's criminal exploits would soon land him in the dreaded Eastham prison farm. He was just 21 years old. Who came to his rescue? Bonnie, of course. She managed to smuggle a weapon into the prison, and with it, Clyde made his way out. His freedom didn't last long, and soon he was recaptured and in prison again. It was during this second stint, in what could only be called a hellish slave camp, that young Clyde, so far a friendly and jovial sort of guy, turned into a different beast altogether. You see, prison back then wasn't supposed to rehabilitate people. It was supposed to break a man. It was supposed to be a living hell. Well, maybe not much has changed, but that's what it was like for Clyde. Hell. But a multifaceted kind of hell. He not only almost died working insane hours under the hot sun on a chain gang, but experienced something worse. That was the bullying and continuous sexual assault by another inmate. Clyde, then just a waif of a young man, could do nothing at first to stop his 6-foot-tall, 200-pound attacker. On October 29, 1931, Clyde snuck a piece of galvanized pipe into his cell. During the evening, he invited his tormentor to the open toilets in the building. As soon as they entered the toilets, Clyde turned around and swung, almost taking the top of the abuser's head off. That was the end of the abuse, and thankfully for Clyde, another inmate doing a long sentence for murder said he did it. Clyde was never the same again, though. As one inmate put it, he saw his friend turn from schoolboy into rattlesnake. He was still desperate to get out of that hell, and in 1932, he or someone else chopped 2 of his toes off on purpose. Clyde thought the injury might at least get him off doing the grueling hard labor, but little did he know that his mother had successfully been petitioning for his release. He got out in the end, and there was never any need for the self-harm. Clyde would limp for the rest of his life, but at least he would limp along with his lover, his eternally devoted Bonnie Parker. The two formed what was called the Barrow Gang, and you already know the names of some of the gang's members. There were more people involved, each with his own history of poverty and desperation and criminality, but we'll mainly stick with our 2 anti-heroes today. After Clyde got out, he soon started committing robberies, mainly of gas stations and regular stores. It was small-time stuff, but Clyde had bigger things in mind. What he really wanted to do was to get back at the prison that had treated him so badly, the place where he had been defiled by another prisoner. He'd eventually get one over on the prison after a time, as you'll soon see. During those early robberies, Bonnie was arrested and ended up doing some time behind bars, whiling away the hours writing poetry and thinking about Clyde. Meanwhile, Clyde was committing more robberies, and this would end with the murders of several police officers. You already know about the incident that made the Barrow Gang famous, but it was what they did after that started to change the minds of the American public. Not only did the gang rob stores and gas stations, but they sometimes robbed banks, perhaps not as many as the movies have made out though. Other times they robbed people in the street and relieved them of their valuables and their car. If anyone got in the way, whether the person was a police officer or a civilian, they would be shot dead. And it was the killings that began to sway the minds of the American public. No one likes a murderer after all. Each time the police would give chase though, the gang would always get away. That's thanks to their hot rod of a preferred getaway car, the Ford V8, which packed more horsepower than a regular old police cruiser. Poor coppers never had a chance, and Bonnie and Clyde would leave them in the dust. As for weapons, the gang had plenty of them since they stole from National Guard armories. Clyde's favorite weapon was his Browning automatic rifle, but the gang also had an array of other weapons. But fast cars and powerful guns couldn't protect them forever. During one of the gang's getaways, they ended up crashing the car, and while most of them were busted up, it was Bonnie that took the worst punishment. In fact, she was lucky to survive. The burns on one of her legs were so bad that WD later said he could see the bone. She was in agony and could hardly walk, so the gang decided to retreat to a farmhouse. In that particular town, they kidnapped a sheriff and a marshal and later tried to commit another robbery so they could get provisions and medicine to help the injured Bonnie. The robberies didn't exactly go to plan, and yet another marshal was killed. Again, they had to flee, even though Bonnie was staring death in the eye. They later checked into a place called the Red Town Cavern in Platte City, Missouri, and there they put newspapers over the windows of their room and settled in with food and beer. Some of the gang stayed inside to nurse Bonnie, while others went out to get provisions and buy medicine for Bonnie's leg. Not only were the owners of the cavern suspicious, but the drugstore owner also called the cops. Cops who were pretty sure who was staying at that hotel. They would take no risks this time and made sure they met the gang with a bunch of Thompson submachine guns and an armored car. A gunfight ensued and the gang got away, but not before Buck took a bullet to the head that took part of his skull clean off. At the same time, his wife Blanche was almost blinded when glass from a blown-out windscreen sprayed into her face. These were not the best of times for the Barrow Gang, with Buck looking so bad, a grave was dug for him. Surprisingly, he could eat and talk, even though a good chunk of his skull was missing. Blanche couldn't see a thing, and Bonnie could hardly walk. The group camped out at an abandoned amusement park in Iowa, and it was there that the cops would catch up with them again. This time, only WD, Bonnie, and Clyde would get away. The almost dead Buck was helpless to do anything and he was shot in the back. Meanwhile, his almost blind wife was easily captured. Buck died a few days later and Blanche was arrested. Bonnie and Clyde took off and later split up with WD, who was also later arrested. Now, it was just the two of them. They were desperate and war-torn, and Bonnie was still treating some very nasty burns. Clyde, however, had some unfinished business. Despite all their troubles, in January 1934, Clyde somehow managed to break out a number of prisoners at the Eastham Prison Farm, the place he most hated in the world. According to some historians, Clyde was still not done with the Texas Department of Corrections, but he had at least made a dream come true. The authorities were now nothing short of furious with Bonnie and Clyde, especially seeing as a local mayor had been killed during that breakout. Enough was enough, and Texas put together a team of the hardest law enforcement officers the state could find and launched a massive manhunt. Now it wasn't a case of arresting the duo. They had to die. A man named Frank Hammer was put on the case, and he wasn't exactly known for his tolerance. He had a kill streak of 53 people and he'd injured 17 more. He was what you might call a natural first choice to hunt down and murder two criminals. It was during this cat-and-mouse game that the Barrow Gang, now with another member named Henry Methvin, killed two highway patrolmen. The authorities and media wanted to make sure that this time none of the American public sided with the criminals, so they made sure that the stories were spread saying that Bonnie had laughed at seeing one of the dying patrolmen and then shot him in the head as he lay helpless on the ground. This wasn't true, of course, since Methvin later admitted to killing the man, and he said all the time Bonnie was asleep in the back of the car. Supposed eyewitnesses also changed their story several times, but the media had at last succeeded in turning America against Bonnie and Clyde. With all the murder the couple had been doing, though, maybe they shouldn't have been idolized in the first place. Public perception became even worse after the gang killed an aging constable named William Cal Campbell. Now, there was a bloodlust for Bonnie and Clyde. Their outlaw celebrity status now only served to foment hatred with the public. What happened next has been speculated and argued over for decades, but we know for certain that on May 23, 1934, Hammer and a posse had set up a roadblock on the Louisiana State Highway. They had learned that Bonnie and Clyde would be traveling down that road to rendezvous at Methvin's father's house. Instead, the cops got old man Methvin, some accounts say by force, and had him wait with his car in the road as if he had broken down. Knowing that the Ford V8 would be traveling at a high speed, the posse believed that Clyde would slow down if he saw Methvin's father. Bonnie and Clyde, notorious criminal duo and celebrity outlaws, were about to meet their death. The cops waited in the bushes armed to the teeth with weapons, and when the car slowed down, they opened fire. Bullets strafed the passenger cab of the vehicle, and there was no chance of survival. When the gun smoke cleared, Bonnie and Clyde had each taken 50 rounds, leaving bullet-riddled corpses behind. One of the posse later gave the statement saying, "Each of us 6 officers had a shotgun and an automatic rifle and pistols. We opened fire with the automatic rifles. They were emptied before the car got even with us. Then we used shotguns. There was smoke coming from the car and it looked like it was on fire. After shooting the shotguns, we emptied the pistols at the car, which had passed us, and ran into a ditch about 50 yards down the road. It almost turned over. We kept shooting at the car even after it stopped. We weren't taking any chances." Some of the public soon heard of the story, and in no time the road was full of people, a jostling crowd of hundreds that wanted to see the dead outlaws and maybe get close enough to take a souvenir. The crowd took bits of the car. People tried to cut off parts of Bonnie's clothes and cut off chunks of her hair. One man even tried to cut off one of Clyde's ears with a knife, and another attempted to cut off his trigger finger. The scene was described as a bloody circus, with the public acting like wild beasts. In the car, the police found 7 .45 Colt 1911 pistols, 1 .32 caliber Colt automatic pistol, a sawed-off 20-gauge Remington Model 11 shotgun, 3 .30-06 Browning automatic rifles, a double-action Colt revolver, a sawed-off Winchester 10-gauge lever-action shotgun, and a .380 caliber Colt automatic pistol. Bonnie and Clyde had one final wish in life, one they had dreamed of even before they knew the end was near. That was, they wanted to be buried side by side. It didn't happen though, because Bonnie's family didn't want it that way. Nonetheless, thousands upon thousands of people showed up at the funeral just to get a look at the 2 outlaws they had loved and hated in equal measure. Early gang member W.D. Jones, as well as 19 people who were family and associates, ended up in court in 1935. Jones did his time in prison and lived long enough to watch the 1967 movie, the now classic Bonnie and Clyde. When the movie ended, news reporters were there to ask WD how he felt about it. His response was, "It made it all look sort of glamorous. But like I told them teenage boys sitting near me at the drive-in showing, take it from an old man who was there, it was hell." Who doesn't love a good story about a criminal mastermind pulling one over on law enforcement and sticking it to the man? Well, for every one story of a brilliant criminal getting away with their audacious crimes, there are countless other stories of truly dumb criminals failing spectacularly at their attempts. A homeowner in Johannesburg, South Africa returned home to find their house ransacked and their valuables missing. They immediately called the police to report the burglary, and an officer arrived shortly after to take the homeowner's statement. The officer settled in onto the sofa, and the homeowner took a seat directly opposite the officer to begin recounting how they discovered that they'd been robbed. Just as the homeowner started to give their statement, they noticed something was out of place. There, under the very sofa on which the police officer was sitting, was a strange man, clearly trying and failing to be invisible. He was laying there flat on his stomach, half under and half behind the sofa, with his head right behind the police officer's legs. It turns out that the homeowner had arrived home before the burglar had a chance to flee, and he'd been hiding under the sofa as the homeowner called the police and waited for them to arrive. He was immediately arrested. The homeowner's valuables were returned intact, and the police had a rare open and shut burglary case in the bag. If you thought hiding under the couch was a dumb move, wait until you hear about the Goldilocks burglar. In 2014, Martin Holtby and Pat Dyson, a retired couple from Lancashire, England, returned home from a holiday to the surprise of a lifetime. The first sign that something was amiss was the fact that their mail was not sitting on the welcome mat, and their house was clean, suspiciously clean. Pat clearly remembered that the house had been in a state of disarray when they rushed out the door to catch their flights. The sink had been full of dishes and their kitchen was a mess, and yet when they arrived back home they found a tidy kitchen and clean laundry in the dryer. Had someone cleaned up for them as a welcome home surprise? Not exactly. The couple made their way upstairs to the bedroom, and there, fast asleep in their bed, was a strange man. They quietly snuck out of the house and called the police, who arrived quickly and arrested 28-year-old Lucas Choniowski. He'd been living in the house for days, cooking himself meals and washing his dirty underwear, and he had even bought groceries and cleaned up the mess left behind by the couple. The couple would later learn that the window cleaner had seen the burglar in their home but assumed he was their grandson, since he had appeared to be quite at home in their place. The burglar admitted to his crimes and was given a 2-year conditional discharge and a £200 fine. None of the couple's valuables were missing, though Miss Dyson did note that the burglar had burned out an old saucepan, but she said, "That happens." The Goldilocks burglar may not have been the brightest of criminal minds, but at least he was courteous. The same can't be said for these dumb criminals. In the summer of 2012, 2 drunken Welsh tourists made quite the splash at Australia's SeaWorld. 21-year-old Rhys Owen Jones and 20-year-old Kerry Mules decided to take their vacation on Queensland's Gold Coast to another level. After indulging in quite a few drinks, they decided to break into the SeaWorld's park for some after-hours fun. They left a trail of destruction in their wake. The pair vandalized the park, jumped into the water and swam with the dolphins, and set off a fire extinguisher in the shark enclosure. After having their fun, the couple decided to take home a souvenir, a real live penguin named Dirk. When they woke up in their hotel room hungover and confused, the pair tried their incompetent best to care for Dirk, putting him in the shower and feeding him scraps of food. After their hangover subsided, Reese and Carrie realized how stupid they'd been to take the penguin, so they thought that the best course of action was to release him into a nearby canal, where they were spotted by locals as they were wrangling the poor penguin at their vehicle. The police arrived and they were each fined $1,000 and sent home in disgrace. Thankfully, Dirk was rescued and returned to SeaWorld unharmed. It's never fun to hear about crimes against animals, but this next dumb criminal should make you feel a little bit better. This thief got more than he bargained for when a simple robbery went horribly wrong. The amateur thief had noticed a parked car with the back windows rolled down and decided it was too tempting to pass up the opportunity for an easy score. He stealthily walked toward the car, and as he passed by, he quickly reached through the back window and snatched a heavy tote bag from the back seat. Little did the thief know that the car belonged to Brad McDonald, a professional snake wrangler, and that the windows had been down because Brad had left his latest catch in the car while he ran some errands. The dumb criminal hadn't found an easy score. He'd grabbed a bag full of highly venomous snakes that Brad had just captured from an underground car park in Sydney. That's what you get for being greedy. If that's not enough of a reminder to be careful who you rob, then this next story might just hit the point home. Just before Christmas in 2004, Jason Shinkarik's Winnipeg home was robbed. The thieves stole everything from clothing, jewelry, and watches to cologne and electronics. They also stole every drop of liquor in the house and even took Christmas presents from under the tree. To add insult to injury, the thieves even stole Jason's duffel bags to carry away their haul. Jason was devastated, but the small business owner knew he had to carry on with his life. So the next day, he went to work at his shop, Ponderosa Trading. That very same day, 3 men in their 20s appeared at the shop looking to pawn a variety of valuable items. When the men placed the bags full of goods on the counter, Jason was shocked to recognize his very own duffel bags. He confronted the men, who ran away, but when the police caught up to them days later, thanks in large part to Jason's helpful and detailed descriptions, they were charged with breaking into Jason's home, as well as 3 other homes in the neighborhood, and sentenced to 3 months in jail. Christmas is supposed to be a time for giving, but some dumb criminals just can't get it right. This one might just be even dumber than Jason's robbers. After a 20-year-old college student in Washington was booked for underage drinking, he spent a lonely night in a local police cell before being released the next morning. After his release from the drunk tank, he was caught on camera attempting to steal gifts from under the Christmas tree in the police department's lobby on the way out. After he realized that one box was empty, one held a box of tissues, and another was a box of tampons, the would-be thief fled, leaving the gifts and wrappings scattered in the station parking lot. Getting caught on camera is definitely one way to get spotted, but the way this dumb criminal got caught will really shock you. Milton J. Hodges attempted to rob a Lowe's hardware store in Orlando, Florida, but was chased out of the store by the staff. The failed thief bolted through the parking lot, ran across a busy street, and jumped a fence to escape capture. But he wasn't in the clear yet. He had landed smack dab in the middle of the Cypress Cove nudist resort and spa. And as one of the only people wearing clothing, needless to say, he was easily spotted by police and arrested. You almost have to feel bad for criminals with dumb luck. But when a criminal obviously thinks they're smarter than the police, like this next dumb criminal, then they deserve what they get. Calgary police arrived at the home of a woman who claimed she'd been robbed. She was hysterical as she showed the officers the smashed window where the supposed thief had entered, and she tearfully gave her statement to the police, describing the jewelry and electronics that she claimed had been stolen. Just as she was getting really worked up, her phone rang. It was her French-speaking father, and the officers listened as the woman calmly spoke to her father in French. What she hadn't realized was that one of the officers, Charanjit Maharu, spoke 6 different languages, including French, and that he could understand every word of her conversation, meaning he clearly heard her admit to her father that her entire story was a lie and it was all a scam to get money from her insurance company with a fraudulent claim. Needless to say, some stolen goods were the least of her legal troubles. Lying to the police is dumb enough, but some dumb criminals just have to take it a step further. 25-year-old Valeri Portlock thought he had come up with a foolproof plan for finding new victims to rob. He had equipped his car with lights and an air horn and would pretend to be a police officer to target his victims. His genius plan fell apart when he used his fraudulent police car to pull over a van in Long Island, New York. When Valeri approached the van, the occupants identified themselves. They were all members of the Nassau County Police Department's electronics squad. Realizing he was in deep trouble, Valeri fled the scene, only to be arrested a short time later by local highway patrol officers who had been tipped off by their colleagues. He was charged with criminal impersonation, reckless endangerment, and fleeing the police. Clearly, pretending to be one of them is not something the police take lightly. It may not be quite as bad as impersonating a police officer, but this dumb criminal got what he deserved for pretending to be someone he wasn't. When an Iowa City man realized that his driver's license had been stolen, he was understandably frustrated. After dealing with the inconvenience of replacing it, he went on with his life and thought nothing more of it. That is, until a few months later, when a man showed up at the bar where he worked as a bouncer and presented him with his own ID to attempt to get in. It was an incredible coincidence and a rare instance of someone getting their stolen license back. Using a fake ID is pretty stupid, but sometimes being honest is just as dumb. In Santa Rosa County, Florida, state troopers pulled over a vehicle for speeding. The car had been traveling more than 25 miles per hour over the speed limit. When officers searched the vehicle, they found a large amount of narcotics including meth, cocaine, fentanyl, and MDMA. What had prompted them to search the car in the first place? The fact that the criminal had stored their drugs out in the open in bags labeled "bag full of drugs." The occupants were arrested on drug charges, and the police made a tongue-in-cheek Facebook post about the drug bust saying, "Note to self, do not traffic your illegal narcotics in bags labeled "bag full of drugs." Our canines can read. This wasn't the first time the police had taken to social media with snarky comments. The Winfield, Missouri Police Department took to social media to warn the public about a potential new scam in which tricky drug dealers would rip off their customers by selling them smaller quantities than what they'd paid for. These dealers would apparently place the drugs on their cell phones, claiming they had a cool new scale app, when they were really just typing numbers into the calculator to dupe their customers. The police graciously invited the gullible purchasers of illegal narcotics to bring their drugs into the police station to be properly weighed. Anyone who falls for that one definitely deserves to get caught. These stories are definitely a good reminder that crime doesn't pay. Although these dumb criminals clearly didn't get the message, at least their stories of harebrained schemes and poorly executed crimes make for a good laugh. September 13th, 1997. At this time of night, downtown Los Angeles is quiet, a far cry from the bustling city center it is during the day. It's a typical night shift at the Dunbar Armored Facility. Little do the guards know that they are soon to become victims in one of the largest and most audacious robberies in U.S. history. 30-year-old Alan Pace III is the regional safety inspector for Dunbar Armored Inc. He seems diligent in his duties, and his coworkers like him. He's known for playing pranks. What no one knows is that Alan is a criminal mastermind who has big plans. Number one on his list is to rob the downtown LA Dunbar Armored Facility, a depot where armored trucks drop off and pick up cash amassed from businesses all over the city. Alan turns to his trusted childhood friends, Eugene Hill, Eric Boyd, Freddie McCrary Jr., Terry Brown Sr., and Thomas Johnson for help. Alan studies the security measures of the facility. He learns the schedules of everyone on the night shift. He even takes pictures of the interior rooms and hallways of the depot. Other employees assume that the picture taking must be part of Alan's job since he oversees worker safety for the company. In fact, part of his job includes making sure the fire extinguishers are up to date and that hallways aren't blocked. As part of his scheme, Alan also checks the security cameras for blind spots and inspects the rotating cameras to see how long they stay on a specific field of view. For several months, Alan and his 5 friends meet regularly and plan the robbery. Due to the extensive research, Alan's able to provide them with maps, images, and detailed information. They even go on reconnaissance field trips, driving past the building and getting very familiar with the area. They vow that if any one of them gets caught, they won't snitch on the others. On Tuesday, September 12th, Alan is notified that he's going to be fired from Dunbar Armored for tampering with company property. As part of a prank, he had removed the headlight from one of the armored trucks. It was now or never. The next day, Alan would have to turn in his keys and lose access to the facility. Furthermore, the wee hours of Friday morning are the perfect time to strike. From experience, Alan knows the vault will be packed with money waiting to be distributed across the city in anticipation of weekend shopping. On Thursday night, the crew of the robbers hangs out at a party at Long Beach for a couple hours to establish alibis. They then slip away and change into black clothes and masks. They also don radio headsets for talking to each other and check their guns before driving about 25 miles to downtown Los Angeles. At this time of night, there's little traffic and the journey takes less than a half hour. It's several minutes after midnight when the thieves arrive at the downtown Dunbar facility. They're able to drive their rented U-Haul truck into the parking lot without issue. During planning, Alan had learned that the guard watching the camera for the parking lot had a new truck and kept the camera trained on his truck so he could view it. To get inside, Alan simply unlocks a side door and the robbers go right in. Their first task is to evade detection on the various security cameras lining the hallways. Due to Alan's meticulous planning, they hug the walls and move during timed intervals to make their way past rotating cameras without being seen. The bandits head for the cafeteria, where they quickly take the hospitality staff hostage. At 12:30 a.m., most of the guards go on lunch break. As each guard arrives at the cafeteria, the robbers ambush and take them hostage one by one, preventing them from sounding the alarm or alerting other guards. All the captured guards are laid face down and their arms and ankles are bound with duct tape. The robbers also take the key for the vault prep room from one of the hostage guards. This room has cameras that can't be avoided, so the robbers just rush the two armed guards inside and take them hostage too. Now, the robbers need to get into the vault, which has 18-inch steel doors. However, due to the volume of money being moved through the facility on a Friday night, the vault has been left open for ease of use. The robbers go into the vault and, using bolt cutters, snap the ordinary padlocks on the metal cages storing the bags of cash. Money in the vault is sorted by delivery routes, and Alan has memorized which routes use large denomination bills. He has his crew avoid bags of new cash with sequential serial numbers. They mainly grab sacks filled with stacks of $20 bills that have been destined for automated teller machines around the city. The robbers quickly load the bags of cash onto metal carts, which they wheel to the loading dock. They back their truck up to the dock and load up. In about 30 minutes, they move $18.9 million in cash. Alan has two final tasks before they split. He steals the security tapes from the recording system in the security control room and then races to a locked closet elsewhere in the facility to steal the secret backup security tapes out of recording equipment which is locked in a cabinet. The robbers also smash cameras on the way out. Without a single gunshot being fired, Alan Pace and his crew have pulled off the largest cash heist in American history. The robbers go to an apartment that belongs to one of them and change back into their party clothes. They return to the house party in Long Beach and play it cool. At this point, most thieves would be impatient and dumb. They'd flash their money around and go on spending sprees. However, these robbers are smarter than most. Alan gives each member of the crew $100,000 to be used for quiet, discreet spending. Per the agreed-upon plan, the rest of the cash will have to wait until the heat's off. The robbers pack the remaining $18.2 million in garbage bags and move them into a self-storage facility for safekeeping. A task force involving local police, FBI, and other federal authorities quickly forms to investigate the heist. The Dunbar Company and their insurer, Lloyd's of London, offer a $125,000 reward for information leading to the robbers' arrest and conviction. However, authorities are soon stumped. There are no fingerprints. There are no names. When talking during the robbery, the thieves had called each other by number. There's no video evidence of the crime either. The one thing investigators are certain of is that it's an inside job. Someone with intimate knowledge of the operations of Dunbar Armored Facility has to be involved, especially since the robbers knew that the backup security tapes existed and stole those too. Authorities interview employees of the facility hoping that someone knows something. One of the questions asked during the meetings is, which employee do you think could have committed the crime? Interestingly, the name of Alan Pace keeps coming up. The only major clue the authorities have is a small plastic taillight lens that was found at Dunbar's loading dock. It doesn't belong to any company vehicle. The FBI forensics labs in Washington analyze it and determine that it's from a 14-foot U-Haul truck, but this promising lead is a flop. There are many U-Haul trucks on rent in Greater LA at the time of the robbery. The only name they have is Alan's. They check to see if he rented a truck during the time of the robbery, and of course he hasn't. Investigators conduct surveillance on Alan. They even delve into his financial records. However, they discover nothing. Alan is living quietly at his mom's home. He hasn't made any flashy purchases. He stays away from the self-storage center where the money's hidden. As it turns out, Alan doesn't even have a bank account. The trail goes cold. Over 6 months pass, Alan cautiously begins to parcel out money to his crew. He plans to invest his share in rental properties, retire, and just live off his investments. The robbers slowly began purchasing cars and property in cash. They used straw buyers to acquire at least 10 homes during public auctions of foreclosed properties. They allow family to live in those homes or rent them out. The robbers realized that they accidentally stole several bags of new money with sequential serial numbers, which could link them to the crime. Alan tells them that this money needs to be destroyed. Some of the robbers go to one of their homes that has a fireplace and try to get rid of it by burning it. But U.S. money is manufactured to be somewhat anti-flammable, and the stacks of money burn slowly. The task quickly becomes tedious. The robbers decide to go to Las Vegas instead and play the slot machines to get rid of the new money. Unfortunately, crisp new money jams in the slot machines, so the robbers end up putting the money through a washing machine to make them usable. As time passes, Alan sets up a company, Extreme Entertainment, which rents party supplies, but it's mainly a front to launder the stolen money. He puts his accomplices on the payroll and pays himself and them very high salaries. About 2 years after the bank robbery, one of the robbers, Eugene Hill, makes a fatal mistake. He hires a real estate broker to purchase a property and gives the man a stack of cash that's wrapped in the original cash straps. The broker is suspicious and alerts police. Authorities investigate and realize that based on the dates and handwriting on the straps, the cash is part of the stolen stash from the Dunbar facility. The authorities dig into Eugene's financial records and also subpoena thousands of U-Haul records. They learned that Eugene rented a 14-foot U-Haul a day before the robbery and returned it a day later. When police arrest Eugene, they find in his possession more cash in the original money wrappers. Eugene quickly confesses and rolls on his accomplices in return for a lesser sentence. Alan and the 5 other robbers are arrested and put on trial in the spring of 2001. To the end, Alan denied taking part in the robbery. He claimed that he was being set up by his former friends as revenge for cheating with a friend's wife. 4 of the robbers in Alan's crew pled guilty and are sentenced to federal prison for terms ranging from 7.5 to 10 years. The 5th robber received 17.5 years. Alan, the criminal mastermind, is sentenced to 24 years. Also, the robbers are ordered to pay $18.9 million in restitution. Authorities have accounted for about $7 million taken in the heist. Most of that was spent on homes, cars, and other items. It's estimated that several $100,000 were burned or gambled away in Las Vegas. Many authorities say there's as much as $10 million still hidden somewhere. As of fall 2020, this money has not been found. Alan Pace will soon complete his prison sentence. Once he gets out, could he secretly retrieve the missing stolen cash, change his identity, and retire on a beach somewhere? The internet is the modern library of Alexandria, serving as a massive archive of human knowledge, communication, and resources. Every day, billions of people log on and communicate with people a world away as they work, learn, shop, and create. It's become as much of a part of everyday life as the car or electricity. So what would happen if it all suddenly went away? The internet is a complex network of hardware and software that's connected to all of our homes through cables and cellular data. But while the internet is a lot more durable than it used to be, it still has its weak spots, chief among them malware, software designed to cause damage to a computer, server, or computer network. Malware has been around since the earliest days of the internet. Of course, in the early days, malware wasn't quite so sophisticated. One of the first computer worms or software bugs, the Morris worm, was eventually contained on a floppy disk and is stored in a museum. Today's computer viruses are much harder to contain, uploaded through sophisticated software that disguises their true purposes and spreads through many channels. And one, the WannaCry ransomware attack, nearly caused incalculable damage to the internet if it wasn't for the help of the unlikeliest of cyber heroes. It was May 2017 and the internet was humming along with billions of people using it daily. But many people were using old computers, and that created a vulnerability. Older computers are using outdated security measures, which may have been effective at protecting from viruses and hackers when they were released, but not as technology evolved. So to a mysterious group of black hat hackers, hackers who infiltrate security systems for blackmail and extortion purposes, decided to take advantage. They decided to create a crypto worm targeting Microsoft Windows operating systems, the most popular operating system in the world. Most viruses rely on the person who receives them to do something to let them in, like clicking on a suspicious link in an email. Why yes, I would like to inherit $1 billion from a Nigerian prince. This isn't suspicious at all. But not WannaCry. WannaCry was unique because it would spread itself. It used a transport mechanism to search operating systems, use a backdoor exploit to gain access, and then install and execute a copy of itself without the user ever needing to let it in. And once it was in, all hell broke loose. It would immediately encrypt all data on the computer system, locking it up and turning the computer into a very expensive brick. The only way to fix it, according to the hackers, pay a hefty ransom in the cryptocurrency Bitcoin and get a code to unlock your computer. There was only one problem. People submitted their payments but never seemed to get their data back. It didn't take long for the security experts to say that this was a scam and not to pay the ransom, but that didn't help those people who had their systems destroyed. For the average person, this was a massive inconvenience, especially if you were in the middle of trying to submit a term paper. But for corporations and institutions, it was much worse. Many organizations found out the wrong way that they were using outdated software and found years of data vulnerable. Universities, government organizations, hospitals, and major corporations all found themselves kneecapped by WannaCry. Even bold-faced names like FedEx, Deutsche Bank, and Nissan were hit. The worm was spreading fast, and if it was allowed to keep hitting systems, the damage would be incalculable. That's when into the breach an unlikely hero stepped. There's only one way to stop an attack from a malicious hacker, and that's with another hacker who can outsmart them. Marcus Hutchins was your ordinary British lad, the son of a Scottish mother and a Jamaican father, but from an early life, when he wasn't enjoying the waves and working as a lifeguard, he displayed a great skill with computers. He got started with hacking early when he was a boy, hacking his school computers to install video game software. But it wasn't long before his interest in cracking computer code led him to more sinister figures. By the time he was a teenager, he was joining forums that taught him about developing malware. Marcus was about to take his first big step into the hacking world, and his school was the first to be hit. Marcus created a code that would steal people's passwords using an autofill feature on Microsoft computers. He became so fixated with developing codes that his grades started to suffer despite being more than smart enough to tackle the material. When the school's computer systems got hacked, Marcus was quickly blamed. Although the school could never prove he was behind it, they still banned him from using their computers, which led Marcus to pull away from school and spend more time with his new friends in the malware forums. They were about to lead him down a dangerous path. Marcus was only 15 when he joined a bigger, more dangerous hacking forum, Hack Forums, and they had high standards for their members. Each member had to create a botnet, an automated program that distributed bots which stole data or shut down computer systems. This is the same system that was used to distribute WannaCry. But Marcus's plans weren't that apocalyptic. He created a system that would target users that illegally downloaded things off a BitTorrent, giving him the opportunity to take control of their computers. By 16, Marcus was known as a powerhouse in the hacking world. He wasn't the most renowned hacker out there yet, but he was about to catch their eye. No one knew who Vinny was. That was the point of a hacker forum. Everyone concealed their identity, but Vinny had use for Marcus's hacking skills. He wanted him to create a kit of hacker tools that could be sold on the online marketplace. Hutchins realized that these tools could be used for cybercrime, and this would make him an accessory. But the lure of money was too big, and he made the kit, which sold like crazy. Vinny thanked him with a box of illegal drugs. But Marcus was about to find out that the only thing harder than getting into the hacking deep web is getting out. Vinny soon came back to Marcus to ask him to develop a second, more powerful rootkit that would be used to target financial transactions and banks. Marcus didn't want to take the risk, but Vinny revealed that he knew exactly where Marcus lived and would turn him over to the FBI if he didn't help him. Marcus put his hacking skills to work, developing a powerful keylogging program that didn't include the original request for a web inject system that would steal payment info directly. This would come to be known as Kronos, one of the most powerful hacking tools on the internet. Marcus Hutchins had played with fire, and he was too deep in the hacker world to get out. But his deep dive into cybercrime turned out to be exactly what was needed to save the internet. Now 19, Marcus continued to be involved in cybercrime thanks to Vinny's blackmail and had become addicted to drugs. When he met a mystery man named Randy online, he learned that Randy was a philanthropic hacker. When a hacking mishap cost Randy $5,000, Marcus revealed that he created Kronos and gave Randy a free copy. He distanced himself from Vinny and developed a new identity as the author of a blog called Malware Tech, where he analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of hacking devices. That gained him the attention of Salim Naino, the CEO of the tech firm Logic, and they worked together to stop the powerful hacking attacks that shut down institutions like Lloyds Bank. But his biggest test as a hacker was still to come. It was May 12, 2017 when the WannaCry attack began, and it had spread to over 150 countries in under a day. No one was sure how to unlock the computers or how to stop the virus, but Marcus Hutchins had been one of the first people to become aware of it. He knew what malware looked like, and he had tracked it to an unregistered domain name, the giveaway of a botnet. When he registered the domain, he was able to set up decoy servers at Logic to lure the worm in, allowing them to track it. Hutchins and his co-workers at Cryptos Tech partnered with the UK National Cybersecurity Centre, and they were able to keep the worm from progressing further. Only a few days later, they released a patch that would soon protect users with outdated computers from the virus. French cybersecurity experts soon joined in and were able to unlock the affected computers. All's well that ends well, except that Marcus Hutchins had just become a cyber superstar, and his past was about to come back to haunt him. Marcus was one of the most sought-after people in cybersecurity, and although he wanted to stay under the radar, he agreed to give an interview to the Associated Press. Everyone wanted to talk to the guy who stopped WannaCry. There was no bigger event for cybersecurity than the DEF CON conference in Las Vegas. The quiet English boy with a dark past was about to enter the biggest state in the tech world, and he spent the conference hobnobbing with the biggest names in the industry. Everyone wanted to hear his story, but they weren't the only people waiting for him in America. After a whirlwind conference, Hutchins was more than ready to get back to England. But as he was waiting in an airport, he was approached by several well-dressed men who asked to talk to him. He was taken into a stairwell, where they put him into handcuffs. He wondered if they found marijuana in his bag or something else petty. But as they questioned him, it was clear they wanted to know about one thing: Kronos. It turns out that being the world's most famous white hat hacker didn't get you immunity from your time as a black hat hacker. The FBI had been lying in wait for Marcus for a while, stalking him out at his Airbnb in Las Vegas, and even working with airport security to make sure he wasn't delayed in the line. Everyone knew he wouldn't be getting on a plane to London anytime soon. It turned out that Randy had identified him as the developer of Kronos after he was caught up in another hacking site bust. Hutchins had made powerful enemies, and they intended to send him to prison for a long time. The good news was he had powerful friends as well. When Hutchins contacted 9-0, the cybersecurity world sprung into action to pay his bail, although many of them tried to pay with stolen credit cards and Bitcoin. Marcus was released to house arrest and was charged with 6 felony counts. But he wasn't the one the FBI really wanted. They wanted his initial handler, Vinny, a powerful cybercriminal. But Marcus didn't know much about Vinny and didn't want to report the other hackers he knew, so the FBI played hardball. They added 4 more charges. The man who saved the internet ironically had exposed himself to serious jail time by his cyber heroics. The pre-trial period went on for over a year, as the FBI wanted to force Marcus into a deal. But as it became clear that Marcus didn't have the information they wanted and support for him online grew, the FBI agreed to a plea deal. He would plead guilty to 2 of the 10 charges and apologize, and he would be sentenced to time served instead of jail time plus a year of supervised release. That means he's still a guest of the US and will likely be deported to the UK when it's over, only delayed by 3 years. Marcus Hutchins played with fire, unleashing dangerous hacking tools on the internet, and without that knowledge, the internet itself might not have survived WannaCry.
Before we start the show, we should explain exactly what we mean by brutal gangs. It would be hard to call the Italian or Russian Mafia or the Japanese Yakuza a gang, as such criminal organizations cover many parts of the globe and have done so for generations. Even gangs such as the Crips in the USA, that date back to 1969, have various offshoots or sets, so it's difficult to talk about the Crips or their longtime rivals, the Bloods, in terms of one gang. Today we'll try and focus on smaller, more local gangs and discuss the trail of blood they have left behind. So, without further ado, welcome to this episode of the infographic show, Most Brutal Gangs in History. We'll start with some gangs from a long time ago, and while they may not have huge body counts to their name, they were met with much fear. You could even say they've been exalted in modern times, having been the focus of films and TV series, not always accurately we might add. Another thing we'd like to do is move around the globe in this show, and while Mexican gangs and white supremacist gangs in the USA alone have been known to be extremely violent at times, we just can't include them all. And as we said, we're reluctant to use the word gang to describe international crime syndicates like Mara Salvatrucha or MS-13, Russian-based Solntsevskaya Bratva, Chinese triads, the 18th Street, the Hells Angels, or the Aryan Brotherhood. These are more like global corporations, and so in no way can you compare one faction in one country to another faction in another country. They have similar laws and allegiances, but are not one gang. The Peaky Blinders. Yep, you've likely heard of these Birmingham boys because you've seen the popular show on TV. They were very much real, but perhaps not as violent as the show depicts. Said to have been very well dressed, these angry fops plagued the slums of Middle England from around the 1890s to the 1930s. They were called the Peaky Blinders because they would thread razor blades into their flat caps and use the caps as weapons to slash faces or perhaps blind someone. While the show depicts them as sometimes decent men just getting by in the slums of England, it's thought they were mostly brutal hoodlums that stole land, smuggled goods, offered dubious protection, and mugged and beat people on the streets when they felt like it. 5 Points Gang. The area known as the 5 Points in New York is notorious for gangs, from the Bowery Boys to the Dead Rabbits. Names you might remember from the movie Gangs of New York. These 2 gangs in themselves were deadly, But what would later come would be much worse. These were Italian immigrants that formed a crew called the 5 Points Gang, although later their control would be superseded by the criminal syndicate known as the Italian Mafia. Prior to that, these guys had all kinds of rackets going on, and they were not afraid to shed blood. Far from it. You may have heard of two of the most famous members of the gang, Al Capone and Lucky Luciano. Mighty Mongrel Mob. This New Zealand gang goes back to the 1960s and is made up of mostly Maori members. They are the largest gang in the country, but we cheated a little here because they are spread out over New Zealand and are not really one single gang. Often thought of as a peaceful land of wonder where Peter Jackson created the world of Lord of the Rings, New Zealand actually has a huge number of violent gangs. But what do the Mighty Mongrels do? Well, things that gangs generally do. Deal in drugs, guns, protection, and kill people. Gang documentary maker Ross Kemp said some of the Mongrel Mob were good to him when he visited them, later stating, "I don't think the Mongrel Mob is on par with MS-13 or 18th Street in El Salvador." Bra Boys. Okay, so we could have talked about one of Australia's many biker gangs, such as the Banditos, but again, that gang is global and wasn't started in Australia. In fact, it's said the gang works in 22 nations and has 22 chapters. Why is Australia so tempting for international gangs? It might have a lot to do with a gram of cocaine going for a whopping $260 on the streets in some areas. Nope. The gangs certainly don't want that to change, nor do they want drugs decriminalized. But let's downscale a little bit. The Bra Boys are unlike other gangs in that they were formed mainly by surfers in the beachside area of Maroubra in Sydney. They've been tied to murders, heaven knows how much violence, and of course, that lucrative cocaine trade. But they've also started a clothing label and have been involved with community activism. Okay, they are not the deadliest gang, but they are the most interesting. The Richardson Gang. England has had many famous gangs. We might remember the Sheffield Gang Wars, or look at how many gangs in Liverpool fight over the heroin trade there today. Or all the gangs in the 90s in Manchester, then nicknamed Gunchester. But we can't do this show without talking about one of those London gangs that the British film industry has been exploiting for years and years. Who was the worst of those gangs? That's impossible to say, but one of the most infamous is certainly the Richardson Gang, started by Charlie and Eddie Richardson in the 1960s in the East End of London. The sadistic Richardsons had a penchant for torture, they were sometimes called the Torture Gang, pulling out people's teeth for fun and cutting off various parts of enemies' bodies. You might even know one of their biggest enemies, the Cray Twins. Medellin Cartel. Despite a large number of guns for hire and strong men on the payroll, the actual number of cartel members wasn't very high at all, so we think we can call them a close gang. The group was the work of the notorious Pablo Escobar, who brought huge amounts of cocaine to the USA in the 70s and 80s after he murdered fellow cocaine kingpin Fabio Restrepo. Pablo Escobar was responsible for the killing of thousands of people, including politicians, civil servants, journalists, and ordinary citizens, writes biography.com, and it's believed some of his victims were cut apart with chainsaws. This dedicated family man and brutal killer had more money than anyone could ever imagine, but he would die on a rooftop after being gunned down by the Colombian police. Despite his legacy of torture and murder, 25,000 people showed up to his funeral, calling him a saint, the man who built houses for the poor, a real Robin Hood of Colombia. Primero Comando de Capital. This gang is called the First Command of the Capital in English, and again, while we can't really call it a proper gang in that its members are all connected, it does seem to only operate inside Brazil, mainly in São Paulo. The gang, now with about 20,000 members in Brazil, started off with just a few guys that met in prison in 1993. They seem to enjoy attacking and sometimes killing police, but they can also be quite indiscriminate in their murdering. Los Zetas. This Mexican cartel might be breaking the rules again, as it's not just one gang of people, but its leading members, many of those are now in prison or dead, are a small group, often hiring mercenaries from the military to do their dirty work. These soldiers are often not gang members, so it's much more of a closed gang than something like 18th Street that would give any thug from the streets membership. Los Zetas is perhaps the most feared gang, taking over where the Sinaloa cartel left the space. They deal in extreme violence, execution-style murders and beheadings, and it's usually over the movement of narcotics. They have police and politicians on their payroll and hold training camps for anyone desperate enough to become a hired killer or drug trafficker. Former leader Miguel Trevino was nicknamed the Stew, apparently because he would boil some of his victims alive in hot oil. Yep, those Mexican gangs are brutal, if not medieval. Flaying their enemies' faces is a hobby of theirs, including the removal of eyes. Don't look for that online. In one instance, a man's face was peeled off, stitched to a football, and then his head and severed limbs were sent to members of another cartel. On the football was a note. Happy New Year, because this will be your last.
It's the 1920s and the Italian Mafia, long since just being outlaws in Sicily, controlling the lucrative citrus business and stabbing politicians in train tunnels, have taken over the underworld in the USA. But there's a problem. Who controls operations in this country of opportunity? Giuseppe Joe the Boss Massaria thought it was him, but as a rivalry heated up, he was taken out by none other than Charles Lucky Luciano, his not-so-faithful lieutenant. The two of them were playing cards when Luciano needed a pee break, only for his gunman to walk into the restaurant and shoot the boss to ribbons. So who's the boss now? Well, it's agreed that 5 families from New York City will take control, each with its own boss. What follows is decades of blood on the streets. But where are they now, those 5 families? Did they bow out, or are they still pulling the strings of organized crime, but perhaps with less emphasis on wholesale murder? All will be revealed. Number 5. The Genovese crime family. This was actually called the Luciano crime family since the boss, when it began, was of course the man who we were just talking about. He moved to the States when he was 8, having seen with his own eyes how much bloodshed there is in his native Sicily. By the time he was a teenager, he was already a crook. He set up the commission after Salvatore Maranzano, the so-called boss of bosses, was stabbed and shot. Luciano didn't want the title, so he formed a kind of democracy. He also helped set up the multi-mob outfit, the National Crime Syndicate. Okay, so that was the beginning of this family. How are the Genovese crew doing these days? By the way, they got their name from the boss Vito Genovese. Not long after he ordered a pair of cement shoes for a fellow mobster, he died of heart failure. In 2011, 127 Mafia members were arrested in just one day, and members of all 5 families found themselves in handcuffs. They were charged with a number of things, including murder, illegal check cashing, money laundering, extortion, and narcotics trafficking. Yes, importing and exporting and selling drugs, that most profitable illegal enterprise, is a top earner for the families. The U.S. Department of Justice said after the arrest that this family had various crews in 2011, still calling themselves Wise Guys or Goodfellas. They also had associates, and together their activities included fraud, loan sharking, illegal gambling, and violence, including murder. One of the guys arrested was Steven DePiero, who was a soldier for the family. He was charged with racketeering and extortion and illegal gambling operations. The media later said he was involved in a scheme run by the Genovese family to collect Christmas tribute payments from hard-working longshoremen in excess of $3 million, dating all the way back to the early 1980s. He was a thug. Pay up or get hurt. The authorities even secretly recorded him threatening someone over a gambling debt, saying he would take a bat and break the guy's legs. In 2018, family associate Salvatore Delegati was also wiretapped and later arrested for racketeering and also recruiting a few guys from the Crips street gang to kill someone. The records show he gave them a gun and a car and said, "Kill him." As soon as they tried to get close, the cops were on him. As you'll see later, we have some really amusing and frightening wiretap recordings from other mobsters. Okay, so who's running things now? The answer is, it's complicated given there are different factions of the family and a lot of people working in those factions. They haven't gone anywhere, so right now someone is committing crimes for the Bronx, Manhattan, Queens, and Brooklyn factions, as well as the New Jersey faction. As for that last faction, Mikey Cigars Coppola is a leading captain. He became a made man back in the 70s and was a ruthless murderer among other things, but now he's 74 and in prison. Still, he's said to be a key figure in the New Jersey faction. These oldsters still have a say in matters to this day while in prison. Right now, the faction is possibly controlled by convicted murderer Silvio P. De Vita, who it seems is a free man but banned from entering any casinos in New Jersey. So who's the boss of the entire family? That position is allegedly filled by Liborio Barney Bellomo. We say allegedly because the Mafia doesn't exactly fill out tax returns and go to high schools to talk about business strategies. Bellomo is a devoted family man, has many relatives in the Mafia, and after getting out of prison in 2008 for fraud is lying low. He's also suspected of ordering the murder of his good friend and acting captain of the family. The underboss of the family is Ernest Ernie Muscarella. He's a free man now, but has been locked up before for extortion of the International Longshoremen Union and International Laborers Union of North America, as well as running illegal gambling operations in South Florida. Okay, with the next family, you'll get a much better idea of what's going on right now. Number 4. The Gambino crime family. It was named after boss Carlo Gambino, who, unlike most Mafia members, managed to spend most of his life outside of prison and live to an old age. He died peacefully of natural causes after watching the New York Yankees winning the American League pennant on TV. Only this year, members of the Gambino family pleaded guilty to crimes. One of those guys was Vincent Fiore, who admitted to a racketeering conspiracy, wire fraud, money laundering, and obstruction of justice offenses. He was actually wiretapped by law enforcement, so we have an idea of how he goes about things. We'd like to tell you everything he said in conversations, but every other line would get us demonetized. Here is a censored version. No, you laugh. When you get punched in the face and your teeth get knocked out because you're being a bleep, you're not gonna laugh no more, okay? You think it's a bleeping joke? Don't make light of it, because at the end of the day, this is coming out of your bleeping bleep. You're lucky you're not in front of me, because I'd knock your bleeping teeth out. Because I know what you are, and I know who you bleeping are. Listen, I don't give a bleep. As you can see, the Mafia is as eloquent as ever. Captain Andrew Campos is also arrested with Fiore, but we apologize for not being able to show you one of his edifying monologues. Also in those court documents is the mention of Adriel Lopez. He was an associate of the family, meaning he just did work for them. What kind of work, you might wonder? Well, as a former boxer and tough guy, you might be right in thinking that he hurt people. He worked on extortion rackets for one thing. The court documents say this. The investigation has revealed Lopez's threats and acts of violence. For instance, in the past, Lopez has knocked a victim unconscious and slammed his head against the door jamb. He bragged about being part of a gang that had 60 bodies on it, and also beating a guy up so badly he left him with his brain bleeding. He didn't just work rackets, he made sure no one squealed on the family. He sounds like a lovely guy, huh? Listen to this that was in the documents. Law enforcement agents this morning also executed search warrants at Lopez's home and his vehicle and recovered, among other things, multiple large knives, including one that appears to have blood on it, a ski mask with the eyes cut out, brass knuckles, and over $25,000 in cash. So these are the kind of people that work with the Gambino family. There were also recent reports stating that the Gambino family in the US was working to help rebuild the Mafia in Sicily. They might have achieved this, although arrests were made, at least of Italian gangsters. Again, this is a massive family that has as many factions and groups as it does imprisoned members. In 2019, acting boss Frank Cali was gunned down outside his home. Such a thing hadn't been done for a long time, and it was thought that a mafia war was on the way, but it turned out that he was killed by a non-gangster. That was Anthony Comello, who apparently did it to help Donald Trump win the election. Yeah, it's strange, but we're not going to tell you what the conspiracy theorists think. Suffice to say, Comello is not a popular guy in mafia circles. As for who's the boss now, that could be the mafioso made into a made man by John Gotti, Domenico Cefalu, although it's more likely Lorenzo Lore Manino. He has a colorful history, being convicted of conspiracy to murder and drug trafficking and even asking for the help of Frank Sinatra. It's from wiretaps that authorities think he's the boss. Like with all the other families, the authorities might be very wrong. If you want to know what this family is doing, look no further than arrests and criminal trials. It's mostly extortion, racketeering, loan sharking, bribes, and fraud. The next family is just as colorful and is home to arguably one of the best mafia nicknames ever. Number 3. The Colombo Crime Family. Named after boss Joseph Colombo, who did not die peacefully while watching TV. He was shot 3 times, once in the head, was paralyzed as a result, and died a few years later. These days, the family is said to have less power than the others, but if you're a member of that family, please be assured we just read it someplace and by no means want to insult you. Still, it looks to us that you might have weakened yourselves by all that infighting over the years. Sorry. As for what the family is up to these days, well, as you know, the truth is in the court documents. One such document, talking about those 127 arrests, we learned that one member of this family was arrested for money laundering. We also got the best mafia name, Joseph Jr. Lollipops Carna. He only got 6 months and died inside. Before you feel pity for him, he was involved in a gunfight in which a stray bullet killed a nun. The hit paralyzed the target and killed the target's son. As for the present boss, that accolade might well go to Andrew Mush Russo. He also had his phone wiretapped in the past in the same operation as soldier Joseph Savarese. Here's what the latter said when talking about collecting money from a schmuck in an extortion racket. In the summertime, we come to an agreement with this bleep sucker. I beat him like last year. I was pounding him for the money. Larry jumped out of the car. We both beat him. Later, his son called. He said he didn't want his pop getting beaten up again and would pay the money. So again, the business is mostly money laundering, loan sharking, racketeering, illegal gambling, and extortion. As always, these operations entail a lot of violence. The next family might just feed you to the lions if you cross them. Number 2. The Lucchese crime family. This family was named after Tommy Lucchese. He also didn't do much prison time and he died of natural causes. Apparently, police, judges, hitmen, gangsters, pimps, and politicians turned up to his funeral. What a guy. Back in the day when Anthony Salvatore Casso was an underboss, this family spilled buckets of blood on the street, mainly because Casso was crazy, called by some a homicidal maniac. He killed many people himself and tried to kill John Gotti. One other member of this family once said about him, all he wanted to do is kill. Casso was once recorded talking on the telephone saying if he wasn't a Jew, we'd straighten him out. To straighten out means invite into the family, but as the guy was Jewish and not Italian, that couldn't happen. The man he was talking about was Sidney Lieberman, an associate who made the family tons of money. Casso is also infamous for hiring 2 New York City police detectives as hitmen in the 80s and 90s, men who fulfilled their job requirements. Casso, by the way, got COVID and died in prison in 2020. He was serving 455 years without the possibility of parole. Okay, so what about now? Are they still painting the streets red? An arrest in 2018 was of a family soldier, Dominic Capelli. Associates were also arrested. They were arrested for what was said to be one of the biggest loan shark operations in Mafia history. A month after, Lucchese's soldier Anthony Grado and associate Lawrence Fat Larry Tranese were arrested for forcing a doctor to prescribe them 230,000 oxycodone pills. They made him an offer he couldn't refuse, having stabbed the doctor at some point. Grado told the guy after, if the prescriptions go in anybody's hands besides me, I'll put a bullet right in your head. Grado seemed well aware of America's opioid epidemic and how many desperate people there are out there, saying to the doctor, 1,000 scripts a day or I'll bleeping feed you to the bleeping lions. As for who runs things, former soldier John Panisi said recently in court that the role has changed hands a bit. It used to be Vittorio Little Vic Amuso, but he got life in prison in 1992 for a number of things including conspiracy to murder. He's also one of the reasons for all that blood on the streets back in the day. At some point, Amuso got the message out of prison. He said that Matthew Madonna, a man that took over as part of a 3-man panel, had to go. If he didn't, many people in his faction had to die. This was not an empty threat. The Mafia doesn't do that. The hit list included a captain and several members of the faction. In 2019, Madonna, along with 2 others, were sentenced for the murder of another gang member. Aged 84, he got life. The title was later passed on to Michael Big Mike DeSantis, but he was arrested for having a sit-down with some other gangsters and discussing a bit of business. He was on parole at the time. The factions run out of the Bronx, Long Island, Manhattan, New Jersey, and Brooklyn. It seems Amuso, pushing 90, is still running things. Of its 200 made members, many are serving time in prison for drug trafficking, murder, money laundering, fraud, illegal gambling activities, stock scams, extortion, and loan sharking. Okay, last but not least, the family that was once infiltrated by an undercover cop who named himself Donnie Brasco, and at one point was the most powerful and most brutal outfit of them all. You're gonna enjoy the wiretap recording on this one. Number 1. The Bonanno crime family. It was named after Joseph Bonanno, aka Joe Bananas. This so-called man of honor barely spent any time in prison and bit the dust aged 97. He was actually one of the youngest Mafia members back in the day when the American Mafia was just getting going. As for what they're doing these days, let's again go to some fairly recent court documents. One of the members is Neil Messina. He's an associate for the family that at one point served as a president of a legitimate company that had received over $45 million in city and state contracts. You have to wonder if there was any Mafia involvement there. Seems likely. In 2011, Messina was part of a big bust that was sent to prison for a home invasion in which a man and his dog were murdered. Others from the Bonanno family were charged with racketeering, loan sharking, and extortion, including Johnny Pizza Porcello, a man described as nice by some and someone who had a really good pizza shop. According to Mafia historians, the Bonanno family was the most Sicilian of all the families, which might explain their taste for blood. They also made deals with the Sicilian Mafia back in the day, which entailed them buying large amounts of heroin. That heroin was then sold out of pizza shops. As one historian said, it was a great opportunity to make money and sell heroin out of the back door. There were people coming for pizza and people coming for heroin. They also did deliveries, so with a large double cheese pepperoni pizza, you could also get yourself a kilogram of uncut smack. The operation wasn't just ideal for dealing, but also worked as a money laundering operation. But this was mostly back then. What about now? Well, drugs are still a big earner for this lot. In 2017, there were 2 arrests in the family. Those were Damiano Zumo, an acting captain, and Salvatore Russo, an associate. Also charged was associate Paul Ragusa, who worked with both the Bonanno and Gambino crime families. The funny thing is, they might not be using pizza these days. They could be, but they still sell drugs out of innocent-looking shops. Both Zumo and Russo were said to be selling large amounts of cocaine from a gelato shop in Manhattan. Zumo was also charged with money laundering. Ragusa was caught with 9 illegal firearms, which included 3 automatic assault rifles and 1 silencer. What do you think happens to those who don't pay up for their special gelato? Okay, so who's running things now? Well, it seems the answer is the son of a well-known underboss. His name is Joseph Camarano Jr., and he took over in 2015 to try and rebuild the empire. He had a big setback. In 2018, he and a bunch of other high-ranking members were arrested on charges of racketeering, extortion, drug dealing, loan sharking, wire and mail fraud, as well as conspiracy to commit murder. The arrests included consigliere John Porky Zancocchio, but like Camarano Jr. in 2019, he was acquitted. Others were arrested not so long ago and they were convicted, such as Anthony Fat Tony Rabito, who netted $210,000 every week in the 2000s from his illegal gambling operation. There's a good reason they take the risks. The present boss, it seems, is Michael the Nose Mancuso, a man that once shot and killed his own wife and later killed another mobster. We don't really know what he's doing, but we do know the family's been busy over the last few years. How much do you really know about your neighbors? You know that Mr. Malarkey likes to sunbathe in a Speedo every morning around 8 a.m., just as you're going to get the paper. You know that Mrs. Bellingham will call the police at the slightest unusual sound in the neighborhood, even if it's just you dropping a plate in the kitchen. But then there's that guy at the corner, Mr. Smith. You brought him a fruit basket when he moved in, but he seemed tense and he didn't want to talk. You don't know where he works, where he comes from, and he doesn't seem eager to share. You wonder, is he just a normal shy guy in the neighborhood, or is he hiding a secret? Is he even who he says he is? The Federal Witness Protection Program was founded in 1971 to protect high-value witnesses in criminal trials from retaliation or assassination. And it does this by giving them new identities and placing them anonymously around the country in quiet communities, like yours. There are over 19,000 witnesses in the program since its founding, and it's estimated that 95% of them are criminals themselves. Most are low-level members of criminal organizations who decided to save themselves from a prison sentence by turning it on the boss, but not all of them. The federal government has cut sweetheart deals with some of the most dangerous criminals around, and they might be living right next door. Here are 10 of the most dangerous criminals in witness protection you should keep an eye out for. Number 10. John Kelly. John Kelly was one of the most prolific robbers and hitmen the Irish mob had ever seen, and he was notorious in the community for his patience. They called him Swiss Watch due to how meticulous and careful he was. So careful, in fact, that he was involved in some of the most famous robberies in the 60s, including the Plymouth Mall robbery and the Boston Brinks holdup. Both times he was arrested and put on trial after people fingered him as playing a role, but he had a secret weapon, his lawyer, F. Lee Bailey. This legendary trial lawyer was able to cast doubt on Kelly's involvement, and he walked free both times. But Kelly's careful planning didn't work out for his mob bosses. When mob boss Raymond Patriarca went on trial for murder, John Kelly saw the opportunity to get out before his luck ran out. He fingered Patriarca and several other associates for 2 murders, and they all went to prison. Kelly was now a marked man, and he went into the witness protection program under the protection of the FBI. Where did he go? No one knows, but he stayed under the radar for more than 30 years until his death. But many of the others in the program are still alive and living quietly around the country. Number 9. Sammy Gravano. John Gotti was one of the most notorious mobsters in American history, but there was one thing he hadn't planned for: someone taking down his crime syndicate from within. His underboss, Sammy the Bull Gravano, had worked both for the Colombo and Gambino families, and even successfully plotted to kill Gambino boss Paul Castellano. That earned him a promotion, but the ambitious and ruthless Gravano was always looking for a better deal. He became the highest-ranking mob boss to ever turn government witness and confessed to being involved in 19 murders. While John Gotti went to prison for life, Gravano got a light 5 years and was out in 1 due to time served. He went into the Federal Witness Protection Program, but as someone who could never stay in one place long, it didn't surprise people when he decided to leave and resume his old life. Despite being a hunted man, he took advantage of his celebrity to collaborate on a biography, and from there he stayed law-abiding for a few years. In 2000, he and 40 other people were arrested for involvement in a massive drug ring. One trial later, he returned to prison for a much longer stretch, but was released in 2017. The Bull is out there under his own name, but many notorious criminals are still completely anonymous. Number 8. Rayful Edmond. One witness protection resident you don't need to worry about being right next door, yet, is drug trafficker Rayful Edmond. In the 1980s, Washington, D.C. came under a new threat from a new scourge: crack cocaine. This potent drug led to a rising crime rate. even causing the capital to be called the murder capital of the United States. And it all traced back to one man, Rayful Edmond, a heavy-duty trafficker who had deals with some of the most notorious cartels in the world. A go-between who sold his wares to low-level drug dealers, and he was notorious in the city for his fancy clothing and had no problem keeping his power by hiring people to murder rivals. He was only 24 when he was arrested for multiple counts of drug trafficking. His trial was top secret, with the jurors' identities hidden and their panel behind bulletproof glass to protect them from retaliation. He was convicted on all counts and promptly sentenced to life in prison, where he became a dealer behind bars. Why did he turn government informant? No one knows, but he was transferred to a top-secret new prison where he remains to this day. He's still locked up, but a growing movement wants to see his sentence commuted due to his cooperation. Coming to a neighborhood near you? Number 7. Abdul Majid Yaka. In the 1980s, the regime of Muammar al-Gaddafi was one of the most feared in the world, and its security force had a wide reach that allowed it to commit crimes around the world. The most notorious of these was the downing of Pan Am Flight 103 in 1988, which led to a decade-long manhunt. They finally arrested Abdelbasset al-Maghari for the crime, but the prosecutors in Scotland were worried about the evidence until they were approached by a man on the inside. Abdul Majid Giaka, a pseudonym for a member of the Libyan intelligence service, approached the CIA and said he wanted to become an asset. But was he trustworthy? He gave them a lot of information about the inner workings of the Libyan government, but he overstated his importance. And for every bit of information, he had a new demand. He wanted the CIA to pay him a salary, to pay for a surgery that would get him out of military service, and to finance a car rental business idea of his. His theories became more and more outlandish, claiming a powerful Masonic conspiracy behind Gaddafi's regime. But his testimony about seeing Maghari plant a suitcase on the plane was enough to get a conviction. Was Giaka a turncoat or a scammer? No one knows, but the CIA took a risk on him and some even more dangerous criminals. Number 6. Marion Albert Pruitt. Not everyone who goes into the witness protection program works out for the government, but they rarely have a high-profile disaster as bad as Marion Albert Pruitt. He was a federal inmate in 1979 when he witnessed a murder and agreed to testify. His sentence was commuted and he was given a new name, Charles Sonny Pearson, and set free to begin a new life. But that was only the beginning of his crime spree, and wherever Pruitt went, death followed. He robbed a bank, kidnapped teller Peggy Lowe, and killed her. Bobby Jean Robertson, a convenience store clerk, soon followed. By the time the government caught up to Pruitt, he had racked up 5 deaths, including his common-law wife. Convicted individually for each murder, he received 3 life sentences and a death sentence for Robertson's murder. As his execution date awaited, he didn't change his colors a bit. He tried to extort the media for information on murders he supposedly committed in Florida, but all of Marion Albert Pruitt's scheming couldn't get him out of his meeting with Arkansas's death row in 1999. He's not coming to a neighborhood near you, but that's not the case for some of the following criminals. Number 5. Jorge Salcido Cabrera. South of the border, the drug cartels hold a lot of power, and there are whole sectors of Colombia where they're in control. It's notoriously hard for the federal government to stem the tide of drugs when many of the powerful dealers are out of their reach. But that changed with Operation Cornerstone, which took down the deadly Cali cartel. At the center of this operation, their head of security, Jorge Salcido Cabrera, a skilled civil engineer recruited into the cartel as a young man, he was involved in a near assassination of a rival cartel leader, Pablo Escobar. When an attorney close to the cartel was arrested, Cabrera saw an opportunity to get out before it was too late. He consulted with the DEA and developed a plan to arrest leader Miguel Rodriguez Orejuela. It took 2 tries, but Cabrera's information was accurate. He waited 6.5 years for permission to come to the United States with his family, where they entered the Witness Protection Program, where they've been since 1995, living in quiet obscurity, something the next criminal knows very little about. Number 4. Mickey Featherstone. Few names invoke more fear in the middle of the 20th century in New York than the Westies, a ruthless Irish mob based in Hell's Kitchen, and one of their most notorious members was hitman Francis Mickey Featherstone. A member of James Coonan's gang, he came back from the Vietnam War and had a reputation for unstable behavior. When he came home, he promptly picked a fight with some New Jersey gangsters moving in and shot one of them in the arm. Coonan took a liking to the ruthless young man, and he bounced in and out of hospitals, usually getting away with his crimes by being found unfit to stand trial. But his luck took a turn when he was convicted for the murder of Michael Hawley. He hadn't actually committed the murder, but he was facing 25 years in prison. And suddenly, having a wild card like Featherstone wasn't looking so good for Coonan. Featherstone turned informant and his sentence overturned, and gave the government everything they needed to convict Coonan of racketeering. His own sentence was suspended and he was released into the Witness Protection Program. His current whereabouts are unknown, but by all accounts, the man-dog of Hell's Kitchen is still out there. Our next undercover criminal was one of America's most bitter enemies. Number 3. Stanislav Lunev. Most Witness Protection residents have the fate of a crime syndicate in their hands, but one had the fate of the entire world. It was the height of the Cold War when Stanislav Lunev rose to prominence in the Soviet military. He traveled the world, being stationed in Singapore, China, and the United States undercover. But in 1992, he shocked the world when he became the highest-ranking Soviet officer to ever defect to the United States. And what he told U.S. authorities was a game-changer. Everyone knew the Soviets and Americans were in an arms race, but Lunev had information on an elaborate series of nuclear sabotage operations, including the possibility of hidden tactical nuclear weapons. He also alleged that these bombs could be used to assassinate U.S. leaders. He even alleged a plan to poison the Potomac River. While many speculated that Lunev's stories were exaggerated, he was considered a credible witness and disappeared into the Witness Protection Program. The spy in the United States had become one of its secret assets. Our next undercover witness would be the inspiration for one of the best TV shows ever. Number 2. Vincent Palermo. Who doesn't love The Sopranos? Even if we still don't know what happened at the end. But the real-life inspiration for Tony Soprano took a very different path. Vincent Palermo was a New Jersey mob boss, head of the DeCavalcante crime family, and the owner of a strip club named Wiggles, which was notorious for being a hub of mob business. He was a family man in more ways than one, and if you crossed either of his families, he was notorious for getting violent. But the power struggle in the family was getting hotter, and no one was sure how long Palermo could hold on as his allies and enemies were gunned down. When his associate Ralph Guarino was arrested and became an informant to avoid prison, Palermo was arrested and faced capital offenses. He was not going to die in prison, and so Palermo took the only route he could. He confessed and offered up the entire DeCavalcante crime family on the silver platter. He disappeared, but he was one of the most high-profile informants in the program, and in 2009 he was found in Houston, Texas under the name Vincent Cabela. He was out of organized crime, but some things never change. He was running a strip club that was a hub of illegal activity. Our number 1 criminal could be both a mass murderer and living next door to you right now. Number 1. Michael Townley. The regime of Augusto Pinochet in Chile during the 1970s was notorious for its brutality, and for one Iowa-born young man, he looked at its atrocities and said, "I want in." Michael Townley had gone back and forth between Chile and the United States, working for Pinochet's Secret Service in collaboration with the CIA. The U.S. government was affiliated with Pinochet's regime for anti-communist reasons, but Townley went much further than most of their American allies. He went around the world, assassinating enemies of the regime in exile. In 1974, he killed Carlos Prats in Buenos Aires and made an attempt on other lives in Italy and Washington. It was assassination of Chilean diplomat Orlando Letelier in Washington that proved his undoing. He was extradited to Washington in 1978 after being convicted in absentia. He wasted no time cutting a deal, offering everything he knew about the operations in Chile. He served 62 months in prison for the killing, but was released into witness protection, where he lives to this day. The number of people he killed is unknown, and he's even suspected in the death of Nobel Prize-winning Chilean novelist Pablo Neruda. Townley's current whereabouts are unknown, and one of the Pinochet regime's most brutal killers could be anywhere. In 2011, the FBI released the results of their second in-depth National Gang Threat Assessment, which showed that gang-related activities were on the rise and gang membership was at an all-time high. Gang activity is changing, too. Criminal organizations are becoming increasingly sophisticated and beginning to pivot away from high-risk activities like drug trafficking and weapons smuggling, and turning toward activities with lower visibility and detection rates like human trafficking and white-collar crime, making it harder than ever to prosecute gang crimes. Gangs are also increasingly infiltrating law enforcement and military organizations in an effort to gain intel on rival gangs and anti-crime operations. Even more terrifying, more and more gangs are gaining access to high-powered military-grade weapons and equipment to use in their nefarious activities. With millions of members and tens of thousands of organizations to monitor, which gangs are the ones keeping the FBI up at night? Let's find out by taking a look at 10 of the deadliest gangs in the USA. Number 10. California's 18th Street Gang. With 15,000 members and counting, the 18th Street Gang is the largest street gang in California. The gang has expanded rapidly in recent years and now has a presence in 32 states, strong ties to the Mexican Mafia, and has even infiltrated the military. The 18th Street Gang is responsible for at least one robbery or assault per day in LA County, but they've also been known to be involved in murder, extortion, auto theft, drug smuggling, and human trafficking. Number 9. The Florencia 13. The Florencia 13 are another South LA Sereno gang with ties to the Mexican Mafia, and they are the bitter rivals of the 18th Street Gang. The Florencia 13 are notorious drug smugglers known to commit murder and other violent crimes, and also have ties to the U.S. military. In 2010 alone, of the 94 Florencia 13 gang members who pled guilty to their charges that year, 6 members were sentenced to life in prison for their violent crimes. Number 8. The Los Aztecas. The Los Aztecas started in El Paso, Texas, and many of its members are recruited from within the notorious Texas prison system. Some of the gang's activities actually occur inside Texas prisons, including the production of heroin. The Los Aztecas' strict military structure and ties to the Mexican cartels help maintain order, and members are known to participate in drug running, illegal alien smuggling, and murder, including the brutal 2011 murder of a U.S. consulate official and their family. In total, Los Aztecas killed 3 American consulate officials, including the pregnant wife of one of the workers. Number 7. The Latin Kings. The Latin Kings originated in Chicago in the 1940s and is now the biggest Hispanic gang in the U.S. Solid numbers are hard to come by, but there are estimated to be anywhere from 18,000 up to 35,000 Latin Kings members in Chicago alone, and the group is spread to 34 states. The strict organizational structure and strong religious aesthetic promotes loyalty, something that the Kings take very seriously. A member suspected of violating the gang's strict rules may be subject to brutal punishments, like a 5-minute physical, a 5-minute beating of the offender by 5 other members, or a terminate on sight order, which encourages other members to kill the offender on sight. Number 6. The Crips and the Bloods. Okay, so this is technically 2 gangs, but you can't talk about one without mentioning the other. These 2 rival gangs are perhaps the best known in the country. The Bloods are an LA street gang that was formed in the 70s and quickly spread across the country. There are an estimated 20,000 to 25,000 active Bloods members today, quickly recognizable by their unusual hand signals and red attire. The Crips were also founded in California in the 1960s before spreading throughout the U.S., and they now have a strong presence in New York City. There are up to 50,000 active members of the Crips in the U.S. Both the Bloods and the Crips have been involved in murder, racketeering, and drug trafficking, and the bitter rivalry between the 2 gangs leads to frequent conflict and violent retaliation. Number 5. Somali gangs. Many gang members who are recruited from the Somali immigrant community adopt Crip or Blood membership upon arrival in the U.S., but recent years have seen a rise in independent Somali gangs, leading to tension with other more established gangs. These smaller outfits are able to commit major crimes including alien smuggling and human trafficking, prostitution, and credit card fraud. You might be surprised to learn that the biggest pockets of these Somali gangs can be found in Minnesota, Washington State, and Missouri, proving that gang violence is not just a big city problem. Number 4. The Simon City Royals. The Royals were formed in Chicago in the 1950s and are the oldest and largest white gang in the U.S. The stereotype that gang members are predominantly people of color is wildly inaccurate. In reality, up to 40% of gang members in the U.S. are white. Up to 53% of gang members in Mississippi are white, even though all 97 people prosecuted for gang crimes in Mississippi between 2010 and 2017 were African American. According to Babe Howell, a criminal law professor at City University of New York, who focuses on crime and race, police tend to underestimate the percentage of white gang members and overestimate the number of black and Hispanic members. Police see groups of young white people as individuals, each responsible for his or her own conduct, and hold young people of color in street gangs as criminally liable for the conduct of their peers, she says. Number 3. The Aryan Brotherhood. Many of the predominantly white gangs like the Simon City Royals were formed when white people, after being denied membership in typically Hispanic or African American gangs, began forming their own copycat gangs. But that's certainly not the case for all of them. Some white gangs were founded on extremely racist white supremacist views, and the most notorious of these groups is the Aryan Brotherhood. The The group, also known as the Brand Alice Baker AB or 1-2, was founded in California's San Quentin State Prison more than 50 years ago by Irish bikers as a form of protection for white inmates in newly desegregated prisons. The group maintains a thriving prison network to this day. Although the Aryan Brotherhood members make up just a small percentage of the country's prison population, they're responsible for up to 25% of all prison murders. The Aryan Brotherhood dabbles in the typical gang activities, like drug smuggling and prostitution, but their penchant for racially motivated violent crime makes them one of the most dangerous gangs in the US. Number 2. The Outlaws. The Outlaws are one of the most dangerous one-percenter outlaw motorcycle gangs in the country, second only to the notorious Hells Angels. The Outlaws are the HA's biggest, toughest rivals, and with more than 1,700 members and hundreds of chapters, they're thought to be the biggest outlaw motorcycle gang in the world. The Outlaws were formed in 1935 out of Matilda's Bar on Route 66 in a suburb of Chicago, making them the oldest OMG in the world. They're extremely active in the Great Lakes region and known to be heavily involved in drug smuggling at the Canadian border. Violent clashes with rival gangs are common, like the 2017 murder of an outlaw chapter president by 69ers motorcycle gang members as his truck idled at a red light. And these kinds of conflicts can often kickstart a cycle of brutally violent retaliation between gangs. Number 1. The Mara Salvatrucha, or MS-13. Originally formed in Los Angeles, California in the 1970s to protect Salvadorian immigrants from other LA gangs, MS-13 now has members in 42 US states, in addition to Mexico and Guatemala. The deportation of many members to El Salvador backfired on the authorities and led to the spread of the organization throughout Central America. MS-13 has no official leadership structure, but their loose organization doesn't stop them from being one of the most dangerous gangs in the country. With less than 10,000 members, MS-13 makes up less than 1% of all gang members in the US, but they're so notoriously violent that the FBI has a separate special MS-13 task force to attempt to combat the gang's violence. MS-13 members are known to be relentlessly cruel and merciless, as evidenced by a 2008 incident in which a 21-year-old San Francisco MS-13 member brutally murdered an entire innocent family for briefly blocking his car on a narrow street. MS-13 was also behind a 2004 attack on a Honduran inner-city bus. 6 gunmen opened fire on the bus with automatic weapons, killing 28 and wounding 14 civilians, many of them women and children. Between these kinds of frequent high-profile violent crimes and their involvement in horrific illegal activities like child prostitution, MS-13 has more than earned its reputation as the deadliest gang in the USA. While most of the US's 30,000-plus gangs are small-time local outfits who dabble in drugs and violence, a small but powerful number of these organizations are truly terrifying to the law-abiding public. Big-time gangs like the Outlaws, the 18th Street Gang, and MS-13 are expanding throughout the US and even internationally, gaining power and influence and committing ever more horrific and brutal crimes against rival gangs and even innocent citizens. Clearly, the problem of gang violence is not going away anytime soon. In fact, it's getting worse as gangs recruit new members, discover new illegal avenues for profit, and ramp up the violence to protect their operations. New strategies like those aimed at deterring young people from joining gangs in the first place will be needed to slow the spread of gang violence across the US and make the streets and even the prisons safer for us all. On a Monday afternoon in 1998, a 9-year veteran of the Los Angeles Police Department strolled into the vast Property Division evidence room at the downtown headquarters. The officer's name was Rafael Rey Perez, and he was wearing a disguise. A 5-day-old beard and mustache covered the lower half of his face. He wore his wife's thick reading glasses, and a baseball cap was pulled low on his head. At the counter, Perez gave the property officer a folder with a booking number, telling her that he needed the evidence for the case. Without checking his ID, she quickly retrieved a taped and sealed cardboard evidence box and allowed him to sign for it. Perez scrawled the name of another cop, Joel Perez, and a fake badge number before leaving with the evidence. 20 minutes later, Perez parked his SUV near a strip mall. He ran over to a nearby store and purchased a box of Bisquick baking mix. He returned to his SUV and finally opened the evidence box. Inside were 3 kilos of cocaine with an estimated street value of $800,000. Just like he had done twice previously when stealing coke from evidence to sell, Perez swapped Bisquick for the drugs. On both occasions, he had been able to reseal the evidence bags full of baking mix and return them without issue. Typically, coke was never retested and this evidence was involved in a case that wasn't going to trial. Sooner or later, the coke would be destroyed, forever hiding the evidence of his illegal substitution. But today was different. Maybe Perez had a premonition or it was paranoia, but he ended up dumping the bags full of baking mix and the empty evidence box into a nearby storm drain instead of trying to swap the fake drugs back into the property room. But it was too late. His audacious theft was already another link in a chain of events that would end in the exposure of the widespread police corruption in the LAPD's Rampart Division Anti-Gang Crash Unit. Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums, or CRASH, was started in the 1970s to combat gangs in South Central LA. In response to the drug-fueled violence of the 1980s, the LAPD heavily funded CRASH and established other divisions throughout the city for a total of 18 units. The elite teams of officers worked out of their own substations, often wore plain clothes, and made undercover drug buys. The unspoken rule at CRASH was that a prospective member needed to be invited to join by a sponsor on the team. Crash divisions were tight-knit families separate from the other cops. Their mission was to take out gangs through just about any means necessary. The Rampart Crash Unit pushed this idea to the max and were known for being a law unto themselves. Rampart Crash served Pico Union, a dense poverty-stricken neighborhood full of immigrants, both legal and undocumented, located just west of LA's downtown skyscrapers. Though Pico Union is only about 8 square miles, during the late 1990s, the area had upwards of 30 different gangs, including 18th Street and MS-13. Rampart Crash had a reputation for being dirty, but after bad interactions with officers, few residents dared to come forward. Many were scared of the cops, spoke little to no English, or were involved in illegal activities themselves. The complaints of the few residents that spoke out against the unit didn't go anywhere. After the coke went missing, Internal Affairs, or IA, investigated Officer Joel Perez, who had allegedly checked out the drugs. They quickly discounted him. When IA went through property division records, the log showed that Rampart Crash Officer Ray Perez had previously checked out a large amount of coke. Meanwhile, IA was already investigating Rampart Crash for the brutal beating of a suspect and a couple of bad shootings. Also, 3 months before Perez's theft of the coke, his close friend and former partner David Mack had been arrested for a brazen bank heist of $722,000 in cash. As of yet, investigators hadn't been able to identify David's co-conspirators who helped him rob the bank. However, they suspected Perez and a third cop. Curiously, in one way or another, Perez was involved in or linked to all of these events. Worried that they had a couple of rogue cops in Rampart, the LAPD created a task force made up of detectives and prosecutors from the DA's office. They quickly put Perez under surveillance. They tapped his phone, parked a van outside his house, and on at least one occasion followed his SUV via helicopter. The task force discovered that Perez and his wife drove expensive vehicles and had an upper-middle-class lifestyle that would be hard to achieve on a policeman's pay. Also, Perez had called his girlfriend, a known sometimes cocaine dealer and informant, twice on the day of the coke theft, once before and once after. In August of 1998, the LAPD arrested Perez for the coke theft. In December of '98, he went to trial. Perez was a charismatic storyteller who managed to enthrall several members of the jury. His case ended 8-4 in a hung jury. Perez remained in custody. The police task force went back to work to try to build a stronger case against him. Their research turned up the fact that drugs had gone missing from evidence before. There were 11 transfers with suspicious paperwork. 6 of the drug evidence packages had already been destroyed, but they tested the remaining 5. All were Bisquick. Perez had been stealing from the evidence room on and off for years. The newly discovered thefts bumped up the charge against Perez to a felony. Rather than go to trial again, Perez had his attorney reach out to Richard Rosenthal, a deputy district attorney who was on the task force and overseeing prosecution. Perez was willing to confess to a crime, the shooting of an unarmed suspect, and the planting of a gun on him if he were granted immunity on the charge and a reduced 5-year term on the drug charges. In exchange, Perez would spill the beans on dirty cops in the Rampart Division crash. The deal was approved. Perez was secretly transported from jail to an office in the headquarters of the county transit system to meet with the task force. Worried about threats to Perez's life, the authorities didn't want to meet in a police building. What Perez said stunned the room. He'd been dirty since his very first drug bust as a crash officer in 1995. He regularly kept some of the money he seized during busts. Then Perez told the LAPD of the time he shot Javier Ovando. On the night of October 13, 1996, Perez and his partner Nino Durden went to a boarded-up apartment building for a surveillance stakeout. They found 2 homeless guys crashing in one of the apartments, Nene and 19-year-old Javier Ovando, a member of the notorious 18th Street Gang. Durden and Perez were especially unhappy to see Ovando. They'd thrown him out of the building the night before. They handcuffed the two men and hustled them into Unit 407, their stakeout apartment. Perez unshackled Nene, telling the men that he was sending them out one at a time. Nene left immediately. However, Perez and Durden didn't let Ovando leave. They started interrogating him. When he protested, refusing to offer up any information, Perez suddenly pulled out his Beretta and shot him in the chest at close range. Durden quickly did the same. Then Perez lifted Ovando off the floor by the front of his shirt and fired a round into the side of his head. Perez called for assistance using Rampart Crash's secret radio code for a dirty shooting. The code was a demand for other Crash officers in the know to keep outside supervisors away. By the time anyone else arrived at the scene, Perez and Durden had positioned a loaded, chopped-down Tech-22 semi-automatic by Ovando's body. Durden had previously filed the serial number off the gun. Once the sergeant arrived, unaware that they'd planted the gun, he listened to Perez's story of the shooting and helped him clean up any loose ends in the tale. According to Perez, Ovando busted into the apartment, brandishing his gun with intent to kill. They shot him out of self-defense. Miraculously, Ovando survived the shooting, although he was left paralyzed and wheelchair-bound for the rest of his life. When he was somewhat recovered, he stood trial. Based on Perez's and Durden's false testimony, Ovando was found guilty of 2 counts of assaulting a police officer with a semi-automatic rifle and 1 count of brandishing it in the presence of a police officer. He received the maximum sentence, 23 years in state prison. Perez's confession about Ovando's shooting was just the beginning. He claimed that 90% of all Crash officers, not just Rampart Crash, falsified information. He also talked about dirty busts. Perez's revelations sent the LAPD reeling. How many people were sitting in jail for crimes they didn't commit, or their investigation was handled by corrupt cops? Perez's first debriefing session was 3 hours, and there was the promise of more secrets to be divulged. On behalf of the DA's office, the horrified Rosenthal took the unusual step for prosecution and filed a writ of habeas corpus overturning Ovando's conviction. Within a week of Perez's confession, Ovando was freed from prison. He had served 2.5 years in jail. Over the course of 52 secret interrogations lasting 9 months, Perez laid bare the corrupt culture and transgressions of the Rampart Crash Division. He discussed how the majority of Crash officers were unscrupulous. They knowingly framed civilians, sometimes with drop guns like the one he and Durden planted on Ovando, perjured themselves on the witness stand, and were purposefully slow in calling for medical attention, allowing injured suspects to suffer longer. Some officers drank or took drugs on the job. They also awarded each other plaques for shooting people, with extra honors if the person killed was a suspect. Perez told the task force the unofficial Crash motto, "We intimidate those who intimidate others." Early on, Perez had asked the task force if he could see the Crash recap books, logs of all activities undertaken by the unit, to refresh his memories. Perez received 1,509 arrest reports and identified 91 arrests involving 160 suspects with alleged police misconduct. Of those 91 dirty arrests, Perez was involved in 63, of which 44 involved Perez and his partner Durden. Perez also provided details on a cop-on-cop shooting and a brutality incident where Rampart Crash officer Brian Hewitt brought Ismael Jimenez, a member of the 18th Street Gang, into the station for questioning. During interrogation, Hewitt secretly beat the handcuffed Jimenez. However, Perez refused to provide information on David Mack, whom by now had been convicted and was serving a 14-year sentence for his bank robbery. Nor would Perez admit to being one of the robbers, and he had no idea where the loot from the bank robbery ended up. As of 2020, the stolen money has never been recovered. Allegedly, the money was intended to be used to pay off an assassin for carrying out the murder of Biggie Smalls. Reputedly, Perez and Mack were involved in the planning of the famed rapper's murder too. Meanwhile, investigators scrambled to try to corroborate the information Perez had been provided. Detectives visited several prisons to talk to inmates and even made a trip to a village in Central America to speak to a wronged party. Ultimately, Perez pointed a finger at over 70 officers for misconduct. Investigations found enough evidence to bring 58 of those officers before an internal administrative board. However, only 24 were actually found to have committed any wrongdoing. 12 cops were given suspensions, 7 were forced into resignation or retirement, and 5 were fired. Based on falsified evidence and police perjury inquiries, 106 prior criminal convictions were overturned. There were over 140 civil lawsuits against the city of Los Angeles, which cost the city an estimated $125 million in settlements. On November 21, 2000, Javier Ovando received a $15 million settlement, the largest police misconduct settlement in Los Angeles history, and possibly U.S. history. Ray Perez and Nino Durden were the only cops who wound up doing any real prison time for the Rampart scandal. In accordance with his immunity agreement, Perez was sentenced to 5 years for stealing cocaine from LAPD evidence. He was paroled early. However, 2 federal charges were brought against him. Number 1, conspiracy to violate Ovando's civil rights, and number 2, possessing a firearm with an eliminated serial number, the drop gun used to frame Ovando. He was sentenced to serve 2 years in a federal prison. Durden ended up being sentenced to 5 years in prison after being convicted on 6 counts, including conspiracy to obstruct justice, perjury, and filing false reports. In the fall of '99, LAPD Chief Bernard Parks created a board of inquiry to review management failure and probe the depth of the corruption scandal. About 6 months later, the board released a report which mainly blamed a few bad apples and mediocre departmental management for allowing misconduct within the Rampart division to occur. The report also offered recommendations for improvement in several areas, including police training and supervisory oversight. The LAPD experienced a great deal of inner turmoil. Many cops felt like Chief Parks closed down the investigation too quickly. He quashed lines of inquiry into corrupt cops tied to the Bloods and other criminal enterprises. He also refused to grant immunity to officers who'd witnessed and failed to report misconduct. That choice quelled any impulses of low-level officers to come forward about wrongdoing they might have seen with upper management. Lastly, Park limited the probe to Rampart crash instead of instituting a wider investigation of all crash units, even though during the interrogation Perez and later Durden brought up misconduct happening in the 77th Street Crash Division. Other cops felt like Ray Perez played the LAPD for fools, feeding them exaggerated tales of police wrongdoing with little truth mixed in. Crash was disbanded in 2000 and replaced by the LAPD Gang and Narcotics Division. Several crimes involving Rampart crash officers remain unsolved. The full truth may never be known about what is probably the worst corruption scandal in the LAPD's 151-year history. You're walking in the desert just outside of Albuquerque, New Mexico, when you notice something strange. A little red ribbon tied to a small sagebrush plant. Why would someone have tied a ribbon around this desert shrub, an herbaceous plant that's widespread in certain areas of the American West? That's how you think you're a formal type of guy. You're clever too, and you've seen the entirety of Breaking Bad 3 times. You assume, of course, that the ribbon is tied around the shrub because some drug dealer who operates on a massive scale has buried millions of dollars nearby. You then look over your shoulder to ensure the cartels aren't watching. Hey, you've seen those chainsaw videos too, and you don't want to end up starring in a short film posted on LiveLeak. Nonetheless, you think I'm coming back at night with a shovel. It's an age-old problem for drug dealers, the ones who make a lot of cash. What does one do with all one's money? Stash it under the floorboards, fill the walls with it, bury it in the desert? You really have to do something with that cash, because if you don't, someone is likely going to take it from you. Police once raided the house of a Colombian drug dealer, and just sitting around was $29 million. In the drug world, that wasn't all that weird. A few years ago, the cops found up to $20 million at a house in Miami. The cash was hidden in buckets. We won't go on, but we will tell you that drug traffickers have had their stash taken many times, and the hiding places weren't always that great. It's thought at some point the drug kingpin named Pablo Escobar was worth an astonishing $30 billion, and even today people are hunting for part of that buried treasure. In fact, Pablo's brother Roberto Escobar has said that buried somewhere out there, maybe in the desert, maybe in the walls of houses now occupied by unknowing tenants, are tens of millions of dollars. So with that in mind, maybe the next time you see a red ribbon tied to a shrub in the middle of nowhere, you should start digging. But what about the money that once belonged to El Chapo? Where did that go? How much was even worth? The problem is drug cartel bosses don't usually do their taxes, so it's hard to know how much they're worth. Forbes magazine actually had the Sinaloa cartel down as making a cool $3 billion a year during El Chapo's heyday. But we're guessing Forbes is pulling that number out of thin air. How would Forbes know? One time the Mexican army pulled over a car and inside was around $15.3 million, and that cash was said to be the property of one Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. We might not ever know exactly how much he had, but if you figure out how much he and his cartel friends got over the US-Mexican border, we can safely say he was incredibly rich. Maybe El Chapo made $1 billion. Let's just go with $1 billion for now. So the cops didn't just find El Chapo sitting with a bunch of suitcases filled with $1 billion. They didn't find a savings account belonging to one Joaquin Guzman Loera, and there were millions and millions of bucks in it. Before we get to hidden stashes, we should tell you that incredibly rich drug traffickers do the same as many other rich people in that they hide their money in offshore accounts. That's right, like former heads of government, celebrities, sports stars, business people, and even the British royal family, drug dealers get their money in these tax havens where the cash is kept away from the prying eyes of tax collectors. The money is just owned by what's called a shell company, meaning it's fake, inactive, and in reality just a name. In 2016, it was discovered that another Mexican narcotics kingpin, a guy named Rafael Caro Quintero, had one of these accounts in Panama. He got some clever dude to take his drug money and diversify it and then make it look like that money belonged to a made-up business with accounts in the tax haven. In fact, a few years ago, the British banking giant HSBC admitted to laundering billions of dollars for Mexican and Colombian drug dealers. An investigation found that the Mexican cartels would turn up to a bank and in just one day hand over hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash to one single account, no questions asked, of course. The bank didn't even face criminal charges in the end, for the reason that an indictment might just topple the bank and subsequently endanger the financial system at large. HSBC just said it would defer bonuses for a few years and settle to the amount of $1.9 billion. And that was virtually nothing for HSBC. And you can bet a lot of bosses got some dope bonuses while they were dealing with the traffickers. No one did any hard time like you'd have to if you got pulled over with a bag of weed on you. Anyway, there's no doubt El Chapo has laundered a ton of money. When he stood trial, we found out about his personal zoo, his collection of jewel-encrusted guns and planes supposedly full of cash. But U.S. officials weren't quite sure where to look for the billions of dollars this guy could have earned. His indictment was valued at $14 billion, but that number was a bit of a guess based on how many drugs El Chapo and his cartel had trafficked. In fact, at the time, a former federal prosecutor in the U.S. said there was likely no way El Chapo had $14 billion hidden someplace, whether it be a hole in the desert or a bank account in Panama. Some people are saying that $14 billion was a fantasy figure, but he certainly had quite a lot of millions hidden somewhere. But where? Well, more recently, a 12-page document was released talking about the money trail. It said in drug shipments, El Chapo and his gang made $12,666,181,704. How they came up with an exact number is beyond explanation, but it is what it is. The investigators went looking for any legitimate business owned by the cartel, which is what the traffickers did to make their money legal. The problem is U.S. investigators can do nothing about cash that was spent on businesses in Mexico. One investigator said cartel guys, or guys that worked for the cartel, would arrive in the U.S. with prepaid credit cards loaded with millions of dollars. They could then make a giant purchase, such as lots of high-grade computers. Then they'd export the computers, and the cash from the sale ended up not in the U.S. but in Mexico. One person who testified against El Chapo said the man did indeed spend a lot, but he spent all that cash in Mexico. He bought things like private planes, yachts, and had lavish properties all over the place. The U.S. can do nothing about that. What was bought in Mexico stays in Mexico. In fact, two wives of former cartel members said sometimes vast quantities of street money would be taken through the U.S. into stash houses in Mexico. They'd use counting machines there to count the millions and then package that cash, but where did it go? That's the billion-dollar question. Guzman's wife doesn't act or live like a billionaire, but she's certainly not broke. People who testified against him also said that the cartel buys things like dairy farms and shopping malls. The Mexican local authorities might turn a blind eye because the cartel also invests in things such as charities and sports teams. El Chapo's wife, by the way, one Emma Coronel Guzman, has stood by her husband and said that he's a humble man, and a lot of lies have been told about him. She said the U.S. government and the media has overblown just how big he was in the drug trafficking, and she has also said the billions he's presumed to have or be hiding just doesn't exist. She doesn't deny that he was a powerful man, so powerful in fact that she's gone on record saying the Mexican government wanted him dead. The reason for that, she says, was because he knew too much, meaning he had made many friends in the government during his drug trafficking days. She's even been called the narco princess Diana, since she's been known to be charitable. But does she have billions of dollars? So far, she's not done anything that would tell us she has a ton of cash. No doubt her accounts have also been investigated. When asked about just how much cash she has and how she earns her money, this is what she said in an interview. "I have irrigation land, things like that, which I prefer not to talk about. I do not have anything illegal. I know the government has been checking or verifying if I have something unlawful. Investigations have found that she gets payments from what was called her legal counsel, but she doesn't live a glamorous lifestyle and lives in a pretty normal if not nice house in Mexico. Obviously, if she did have billions, she wouldn't be flaunting it, but right now the money trail doesn't lead back to her. The DEA has said different and has spoken out about how this former beauty queen does actually live a fairly lavish life. The agency has said the Mexican government could get on the money trail, but it criticized Mexican officials for not even trying to find the money. Hey, maybe some people are still on the payroll. As for Guzman's two sons, well, they're both wanted men and both in the drug trafficking game. One of them drives around in a $220,000 car, so you would think that the Guzman family isn't short on cash. Some reports suggest that it is these two sons who are paying off the Mexican government, and that's why El Chapo's billions will never be found. El Chapo has bribed a lot of people in the past, but right now he doesn't have many options given the fact that he's locked down in a pretty much modern dungeon and is allowed very few visits. A former assistant U.S. attorney has said that El Chapo will certainly have shell companies, but finding these offshore companies won't be easy because they will be well hidden. So far, the U.S. has recovered very little, and the Mexican government has been accused of accepting bribes from the cartels. While El Chapo is in prison, the drug trade still flourishes, and most people agree that the war on drugs cannot ever be won. Right now, the Sinaloa cartel and other cartels are hiring very clever attorneys and other professionals to hide and invest their money. These days, you can't walk up to an HSBC bank with $500,000 and say, "I'd like to make a deposit." Something the cartels do now is hire huge gangs of people to deposit less than $10,000 in a bank account. That way, the cash stays off the radar, but don't be fooled into thinking anything has really changed. The cash still flows like a river that's burst its banks. More recent reports said that the Mexican president wants any money from El Chapo to go back to Mexico. After all, it was earned in Mexico. El Chapo himself has said that if the cash does get back to Mexico, he wants it to go to the country's poorest folks, the indigenous communities. Alas, no one has found El Chapo's cash. The U.S., meanwhile, has spent about $50 billion last year in its war against drugs, with around $20 to $30 billion being spent on heroin and cocaine prohibition. Obviously, that wasn't all spent on hunting down cartel members, but you can safely say it cost a few billion to catch El Chapo. Meanwhile, other drug lords have taken over and cocaine consumption in the U.S. is on the rise. We doubt El Chapo's cash will be in a hole in the desert next to a sagebrush plant, but you never know. One day you might see that red ribbon. Nonetheless, it's much more likely his money is tied up in properties and legitimate businesses, as well as hidden in offshore accounts next to other very wealthy people's money. Did you know that mice like to partake of the green stuff? Well, at least that's what a group of police officers tried to claim. In 2018, the upper management of a police department near Buenos Aires, Argentina, performed an inspection of impounded drugs. Curiously, out of the approximately 6.6 tons of confiscated cannabis that had been stored in a police warehouse for the past 2 years, only 6 tons could be accounted for. When questioned by a judge, a police commissioner claimed that the mice ate over half a ton of marijuana. Forensic experts from Buenos Aires University debunked the commissioner's explanation, saying that with their excellent sense of smell, mice wouldn't mistake the drug for food. Also, if they'd eaten large quantities of cannabis, a lot of mouse corpses would have been found in the warehouse. 8 policemen ended up fired, and the commissioner was investigated by the court to determine if the missing drugs were the result of expedience or negligence. That might be a funny incident, but how common is it for confiscated drugs to go missing? What actually happens to drugs seized by police? Generally, the procedure is determined by where the bust happened. Each country, and in many cases each jurisdiction or law enforcement agency within countries, have their own set of rules, regulations, and processes for confiscating drugs. In general, in the U.S. during a raid, arrest, or any situation where the police seizes narcotics, they immediately start a chain of custody for their items. Law enforcement must manage contraband while it's in their possession. They have to be able to show in court that the drugs have not been swapped, altered, or tampered with prior to testing. After the narcotics are seized, the confiscating officers take them to police station's property room. The officers then package the drugs in clear plastic bags along with case information such as the seizing officer name, ID numbers, date, time, and case number. Any information is usually written in permanent ink. Then the plastic bags are heat sealed and tamper evidence tape is put over the seal. The officers initial and date the tape, so if someone was able to get the tape off without tearing it, it would be impossible for them to put it back on in a way that lines up with the other writing on the tape. Once sealed, the drug packages are submitted to the evidence management unit, who forwards them to a crime lab or a forensics unit, either in-house or off-site. The lab tests the drugs to positively identify exactly what the substance is. The drug ID provided by testing is crucial in helping law enforcement to file charges and make cases. Minus the small amount used for testing, the crime lab or forensics will return the drugs to the evidence management unit for storage pending case disposition. Now, if the case goes to trial, the prosecutor may request that the arresting officer bring the drugs to court. In this situation, evidence management would check the drugs out of the property storage room to the officer. They would then take them to court and return them to the property room after the hearing or portion of that trial they were needed for. Once the case completes, the time for an appeal passes and the evidence is no longer needed, the drugs are reclassified in the system as slated for destruction. Most jurisdictions hold drugs for the duration of the trial. On average, for a non-serious offense, the drugs might end up being held less than 3 years. For a large bust with a long trial with many defendants, seized narcotics could be held for 7 to 8 years. Sometimes police use the drugs slated for destruction for undercover operations and training, both canine and field test training for employees who may not come into contact with drugs often, but should be familiar with narcotics such as probation, parole officers, and confidential informants. Most jurisdictions conduct biannual evidence destructions, or when the amount of contraband slated for destruction reaches a predetermined threshold, eradication is carried out. A common exception to storing all the seized narcotics of a case is live marijuana plant seizures, especially from commercial outdoor gardens. Law enforcement will collect representative samples for court. Then they'll use a backhoe or other gardening equipment to dig a deep hole and mass bury the other cannabis plants. Deprived of oxygen, the plants will quickly rot and die. For destruction, law enforcement agencies have many agreements with local funeral homes, factories, or hospitals to incinerate the contraband. Generally, incinerators burn hot enough to quickly and rapidly destroy the drugs while not producing smoke. Other jurisdictions use third-party contractors licensed to handle hazardous materials to destroy the drugs on their behalf. Then, there are some law enforcement agencies that burn the drugs themselves. Sometimes they get in over their own heads, such as in 2015 when a police force in Tangerang, a town 15 miles outside of Jakarta, Indonesia, decided to destroy 3 tons of cannabis in a bonfire. Realizing that the fire would give off fumes, local officials wore gas masks. However, they forgot about the town. Smoke from the fire spread and a significant portion of the town's residents got high or experienced dizziness and headaches. As our opening story highlighted, there are a few law enforcement officers out there with sticky fingers. Sadly, this is not an uncommon issue. While researching this video, we found multiple instances of cops in the US, UK, and other countries being caught stealing from a property storage. In some cases, cops even skipped the evidence storage part and simply misplaced the drugs during a raid or arrest. And that's what a pair of Canadian cops did. Misplaced marijuana-laced chocolate bars straight into their mouths. On January 27, 2018, Toronto constables Jamie Young and Vittorio Dominelli were part of a raid on a pot dispensary. Vittorio stole 3 hazelnut chocolate bars infused with cannabis oil. Later on that night, the 2 cops were on surveillance duty. After a discussion about having never tried marijuana, they decided to sample the chocolate. They ate 8 squares of 1 bar. 20 minutes later, the effects of the chocolate hit Vittorio like a ton of bricks. He started sweating heavily and thought he was going to pass out. He worried that he was going to die. About 2 hours later, Vittorio called for assistance over police radio using the 1033 police code, which indicates an officer is in serious trouble. He claimed he was about to pass out from running down the street. Responding officers said that the pair appeared to be in distress when they were found. They were both taken to a hospital. One of the responding officers slipped on ice during the call and also had to be transported to a hospital. Vittorio and Jamie faced misconduct charges under the Police Services Act. Vittorio resigned from the force. A judge called him a complete idiot for tampering with evidence. Due to Vittorio's theft, 7 of the suspects charged in the pot shop raid had their charges dropped. Sometimes the cops aren't stealing to satisfy curiosity or support a personal habit, they're running an illegal black market. In 2014, based on a tip, police in the UK conducted a raid on Police Inspector Keith Booth's home. They found cocaine, crack cocaine, heroin, ecstasy, and cannabis with an estimated street value of £700,000. They even found 24 pounds of cocaine hidden in his washing machine. Prior to his arrest, Booth was responsible for evidence storage at a West Yorkshire police station. Part of his job was to manage seized narcotics and make sure they were checked and signed off for disposal. However, instead he and his son Ashley ran a drug recycling ring and sold drugs to a network of drug dealers. Keith was pretty sly. On the surface, he was extremely diligent. He sent emails to colleagues expressing his concerns about missing or unlabeled drug packs and also made it his responsibility to have a CCTV camera installed in the storeroom. Ultimately, Keith was found guilty in a number of charges, including theft with intent to supply. Ashley was found guilty of 5 drug conspiracy charges. While we've discussed some of the more lighthearted examples of corrupt police stealing confiscated drugs, it's a serious issue. When law enforcement and the justice system can't be trusted, it erodes public trust. Unfortunately, it's difficult to find detailed statistics surrounding police theft. Sometimes it's classified as misconduct, especially when a case against the officer isn't pursued. When the theft is for personal use, especially if the officer is part of a smaller force, perhaps in a small town, the response and consequences vary greatly. Some cops are merely given a slap on the wrist, suspended, or forced to resign, perhaps fired and given suspended sentences with probation. Notably, in the US, an all-too-common scenario is that after a work incident involving physical trauma, an officer is prescribed pain pills and becomes addicted, or they develop PTSD due to the incident. In either case, over time, the officer spins out of control and starts stealing from the property room at work. Sadly, decorated officers of many years have brought lifelong careers to an abrupt end due to their addictions. For larger law enforcement groups, such as those servicing a city, and for scenarios where stealing confiscated drugs were just one aspect of overall poor behavior from an officer, the end result was often jail time, often after an investigation or a sting from the feds. Sometimes, staff other than police are derelict in their duty of the application of law in regards to impounded drugs. In June 2011, discrepancies were found in the paperwork of Annie Dukin, a chemist at the Hinton State Laboratory Institute in Boston. This lab IDs narcotics for several counties in the state of Massachusetts. Further investigation revealed that Annie had forged the initials of an evidence officer in her logbook. Despite being suspended from lab duties, Annie was still allowed to testify in court for 8 more months until February 2012, when Boston district attorneys were notified of the breach in procedure. Annie was finally placed on administrative leave and quit soon after. A police probe uncovered that for years Annie had altered and faked test results to hide her frequent dry labbing, or visually identifying samples without actually testing them. She only actually tested around 1/3 to 1/5 of the 60,000 drug samples that crossed her desk. Some co-workers had even brought concerns about Annie to their bosses, who turned a blind eye. It also came out that Annie didn't have a master's degree in chemistry from the University of Massachusetts Boston, as she had claimed on her resume and sworn in testimony. As a result of Annie's falsifications, the lab was shut down. Multiple charges, including 17 counts of obstruction of justice and 8 counts of tampering with evidence, were brought against her. Annie was sentenced to 3 to 5 years imprisonment and 2 years parole. Her only known motive for her actions was to look extremely productive and further her career. In the end, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court dropped 21,587 drug convictions that had hinged on potentially tainted samples processed by Annie. Several defendants filed civil suits. Annie's actions wreaked absolute havoc in many lives beyond court issues. Some defendants lost jobs, driver's license, or were deported. Others had marriages fall apart, lost access to kids, and paid a small fortune in lawyer and court fees. The state of Massachusetts continues to deal with the fallout from the scandal. One prominent attorney said that as many as 40,000 people could have been falsely convicted as a result of Annie's actions. Sister Gerard Ferdinand begins to sing "How Great Thou Art" as she entered the hanging chamber on the morning of Friday, November 25, 1988. The hymn was condemned inmate Catherine's favorite, and singing brought a sense of calm. It was also a way to show Catherine a final act of love during her last few moments of life. Sister Gerard turned her head away as the scene began to unfold in front of her. There was nothing to be gained by having this be her last visual of Catherine. She listened as Catherine walked up the spiral staircase to the platform. Then a lock clicked as her hands were manacled behind her. A murmur as the executioner said something to Catherine as he placed the rope around her neck. The soft rustle of cloth as a white hood was pulled down over her face. For a long moment there was silence. Then Sister Gerard felt it in her body as the lever was pulled. The trapdoor opened. Catherine was gone. As a teenager, Sister Gerard felt called to help people. On May 19, 1956, at the age of 18, she entered the Good Shepherd Convent, a Roman Catholic order of nuns in Marymount, Singapore. After taking her vows, Sister Gerard taught primary school and worked with troubled teens. Eventually, she, along with 2 priests, founded the Roman Catholic Prison Ministry to work with drug offenders and other prisoners. In 1981, Singapore was shocked by the ritualistic murders of 2 children by self-styled medium Adrian Lim, his wife Catherine Tan, and mistress Ho Ka Hong. After a long, sensationalistic trial, the 3 were condemned to death. As it turns out, Sister Gerard knew one of the young victims. Her older sister worked at the school, and she also knew one of the murderers. Catherine had once been a pupil of hers. Due to connections through her prison ministry work, Sister Gerard was able to get permission to visit Catherine in prison with one caveat: Catherine had to want to see her. Sister Gerard sent Catherine a letter. It was over 6 months later before Catherine actually answered the letter agreeing for her to come. Soon, Sister Gerard was making weekly visits to Changi Prison, a high-security prison complex, to visit Catherine. She wasn't allowed to enter Catherine's cell, so during the half-hour visit, the two women would hold hands through the bars and chat, or pray and sing hymns together. One day, Catherine asks Sister Gerard to hear her confession, which is when Catholics tell a priest their sins, express remorse, and ask for forgiveness. Catherine's demeanor began to change after that day. Over time, she found peace within her faith, and with Sister Gerard's help, she was able to reconnect with her father, whom she had been estranged from. All 3 prisoners were in solitary confinement, but Ho Ka-hong's cell was next to Catherine's, and she would eavesdrop during Sister Gerard's visits. Soon, she asked to see Sister Gerard too, and began her own spiritual journey. For nearly 7 years, until the women were executed in 1988, Sister Gerard made weekly visits to them. Adrian too began to receive counseling from Father Doro, who was involved in the Catholic prison ministry. Sister Gerard and Father Doro provided support to Adrian, Catherine, and Ho until the very end. The night before the execution, Sister Gerard Fernandez stayed up late praying for many things, including Catherine's soul and the grace and courage to support her tomorrow. Just before dawn, for the last time, she headed to Changi Prison to visit Catherine. Catherine had just finished her last meal when she met up with Sister Gerard. She had on a blue dress with a sash and matching shoes. She looked young and sweet. Sister Gerard was reminded of long ago when Catherine was one of her students with a potentially bright future ahead of her. Sister Gerard reached out and took Catherine's hand. It was cold. The two women held hands as they were escorted to the gallows. It was a final chance for a prayer and to say goodbye. Sister Gerard is now in her 80s and has slowed down a bit but still works with people. For 40 years, she volunteered counseling the prisoners in Singapore's prison systems. During that time, she's walked 18 prisoners to their executions. When asked why she spent so much time helping murderers and other prisoners, Sister Gerard says that her calling is helping broken people and that she wants to live up to the words of the foundress of her order, Saint Mary Euphrasia, who said, "One person is more precious than the whole world." It can't be true, Kateri Fogelman remembers thinking on the day her husband showed her the surveillance footage of the bank robber who'd been terrorizing the area for months. Both Kateri and her husband recognized the robber. Kateri had been raised in a law enforcement family, and she believed in law and order. She knew she had to do the right thing and turn in the culprit, but it wasn't that simple. Her own father was the Snowbird Bandit, the cop that robbed banks. After screaming into a towel so her kids wouldn't hear her and falling to her knees in shock, Kateri pulled herself together, and she, her husband, and her mother headed to the local sheriff's station to turn in her father, Randy Adair, a retired LAPD detective, for bank robbery. Although she knew it was the right thing to do, Kateri couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. So much so that she fainted outside the station before going in to make her statement. The robber, who had hit 5 banks between March and July of 2015 and made away with nearly $10,000, had been dubbed the Snowbird Bandit by law enforcement because of his age and white hair. But no one had suspected that the Snowbird Bandit was a former cop. Hours after Kateri made her statement, agents from the Orange County Bank Robbery Apprehension Team tracked down Adair's Jeep in the parking lot near the Rancho Santa Margarita City Hall and arrested him on suspicion of robbery. When officers showed Adair, age 70, a photo of the surveillance footage that had outed him, his response was, "I'm cooked. I think I should have a lawyer." His family, the community, and the police were all stunned. How could a former cop, a family man, and a community leader be the Snowbird Bandit, the cop that robbed banks? Randolph Bruce Adair was born in 1944 and grew up as the son of a rodeo-riding dairy farmer in Artesia. While growing up on a dairy farm taught Adair the value of hard work, his family also claims that growing up with a violent alcoholic father was hard on young Randy. Adair was drafted into the U.S. Army in 1965 during the Vietnam War, and he was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Command in Panama. After returning from the war, Adair graduated top in his class from the LAPD Police Academy and began his career as an LAPD cop. Less than a year after graduating from the Police Academy on June 4, 1968, the 23-year-old rookie found himself responding to a call claiming shots fired at the nearby Ambassador Hotel. Adair vividly remembers being one of the first on the scene of the assassination of Senator Robert F. Kennedy. As he told a reporter during an interview he gave from prison in 2017, We got into the pantry and you could see that Kennedy was down on the floor. He's lying face up and I saw fluid, from the head injury. Brain matter looks kinda like snot, Adair was involved in the arrest of the suspect Sirhan and even escorted Kennedy's wife Ethel to the hospital. 1968 was a memorable year for Adair for another reason. It was the year that he met his future wife, Susan Hackworth. She lived in the apartment next door to Adair, and after finally convincing her to go out with him, the pair became an item and wed in September of that year. The couple would go on to have 2 children. A son named Andrew was born in 1971, and their daughter Kateri was born in 1975. After a strong start, Adair's law enforcement career took off. He was quickly promoted to detective and assigned to an elite unit focused on organized crime. One of the main jobs of this unit was catching bank robbers, which was a huge problem in the 60s. Adair's first bank robbery call came in on March 24, 1969. A silent alarm had been triggered at the United California Bank in Mid-City, and Adair and his team arrived just as the robber was attempting to make off with his stash. Upon seeing the cops, the robber ran back into the building, and officers found him hiding in a second-floor bathroom. After arresting Robert Lee White, officers learned that they had captured the Wilshire Bandit, who had not only hit 9 banks in the area, but was also wanted as the Blue Blazer Bandit in Fort Worth, Texas. In 1971, Adair was the first on the scene of a fire at a low-income housing development. With no sign of the fire department and smoke quickly filling the building, Adair didn't think twice before he ran inside and began getting the residents out to safety, carrying those who were too sick or too intoxicated to get out themselves. Adair went back into the building at least 7 times to rescue 25 to 30 people that night, and was awarded a Class A commendation for bravery for his heroic efforts. As his reputation grew and the arrests piled up, Adair was promoted to homicide detective, where he spent the rest of his career working on well-known cases like the capture of William George Bonin, also known as the Freeway Strangler, who had raped, tortured, and killed more than 20 young boys. He was also involved in the takedown of Richard Ramirez, the notorious Night Stalker serial killer, who raped and killed at least 13 people in 1984 and 85. Adair retired from the police force in 1988 at the age of 53 and focused his attention on his family and community. The devoted family man loved playing with his grandchildren, deep-sea fishing, and volunteering with local youth. He had been a founding member of the LAPD Centurions football team back in 1979 and had helped the team raise more than $500,000 for the Children's Center of Los Angeles. He also volunteered as a high school football coach and linesman at Dana Hills High School, and when some of the boys on the team got themselves into some trouble with the law, Adair even went to court on their behalf. But for all of his bravery and devotion, Randy Adair had a dark side. Adair had always had a complicated relationship with alcohol. He began drinking heavily after he was drafted to the Army, and even in the hard-drinking cop culture of the 60s and 70s, he was known as an especially heavy drinker. He joined AA in 1973 and got sober for the first time before his daughter Kateri was born. But between the strain of the horrific homicides he had witnessed over his career and the medical bills piling up from his wife Susan's cancer treatment and his own health issues, sobriety proved elusive for Adair. He'd started drinking again in 1983, and things quickly got out of control. At his lowest point, he was living in an abandoned car near the harbor and didn't care if he lived or died. His wife Susan recalls one time when he phoned her and told her this was goodbye. He was holding a loaded gun and saying, "I'm ending it because I can't handle it anymore. Things are too horrible." Thankfully, Susan was able to talk him down, and Adair got sober again in 1996, which saved their marriage. But by then, his drinking and declining health had made it impossible for him to work as a private investigator, and he and Susan had lost their home to medical bills. They declared bankruptcy in 2000 and were living on the fixed income from his $2,800 monthly LAPD pension. They were having trouble making ends meet, even with help and loans from their daughter Kateri. And this is when his gambling addiction flared up. Although drinking had always been his biggest problem, gambling had haunted Adair for years. He had been a regular at the local Indian casinos and the horse track, but soon he started playing online games on his iPad at home, and the losses mounted in the months leading up to the robberies. Adair had been forced to take out loans and withdraw funds from his pension after gambling away the rent money. It was then that Adair, a distinguished ex-cop, decided to turn to a life of crime. On March 20th, 2015, Adair walked into the California Bank and Trust in Dana Point at 1:45 on a Friday afternoon, wearing a baseball cap with his revolver tucked into his waistband. Adair handed a note to the teller demanding money. Moments later, Adair walked away with a little more than $1,700. Adair laid low for 2 months before more gambling losses prompted him to attempt another robbery on May 22nd. This time, he targeted a First Citizens Bank branch near his home in Rancho Santa Margarita, taking off with nearly $1,200. On June 11th, the day after his daughter Kateri's 40th birthday, the Snowbird bandit struck again, and this time making off with $944 from a Wells Fargo bank in Mission Viejo. On July 6th, he made his biggest score yet, taking $3,600 from a U.S. bank branch in Ladera Ranch. Adair promised himself that this would be his last robbery, but by mid-July he was short on cash again and worried about making rent. On July 21st, Adair returned to the same First Citizens branch in Rancho Santa Margarita that he had robbed in May, this time making off with $1,600. Adair, who lived just a few blocks away and didn't wear a disguise, was clearly caught on camera this time, and the photo of the Snowbird bandit that was released to the public the next day was what led to his downfall. Over a period of just 5 months, from March to July 2015, Adair perpetrated 5 robberies and stole just over $9,000 in total before he was turned in by his family. The morning after his final robbery, as his wife and daughter were giving their statement to the police, Adair was at the racetrack hoping to increase his latest take on the horse races. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side that day. Adair had lost more than $1,000 before he headed to the City Hall parking lot where his wife, at the urging of the police, had asked him to pick her up. 70-year-old Adair was arrested without incident, and police found a loaded .38 revolver in his briefcase next to more than $1,000 worth of betting slips. He was charged with robbery, for which he could face up to 20 years in federal prison, and held on $200,000 bail until his trial. Although Kateri knows she did the right thing by turning in her father, she insists that she didn't believe he was in his right mind at the time of the crimes. Adair's health had suffered ever since that fire back in 1971. Smoke inhalation had led to recurring bouts of pneumonia and bronchitis, and in 2010, Adair had suffered an aneurysm that required a 9-hour heart surgery to repair. He later developed sepsis from an infection stemming from that surgery and spent 3 months in intensive care. He was given last rites at least once during this time. In 2013, Adair had 6 heart attacks and was suffering from kidney failure that required dialysis 4 times a week. Kateri says his doctors called him a walking dead man and that they suspected that he had suffered severe brain damage. Kateri herself had noticed over the last few years that her father's mind seemed to be going, and she feels strongly that this contributed to his out-of-character decision to commit the robberies. In court, Adair pled guilty to 1 count of bank robbery and 1 count of brandishing a weapon for the May 22nd robbery in Rancho Santa Margarita. As part of his plea deal, another 6 charges stemming from the other 4 robberies were dropped. In the end, the judge took his age, health, and past public service into account when he sentenced Randy Adair to 7 years in prison for the robberies. Adair was taken to the Federal Correctional Institution at Terminal Island, a low-security federal prison in California, to begin serving his sentence. Because he had used a gun in some of his robberies, Adair is considered a violent offender, but inside prison his status as a retired cop makes him an outcast. At his sentencing, Adair told the judge, "I seem to have ruined my life. I'm ashamed I hurt people, innocent people, and I'm prepared to take the consequences for it." On April 7, 1935, Kootenai aquarium owner Bert Hobson thought he struck gold when he and his son Ron caught a 14-foot-long, 1-ton tiger shark. With its profits dwindling thanks to the Great Depression, Hobson thought this deadly sea creature would turn the tide for the struggling aquarium, especially in the midst of a spate of shark attacks in Australia. So he put the shark on display. 8 days later, as families wandered around the shark tank around 5 p.m., the tiger shark started to convulse. In front of a huge audience, it vomited a rat, a bird, and eventually a human arm. The shark was killed and the rest of its stomach searched, but no other human remains or parts were found. The arm would eventually be identified as belonging to former boxer and current saloon keeper Jim Smith. But was this a shark attack? Or had Smith been brutally murdered and thrown into the ocean, where the shark had found his severed arm and mistaken it for a lunch? If so, by who? Born in England, Jimmy Smith had moved to the Balmain suburb of Sydney, where he lived for many years with his wife and child. At the time of his disappearance, he was 40 years old. Smith managed a billiard saloon that attracted a shady cast of characters. It's perhaps here where he met a man that would change the course of his life, a criminal boss named Reginald Holmes. To all outward appearances, Holmes appeared to be a respectable member of the community. He was happily married, a member of his local Presbyterian church and the Royal Sydney Yacht Club, and father to 2 children. In his professional life, Holmes followed in his family's footsteps by running his own boat-building business. However, at some point he realized he could use his boats to make more and less legal money. Realizing there was a higher demand for drugs than boats, Holmes hired men to take speedboats out into the water and collect packages of smuggled illegal goods he arranged to have thrown overboard from incoming ships. A man of many criminal skills, Holmes also dabbled in other shady ventures like insurance scams and check forgery. Jim Smith began working as a builder for Holmes in the early 1930s, where he initially helped Holmes with small crimes, like scamming other builders out of supplies. Eventually, he moved into Holmes's smuggling operations and was even put in charge of Holmes's prized boat, the Pathfinder. Because crime apparently requires a good division of labor, Smith brought in one of his old pals, Patrick Brady, to help out with some check forgery scams. Brady would forge checks from Holmes's rich clients to steal their money. Things were going well until an incident with the Pathfinder boat. Holmes overinsured the boat and sent Smith out to sink it, but accidentally reported the sinking as suspicious to the police. The insurance fell through and led to Smith blackmailing Holmes. On April 7th, Smith and Brady met up for a night of drinking at the Cecil Hotel. This was the last time Smith would be seen alive out in public. Brady then took Smith to a small nearby cottage he owned at the beach community of Cronulla. A cab driver remembers encountering Brady later that night. He says he drove a terrified Brady from his cabin near Cronulla to Holmes's house that night. The driver also noted that Brady was hiding something under his jacket, although he probably didn't guess it was someone else's arm. Smith's wife Gladys became concerned after her husband failed to reappear from the fishing trip he told her he was on, and reported him missing. A mysterious man called her sometime later and told her that Jim would return in 3 days' time. Since Jim's arm was coughed up by a shark a few days later, that turned out to be a lie. When the arm was found, it was easily identifiable as Jim's because it had a large tattoo of two boxers fighting inside the forearm and a unique tattoo of Smith's. Fingerprint analysis confirmed that the arm belonged to Smith. When the authorities determined that the arm had been cut off rather than chewed, they realized that this was not a Jaws prequel, but murder. Additionally, the arm had some rope attached to its wrist. As sharks are not known to tie up their victims before killing them, this made police reasonably sure that they were looking at a homicide. While looking for a possible killer, authorities uncovered Smith's connection to both crime boss Holmes and forger Brady. They arrested Brady and took him in for questioning, but after 6 hours of interrogation, Brady still refused to admit any involvement in Smith's death. Eventually, Brady agreed to speak to the police and immediately pointed the finger toward Holmes, stating that he ordered Smith's murder. Holmes was questioned about this but denied even knowing Brady. A few days later, with police still trying to determine what had happened to Smith based off a shark saliva-covered arm, things took an even stranger turn. Holmes took one of his speedboats out on a ride on Sydney Harbor. With him, he had a bottle of brandy and a pistol. Unsurprisingly, he got drunk. Surprisingly, he shot himself in the head. Even more surprisingly, he survived a direct gunshot wound to his head and kept driving the boat. As you can imagine, navigating a boat with a hole in his head proved to be difficult for Holmes. His boat driving was so risky and erratic that he almost hit another boat out on the harbor. The driver of the second boat called the police and told them to be on the lookout for Holmes. When asked how they'd identify Holmes and his boat, the witness reportedly told police, "You won't mistake him, he has a bullet hole in his forehead." Since relatively few captains speed around Sydney Harbor with air whooshing through their skulls, police found Holmes fairly quickly. However, the crime boss appeared to have little intention of surrendering. After shooting himself in the head and surviving, maybe Holmes imagined himself to be completely invincible. It's also possible his decision-making skills weren't great after his blood loss and the still open bullet hole in his brain. Police had to chase him for 4 hours before catching up to him. Holmes, now either completely delusional or just lying, said that someone else had shot him and that he hadn't stopped for the police because he thought they were the people that had tried to kill him. Holmes went on to make a weird semi-confession to the police, reportedly saying, "Jimmy Smith is dead and there's only another left. If you leave me until tonight, I'll finish him." Since the police weren't keen on letting a bleeding man wander around Sydney until he found another victim to murder, they arrested him. After a few weeks back in the hospital, where they patched up his head, Holmes pointed the finger for Smith's murder back at Brady. He told authorities that Brady had murdered Smith and blackmailed Holmes for 500 Australian pounds, showing up to Holmes's house with a severed arm and threatening to pin Smith's murder on him. Holmes went on to say that Brady cut up Smith's body, put the pieces in a trunk, and threw the trunk into Gunnamatta Bay. Even though this may seem like an excessively cruel and brutal way of disposing of a body, it was quite a common practice in Sydney in the 1920s and 30s. It was so common, in fact, that it had a nickname, the Sydney Send-Off. which goes to show you that the good old days were rarely that good. People just look at the past through rose-colored glasses and forget about all the body dismemberment that happened. Holmes told police he paid Brady off, after which Brady naturally left the arm with him and Holmes decided to throw it in the ocean. Authorities pressured Holmes to testify against Brady at the inquest on June 12th. This was made difficult by the fact that on the morning of June 12th, Holmes was discovered in his Nash sedan with 3 bullet holes in the chest. As Holmes's chest apparently had less internal Kevlar than his head, he was now officially dead. Though Brady's trial continued without Holmes's testimony, there was no solid evidence to pin him as the murderer. Brady's lawyer also pointed out that with no body and just an arm, no one could even be certain that Smith was dead. Brady was eventually released, though most of Sydney believed him to be guilty anyway, making him the O.J. Simpson of Sydney. Which leaves us with a few interesting and contradicting theories as to what could have happened to Smith. The most likely and obvious theory is that Holmes, who was running a huge criminal enterprise and was supposedly being blackmailed by Smith, ordered Brady to kill him to get him out of the way. However, there are a few problems with this concept. If the killing was done at Holmes's request and Brady was just a hired hand and underling, who killed Holmes while Brady was in prison awaiting trial? Why did Holmes withdraw 500 Australian pounds right before he drove out of his house and was killed? Did he lie about paying off Brady and was going to pay him off then? Or was he paying off someone else? If Brady had someone else murder Holmes, a feared criminal under his orders, perhaps he occupied a higher position in the criminal food chain than the authorities thought. This made it possible that Brady was the one who orchestrated Smith's murder as well. However, there's an alternate theory about Holmes's death that lets Brady off the hook. Before he was shot, Holmes had taken out a generous life insurance policy that would benefit his wife and children. As his name was being dragged through the mud during Smith's murder investigation and Brady's criminal trial, it's possible that Holmes, keen on saving his family further embarrassment, ensuring their future, and not seeing a clear way out of his troubles, arranged for his own death. Professor Alex Castles, who has extensively studied the case, believes that Holmes hired a hitman to kill himself. So what if Brady killed Smith without being ordered to by Holmes? There are a few problems with this theory as well. First of all, Brady was only 5 foot 4 inches tall. It would have been hard for him to take down Smith unless, of course, Smith was really drunk and unable to fight. Also, why was Brady so scared in the cab ride leaving his cabin? And why did he go straight to Holmes's house after the murder to blackmail his dangerous crime boss? The most unusual but not so far-fetched theory is that Jim Smith wasn't even dead. The only part of Smith that was found, after all, was his severed arm from the elbow down. It's a strange coincidence that the only limb found was one that featured a unique identifying tattoo, which would immediately tie the arm to Smith. Perhaps Smith had realized that he was in too deep with Holmes's criminal activity and wanted a way out. Either by himself or with the help of his wife, he could have severed his arm at the elbow and thrown it into the ocean. That way, when it was discovered, he would be presumed dead by Holmes's criminal ring, who would then leave him alone. Even though the arm was also confirmed to be Smith's via fingerprinting technology, so in theory, Smith could have just cut off a finger or two and still been ID'd. This technology was relatively new at the time and not commonly known. Since there weren't 7 versions of CSI floating around making everyone an amateur forensic specialist, Smith may not have known that he could even be identified via fingerprints, and thus wanted to make sure his whole forearm, tattoo included, was found. However, this theory has a couple of holes too. First and foremost, if Holmes wanted the arm found so he could be presumed dead, why would he throw it into the ocean? It would make more sense to leave the arm somewhere conspicuous, where it would be found almost immediately, rather than hoping a shark would get hungry, find it, and chew it up. Then again, perhaps Smith had left his arm somewhere more conspicuous, and then it was thrown into the ocean, either accidentally or by a passerby who found it and didn't want to report it or deal with it. Years later, it was discovered that Smith had been working as a fizz gig. This was not a failed soda brand, but Australian slang of the time for a police informant. Strangely, this information could still support multiple theories of Smith's death. If Holmes or Brady discovered that Smith was leaking information about their illegal activity to the police, it gave both men the reason to want Smith dead. However, if Smith saw himself working as a double agent and was dealing with increased stress from two-timing his friend and boss while also collaborating with the police, he may have thought disappearing by faking his own death was the only way out. Being called a fizz gig could only add to that stress. However, this new evidence of Smith's role as an informant also added another suspect in Smith's possible murder, Eddie Wayman. At the time, Wayman was one of the most dangerous and infamous bank robbers in Australia. Smith had leaked some information to the police that led to them catching Wayman and his partner in a bank robbery in progress. So did Wayman break into Brady's cabin that night and kill Smith? If Brady was truly the amateur criminal it appears he was, Wayman could have threatened him into silence and told him to bring Smith's arm to Holmes' house to show the crime boss that Wayman meant business. After all, if Wayman knew Smith had ratted him out, he could have easily believed it was done on Holmes' order. And that would also make Wayman a good suspect for Holmes' later murder as well, and could explain both why Brady seemed so terrified after leaving the murder scene and why Holmes tried to run away and kill himself. To his dying day, Brady continued to deny that he had any involvement in his old friend Smith's murder. Whatever may have really happened to Jimmy Smith, the most interesting thing to note is that in this mystery, a shark probably ended up saving lives. If the tiger shark in Kooky Aquarium hadn't thrown up Smith's arm, it's unlikely that Holmes' criminal empire would have come crumbling down so soon. That means it's possible many others would have been murdered thanks to Holmes' scams and drug smuggling if it wasn't for one shark's upset stomach. What we can all agree on is that no matter what, that tiger shark did not deserve to die. A shark getting food poisoning from a nasty human arm and then being killed after it throws the arm up is a horrible way to go. We here at Infographics demand justice for the Kooky tiger shark. If there's one thing Italy is known for, it's having a nasty dictator streak, and for its amazing cooking. China might have invented pasta, but Italy is the place where pasta made it big. So who could blame a proud Italian citizen for sharing his cooking heritage with the world, even if he was a Mafia fugitive on the run from the law halfway across the world? A member of the 'Ndrangheta Mafia crime syndicate, one of the most powerful in Europe, Marc Ferrand Claude Briart had a big hand in helping traffic cocaine across Europe. The 'Ndrangheta syndicate is responsible for most of the cocaine in Europe and is one of the most powerful crime syndicates not just in the continent, but the world. Briart had a prominent role in helping smuggle cocaine into the Netherlands, which has an insatiable appetite for the stuff, and was wanted by authorities for over 6 years. While the mob might have taken a backseat in most people's minds since the height of their popularity in the 70s and 80s, recently Mafia crime activity has soared. Law enforcement has responded to this new generation of gangsters with one of the most sweeping criminal investigations in history, and Italy is now holding one of the biggest Mafia trials ever, with the trial expected to take a whopping 2 years. The reading of all the 355 defendants' names and their crimes took over 3 exhausting hours alone. Be grateful you didn't pull that ticket next time you get a jury duty summons. With the law closing in hot and fast, Briart did the smart thing and moved all the way across the world to the Dominican Republic. There he laid low and very smartly avoided local Italian community and any tourist hotspots. Locals seemed to get along well with him, completely unaware of his mob past. For the authorities still searching for him, the hunt had turned into a search for a single needle in a global haystack, until one detective got a bit of inspiration. Lieutenant Colonel Massimiliano Galasso, an official with the Reggio Calabria police and part of the massive Interpol investigation against the 'Ndrangheta criminal syndicate, had never given up the chase, even after Briart went underground in 2014. Aware that his wife loved to spend time on YouTube and that Briart had spent time working in a restaurant in Italy, Galasso got the inspiration to start searching for Italian cooking shows posted to YouTube. With tens of thousands of Italian cooking video tutorials on YouTube, Galasso had his work cut out for him, but his hunch was strong. Then it finally paid off. True to Galasso's hunch, Briart couldn't resist showing off his Italian cooking skills, and had in fact created a YouTube channel dedicated to creating tutorials for viewers. Don't bother trying to search for it, the channel has been down for a while already, or we'd happily link you to it. Though Briart had done the smart thing and made sure to hide his face, he didn't think about hiding the many tattoos on his arms, and it didn't take long for Galasso to identify Briart and then track him down to the town of Boca Chica in the Dominican Republic. Briart is now awaiting his part in Italy's massive mafia trial, but is likely looking at decades in prison. The real question, though, is how good his cooking tutorials really were, and we very badly wish we could find his channel still up and active, so we could deliver our own verdict on the mafia fugitive who basically busted himself by showing off on YouTube. Meanwhile, Italy's biggest mafia trial in 30 years is full steam ahead. Led by Nicola Gratteri, the head prosecutor, authorities have gathered a whopping 15,000 pages of evidence and over 24,000 hours of recorded conversations. The charges range from mob association, murder, attempted murder, drug trafficking, extortion, loan sharking, disclosure of official secrets, abuse of office, possession of stolen goods, and money laundering, plus many others, and was all made possible by one of the biggest police raids in history. Back in January, 370 Italian police officers launched simultaneous raids across the country against the 'Ndrangheta syndicate, giving the mafiosos no time to get rid of evidence or warn each other. The trial's so massive that a call center had to be converted into a makeshift courtroom so that there would be enough space to house cages for all the defendants, plus their 400 lawyers. With over 300 million in euros and huge amounts of vehicles and properties confiscated, Italy seems to have struck a killing blow against the 'Ndrangheta. But if history has taught us anything, it's that crime is resilient. With their origins as shepherds who would kidnap people for ransom, the 'Ndrangheta changed gears and started dealing in cocaine back in the 90s, quickly becoming the biggest trafficker in Europe. They'd buy up legitimate businesses all across the continent in order to launder their massive profits. With court documents showing in 2013 alone, the crime group made a staggering 53 billion euros, more than many Fortune 500 companies. With only 300 million euros seized by authorities so far, there's little doubt that whoever survived Italy's massive raid is well equipped to start the business over from scratch. But YouTube's most prolific mafioso Italian cooking tutor won't be joining the effort. It's late at night and the hallways of the historic but run-down Cecil Hotel are empty, save for a young woman. She hurries down the hallway looking over her shoulder, yet nobody's behind her. Just row after row of silent, closed doorways leading to occupied guest rooms. Still, she hurries on, nearly in a panic as if something only she could see was chasing her. The woman hurriedly ducks into an elevator and takes a moment to press several of the buttons. Then she backs against a corner far from the door. The elevator does not move. Cautiously, she leans forward and quickly sticks her head out of the open doors, checking both directions of the hallway before ducking back into the elevator. She seems agitated, backing against the wall of the elevator car, then into a front corner as if she was hiding from something in the hallway, something coming her way. She remains in the corner almost for 2 minutes before finally exiting the elevator again. The doors remain open as the young woman seems to be speaking to someone or something in the hallway. She's clearly having a very animated discussion, moving her arms and hands around in an expressive fashion. Finally, with the conversation apparently over, the woman turns and leaves down the hallway to the left. Whatever she'd been talking to does not appear to follow. As the woman leaves the frame of the camera, she will never be seen alive again. It will be many days before her body is discovered inside a sealed water tank on the roof of the Cecil Hotel. If you're planning a trip to Los Angeles, the Cecil Hotel isn't the classiest place you could stay, to say the least. Built in the 1920s, the hotel never fully recovered from the Great Depression and has seen more than its fair share of murders and suicides. It's historically been a residence for transients and has even played host to the infamous serial killers Richard Ramirez and Jack Unterweger at different points in history. So, given its reputation, it wouldn't have seemed to be out of the ordinary on February 19, 2013, when multiple calls were made to the front desk complaining about low water pressure. Several guests also complained about the water in their rooms having an unpleasant taste and a black color to it. However, what initially sounded like a simple problem of rusty pipes quickly revealed itself to be something much darker. When maintenance went up to the roof to investigate and opened one of the hotel's 4,000-gallon water tanks, they found something truly horrifying: the naked body of a young woman. There were no signs of physical trauma or sexual assault, and the level of bloating and discoloration seemed to indicate that she'd been in the tank for several days. People had been showering in and drinking water from that tank without ever knowing what else was inside. Despite the decomposition, the question of the woman's identity was never up for debate. Elisa Lam, also known by her Cantonese name Lam Ho Yi, was a 21-year-old university student who'd gone missing from the Cecil Hotel that January while on vacation from her hometown of Vancouver. Her parents, who had been having daily phone calls with her during her trip, reported her missing after she missed a call and failed to check out of the Cecil at the end of her trip. Lam was on several medications for depression and bipolar disorder, and although she had no history of suicidal ideation, she had gone missing before for a brief period of time. Her parents, understandably worried, flew from Vancouver to LA to help the police conduct their search at the beginning of February. On the 19th of that month, the worst fears were confirmed when the hotel staff made the tragic discovery of their daughter's body. So a Canadian student travels alone to Los Angeles, disappears after missing her checkout date, then is found 19 days later floating in a water tank that she logically shouldn't have been able to access. Already, this might sound like a creepypasta, but the details of the death alone aren't what made the tragic tale of Elisa Lam such an international media sensation. It was the personal details that the police discovered during their search for the missing woman, combined with the dark history of the location itself, that really turned this tragic accident into a real-life episode of The X-Files. Had the Cecil Hotel and whatever evil force that lived there claimed another victim, or was Elisa Lam another case of someone living with mental illness meeting a tragic end? Elisa Lam had been a student at the University of British Columbia, but at the time of her death, she hadn't enrolled to study for the next semester due to health issues. On her blog, which became a key part of the police investigation, Lam spoke openly about the fact that a recent relapse had prompted her to drop several of her courses. Her writing paints a picture of a young woman going through a period of serious depression and dissatisfaction with her life. She posted frequently about disappointing relationships, the feeling that she'd accomplished very little in comparison to her classmates, and her regret at having given up running after high school. In one post, she admitted to feeling directionless and lost, titling one post, "You're always haunted by the idea that you're wasting your life," a quote from Chuck Palahniuk she seemed to be very fond of, having used it as the title of her blog on both WordPress and Tumblr. It seems likely that this fear of wasting her life was what prompted her to take time off of university and plan a trip down to the west coast of the US. Starting in her home city of Vancouver, Elisa took a train to California and spent a few days in San Diego before hopping on a bus to Los Angeles. On January 26th, she checked into the Cecil Hotel and was originally placed in a shared room for 2 days before being moved to a single room. People who interacted with Lam in the days leading up to her death recounted that she seemed excited about the rest of her trip. Little did anyone know that soon the happy, bright young woman they'd encountered would turn into one of the most infamous mysteries of the 21st century. Bookstore owner Katie Orphan was one of the last people to see Lam alive, recalled in an interview with CNN that she was very outgoing, very lively, and very friendly, while chatting about the book she intended to bring home as gifts for her parents and sister. From an outside perspective at least, it would seem that Lam's trip to California was providing her with the change of scenery that she so desperately needed to improve her mental health. The fact made it all the more confusing that she would apparently commit suicide just a few days later. 4 days before the missing woman was discovered, the LAPD released a CCTV video featuring Lam to the public in hopes that it would aid the investigation. The video, which has since become infamous among fans of true crime and unsolved mysteries, shows Lam entering an elevator in the Cecil Hotel's lobby. Once in the elevator, she pushes multiple buttons at once and waits for the door to close. The door doesn't close, and for the rest of the video, she goes in and out of the elevator multiple times, looking around the lobby and fidgeting nervously. At other points, she hides in the corner of the elevator, and at others, she stands in the doorway. Eventually, she leaves the elevator and steps out of the frame entirely, never to go back in. When the video was posted, it went viral almost overnight, spawning a deluge of conspiracy theories from amateur internet sleuths. Some people posited that Elisa Lam was murdered, and her video showed her running away from the person who would eventually kill her. Others theorized that she had taken drugs and her actions were the result of a bad trip. Others were sure that Lam's death was supernatural, and the video was evidence of demonic possession. Strangely, no evidence of foul play has ever been discovered, and the toxicology reports on her body showed no drugs in her system outside of her prescribed medication, as well as ibuprofen and a negligible amount of alcohol. As for the demonic possession explanation, while it's not exactly something that can be disproven, we still think it's highly unlikely. But if it wasn't foul play, and the supernatural wasn't involved, how in the world did this young woman get through a locked and alarmed security door, lift the lid of a water tank that a very strong man would struggle with alone, and then slide it back into place while inside the tank? The door to the roof of the Cecil Hotel is protected with several keys and passcodes that only hotel staff have access to, and any attempt to reach the roof without a key would have triggered an alarm. However, the roof is still accessible via the building's fire escape. Was Elisa Lam somehow able to climb up the fire escape onto the roof and into the water tank? While the toxicology report found that she had taken her prescribed medication for bipolar disorder, they found no trace of the mood stabilizers that she usually took along with that medication. Without these mood stabilizers, people with bipolar disorder risk suffering manic episodes, during which they may act erratically and experience hallucinations. Did Elisa Lam, triggered by the recent stress in her life, suffer a manic episode, climb up the fire escape, and get into the water tank in order to escape from some perceived threat, resulting in her tragic accidental drowning? Even if that is the case, the question of how she was able to get into the water tank has still never been conclusively answered. All 4 of the hotel's water tanks have no fixed access, requiring a ladder for staff to look into the tanks. Furthermore, the lids are very heavy, and while there's some evidence to suggest that one of the tanks may have been left open, allowing Lam to fall in, the lid was closed on the day she was found, despite the fact that it would have been extremely difficult, if not impossible, to close from the inside. This, coupled with the fact that her phone was never found with her belongings, suggests that someone else might have been present on the roof at the time of her death. Chillingly, Elisa Lam's Tumblr blog continued to be updated after her death, but it's impossible to know if the posts were made by a hacker, someone using her stolen phone, or if she'd simply scheduled a few posts ahead of time using Tumblr's Q feature. Beyond the details of Elisa Lam's death, a new layer of mystery emerges when you add in the Cecil Hotel's very violent and bloody past. In 1931, a man who had checked in under the name James Willies was found dead after ingesting poison capsules in his room at the Cecil. The man was in fact a 46-year-old Manhattan Beach resident named W.K. Norton, and he was the first person to ever take their own life in one of the Cecil's rooms. He wouldn't be the last, though. In 1934, Army Medical Corps Sergeant Louis D. Borden, aged 53, checked into a room at the Cecil and slit his throat with a straight razor in the bathroom. In 1962, 27-year-old Pauline Otten threw herself out of the window of her 9th-floor room at the Cecil following an explosive argument with her husband. When she fell, she landed on top of a passing pedestrian, 65-year-old George Gianni, resulting in both of their deaths. And not all of the deaths there have been solved. In 1964, retired telephone operator Goldie Osgood, affectionately known to locals as the Pigeon Lady, was found stabbed and beaten in her ransacked room. The murderer was never found. In total, there have been 16 deaths reported at the Cecil, the vast majority of them suicides. But for 2 of its guests, the Cecil was the haven they returned to night after night, murder after bloody murder. Richard Ramirez, the infamous Night Stalker murderer who terrorized Los Angeles in 1985, and visiting Austrian serial killer Jack Unterweger in 1991, both called the Cecil home for a time. More chillingly, the Cecil was where they returned to after committing multiple murders. There were also unverified reports that Elizabeth Short, better known as the Black Dahlia, was seen drinking at the Cecil's bar shortly before her own gruesome death in 1947. In 2011, the hotel was rebranded as Stay on Main, and it went through extensive renovations in 2017. But it seems that no matter how hard they try, the managers of the Cecil can never seem to shake the building's grisly reputation. The story of the Cecil Hotel has inspired movies like 1991's Barton Fink, as well as the setting for Season 5 of American Horror Story. Elisa Lam herself has already inspired elements in countless other films and TV shows, including Castle, How to Get Away with Murder, and the Hong Kong-made horror film Hungry Ghost Ritual, which features a scene of a ghost terrorizing a woman in an elevator shot in a very similar style to the Elisa Lam footage. Whatever or whoever was ultimately the reason for Elisa Lam climbing into that fire escape and into the water tank, the tragedy of her death cannot be overstated. She was an unhappy young woman who came to LA just looking for a break from the stress of her daily life. 4 months after Lam's death, journalist Steve Erickson stayed in the Cecil and published a short piece about his stay in LA Magazine. The Cecil will reveal to you whatever it is you're a fugitive from, he writes. Bolts and latches on the door will not only keep everyone else out, but trap you within, where there are no locks at all on the windows. We've all seen The Departed and Donnie Brasco. We know cops can sometimes lose their identity and sanity while undercover. But some officers take it to a whole new level, getting a little too deep into drugs, making up fake illegal operations that dozens of people then get arrested for, even forgetting about policing altogether and becoming drug kingpins instead. Some undercover cops go a little crazy, others go completely rogue. Here are their stories. Let's start with Robert Carroll. By all accounts, Carroll was a good man and a good cop with the Manchester Police Force. In 2008, he donned a new identity, now going by the name of Lee Taylor, in order to go undercover and catch drug dealers. Heroin trafficking and addiction is a huge problem in Manchester. While the temptation to be mostly unconscious may be understandable to anyone who has spent a winter in Manchester, it was becoming an enormous and dangerous public health crisis. The Sigma unit that Carroll belonged to was trying to break up the gangs controlling the market. All seemed to be going well until police raided the home of a local drug dealer in 2012. Among various drugs and illegal paraphernalia, police found a gas canister and baton issued to Carroll. Upon further investigation, they also found a lot of calls between Carroll and this same drug dealer. 2,200 calls in 4 months to be exact. Not even the biggest Stage 5 clinger in the world could match that. This led police to rightfully suspect that Carroll may have become too personally involved with the heroin market. Sadly, Carroll was fully aware he had a problem only a year after he started, in 2009. He was using heroin every day. He tried medication, therapy, and other methods to drop the habit, but just couldn't. For his actions while undercover, the courts eventually sentenced Carroll to 14 months in prison for theft and misconduct. Carroll can at least be seen as a little sympathetic, as most of his actions were the result of his addiction. Not so for the next men on our list, who got lured into a life of crime via the Silk Road. In the early 2010s, Special Agent Carl Force of the DEA and Secret Service Agent Sean Bridges had been assigned to a very special task relating to a very high-profile target. They were asked to set up communications with Dread Pirate Roberts via the online black market known as Silk Road. Roberts was an infamous drug kingpin who operated his criminal ring mostly via the online network. But instead of trying to get the evidence on this mysterious criminal and arrest him, Force and Bridges instead used their time to obtain knowledge about drug trafficking and become kingpins themselves. Apparently, the lure of a paycheck much bigger than a government agent's salary was too strong for them to resist. Force set up a number of false identities to build up his own personal criminal network. He used complex Bitcoin transactions to steal from both targets of the investigation and the government itself. Bridges seized $800,000 he then diverted to himself via the Bitcoin exchange Mt. Gox. These agents turned criminals probably assumed that since 99% of people don't actually understand anything about Bitcoin, their chances of getting caught were low. However, apparently someone from the 1% flagged something suspicious in their transactions. Bridges and Force, the strangest named duo of all time, were not content with just setting up these scams for financial gain. They decided to actively sell out their own department and the investigation as well. That's right, according to a release by the Department of Justice, Force sold information about the investigation to his criminal contacts in exchange for Bitcoin, we presume. Eventually, Dread Pirate Roberts, real name Ross Ulbricht, was identified and captured, not at all thanks to Bridges and Force's work. After the government brought Ulbricht down, Force was arrested on counts of wire fraud, theft of government property, money laundering, and conflict of interest, while Bridges surrendered and pled guilty to wire fraud and money laundering. Of course, infiltrating drug cartels is bound to lead to some shady activity. When undercover cops put themselves around such dangerous substances and hardened criminals, some of them will inevitably get sucked into the underworld. But what about seemingly tamer assignments, like infiltrating environmental groups? How much trouble could undercover cops get into surrounded by tree-hugging animal lovers? Well, as Mark Kennedy showed us, quite a lot. Mark Kennedy went undercover as an environmental activist, at first infiltrating a Nottingham environmental group. His total time undercover spanned 7 years, something that must have been incredibly hard on Kennedy's wife and child. Kennedy, however, appeared to be handling the separation better, as he enjoyed several relationships with female activists during his undercover stint. He became very serious with two of them, Kate Wilson and a woman known only as Lisa, with whom he went on holidays and, according to some accounts, promised to marry them. Sexual relations, and especially serious relationships between undercover cops and targets, are not sanctioned by the UK police, for whom Kennedy was working, though it clearly wasn't the first time, as a spokesperson for the Metropolitan Police acknowledged that long-term sexual relationships known to have been entered into by some undercover officers were wrong and should not have happened. If that weren't enough, some accounts allege that during the 7 years he was undercover, Kennedy started to have moral dilemmas about his work. He expressed to some close friends that his operations were wrong, not clarifying if he meant his plans with the environmental group or his undercover work. Since it seems Kennedy was increasingly taking a proactive role in the environmental group's operations, everyone loves a self-starter. We'll assume his problem was with his undercover work. Kennedy also caused a massive headache for police. Not only did he take his work on the road, organizing and supporting protests in Germany, Ireland, and Italy, to name a few, creating all sorts of problems with other European governments, but he also eventually outed a few undercover officers to other members of the environmental group. These officers had to be quickly and quietly removed. They and their families may be at risk thanks to Kennedy's actions. Finally, Kennedy's undercover work actually ended up helping the environmental group's members walk free. When 6 activists were put on trial for planning to illegally take over a power station, charges had to be dropped when the courts discovered that Kennedy was the one primarily responsible for planning, organizing, and funding the operation. Unsanctioned sexual affairs, organizing and funding illegal activity, outing undercover cops, just a great policing job all around. So far, we've looked at undercover cops who mostly got caught up in the lifestyles of those they were investigating, or actively sought to emulate them. Tom Coleman, on the other hand, decided to go undercover in order to bust a drug ring that only existed in his mind. In the late 1990s, in the small town of Tooele, Texas, Coleman helped organize an 18-month undercover sting operation to gather evidence against and arrest drug dealers in a town that were operating a bustling narcotics enterprise. Now, the population of Tooele is 4,690 people, which might lead a logical observer to ask, A, is there really any significant drug cartel operating there? And B, is this really the best use of 18 months of undercover work? The answer to both of these questions turned out to be an emphatic no. You see, to no thinking person's surprise, there was absolutely no big drug operation being run out of the half-horse town of Tooele. But that didn't stop Coleman from arresting 46 people during a sting operation, with most of the citizens arrested receiving sentences of up to 90 years in prison. The courts convicted people with no audio or video evidence, relying mostly on just Coleman's own testimony. Problematically, most of Coleman's testimony turned out to be another figment of his imagination, just like the mythical Tulia drug cartel. So why did Coleman go to all this trouble to falsely accuse, arrest, and testify against people who seemed by all accounts innocent? Well, in the mainly white farming town of Tulia, the majority of those Coleman arrested were black. That's right, it turns out Coleman's undercover operation was really just an excuse to run around town arresting black people for being black. Even for a shitty racist human being, Coleman really was doing the most to be extra racist. What's worse is that by the time Coleman's deception had been uncovered, those arrested had already served several years in jail. Frustratingly, the statute of limitations on perjury for Coleman's testimony in their trials had also expired. In 2003, Texas Governor Rick Perry pardoned 35 of those arrested who truly had no evidence against them besides the dirty cop's testimony. When Rick Perry is stepping in to correct your racism, you should really stop and reconsider your entire life. As for Coleman, though the statute of limitations had expired on his false drug ring testimony, he was caught purging himself again on the details of another investigation and sentenced to 7 years probation. Prosecutor Rod Hobson was outraged at the light sentence, stating that people went to prison because of his worthless words. He should be held accountable for that. Thankfully, it's not like white police officers being let off with a slap on the wrist after they weaponize the justice system against black people is part of a systemic problem or anything like that. Besides, finally being released from prison for crimes they never committed, Coleman's victims got a little relief in the form of a $6 million settlement from Coleman, as well as the 26 counties and 3 cities charged with overseeing the drug task force he worked for. However, they still saw very little justice for the years they wasted in prison after being unfairly convicted. This brings us to our last and perhaps one of the most egregious cases of undercover police officers gone rogue. However, this time the undercover role looked a little different. This is the story of Georgia police officer Vancito Gums. Gums, a U.S. Army vet, became a DeKalb County police officer upon returning to the United States from the Middle East. However, as time went on, his fellow officers started to be a little suspicious of his off-duty activities. In 2016, when police officers saw Gums doing a line of cocaine with a drug lord in the middle of a sports bar, their suspicions, let's say, intensified. What was going on? Was Gums just playing the part of a gangster while working undercover? Well, it turns out by this point, Gums was more of a gangster working undercover as a police officer than the other way around. You see, Gums had joined the Gangster Disciples, a rough, violent street and prison gang. He became a member after meeting a Gangster Disciples enforcer named Kevin Clayton while on patrol as a cop. Not only did the officer help out the fellow mobsters by running errands such as acquiring weapons for them, Gums would actually call the chief enforcer of the gang in order to relay information on police raids and activity. While Gums was with them, evidence emerged that Gangster Disciples had shot 24 people, 12 of whom died. Though no evidence directly connected Gums to these crimes, his membership in and assistance to the gang still made him guilty by association. The FBI actually caught Gums red-handed on a wiretap, relaying information to the Gangster Disciples about an ongoing police investigation. Another time, Gums gave Clayton, the gang member that had introduced him to the organization, a heads up to avoid a certain bar that was about to be raided by police. When Gums' case went to trial, the evidence against him was overwhelming. His lawyer didn't even attempt to argue his innocence. Instead, he argued that Gums was more of a wannabe gangster than a true member of the Disciples. The prosecution countered with evidence, like texts Gums had sent to his baby's mother, saying, "I'm a GD hitman." In case you don't know, boys and girls, your digital and phone communications are not secret from the government. Gums, being a police officer, should have been well aware of this, but still somehow decided to send texts calling himself a hitman to friends and relatives. Eventually, Gums was sentenced to 15 years in federal prison for his role in the gang. As U.S. Attorney Byung Jae Pak stated, Vancito Gums moonlighted as a member of the Gangster Disciples while serving as a DeKalb County police officer. His brazen disregard for his sworn duty as a police officer, betrayal of the public's trust, and disregard for human life warrants a significant sentence he received in this case. There have been some great thefts in history. Thieves, infiltrators, and spies have stolen precious jewels, great works of art, and national secrets. But how do you steal one of the biggest pieces of machinery ever invented and one of a country's most highly guarded secrets? A group of Soviet spies figured out just that and upended the global space race by stealing the United States' space shuttle. It was 1974 and the Cold War was raging. The Soviets had struck first in the space race, launching the satellite Sputnik into space. Then the US struck second and third and fourth, with one amazing feat after another. The race to the moon was over, and the Americans had planted their flag on the ultimate prize. They had landed 4 times on the moon since, with the Apollo program getting more advanced with every launch. The Soviets, meanwhile, were still stuck orbiting the Earth and were not concentrating on building space stations. The Soviet leader, Leonid Brezhnev, was not happy. Brezhnev was one of the Soviets' longest-serving leaders, and was a more pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the infamous Nikita Khrushchev. No banging his shoe on the table for Brezhnev. He wanted to be remembered for his accomplishments, and he would not let the US win the space race so easily. He gathered his top advisors for a secret meeting at the Kremlin, led by Military Industrial Commission head Vladimir Smirnov. Smirnov's budget depended on making Brezhnev think that the US was just around the corner, so he did what any good advisor would do. He exaggerated the threat to get that money. The Americans are working on a winged space vehicle. Such a vehicle is like an aircraft. It's capable of changing its orbit and could appear over Moscow at any time, possibly with dangerous cargo. This was the Space Shuttle, still in development in America as a replacement for the Apollo program. Soviet spies had been watching the US space program for decades, but this new development had Brezhnev in a panic. He quickly authorized Smirnov to find the money and develop a program to catch the Americans, one way or another. Smirnov also had the backing of the Soviet military leader, Marshal Dmitry Ustinov. One of the old guard, he was still deeply invested in defeating the United States, and he was intrigued by the idea of a space bomber, even as relationships between the Soviets and the US were warming. A treaty banning nuclear weapons in space was under discussion, but the Soviets were not ready to disarm first. If there's one thing governments are known for, it's for operating quickly and without red tape that delays things. So it was almost 2 years before the project was authorized in February 1976, and they appointed Colonel General Alexander Maximov to lead shuttle development. There was just one problem. The Soviets had no idea how to build a space shuttle, as they only had second-hand reports of American development. Many divisions of the military and development sectors competed to create the design for the Soviet space shuttle, but none met with the approval of their bosses. A 1960 spaceplane designed called the Spiral was revived and retooled but rejected because it didn't resemble what the Americans were doing. The problem was clear. No design by the Russian scientists would be acceptable because the leadership didn't want their own design. They wanted the American shuttle. The Soviets were falling further behind in the space race, having abandoned their manned lunar landing program. They had top scientists working around the clock, but the leadership in the military-industrial complex knew that they needed something that would let them catch up quickly. They turned to their spy masters, who had been watching the Americans' efforts for years. It's impossible to know how many Soviet spies were operating around the world, including in the United States. The Soviets were excellent at placing agents under deep cover, giving them elaborate cover identities that would let them infiltrate the highest levels of American security. But they didn't need to. The Americans had never classified their space program. Unlike the Soviets, they proudly shared major details of their space program with the world. The blueprints were available, but the challenge would be to get the technology to the Russian scientists. The Soviets had a big advantage in their collection of data on the US space shuttle program, and that was the massive internet database. In what may be the first case of internet spying, the Soviets took their technology acquisition efforts digital and spent the mid-1970s to the early 1980s combing over the databases at every engineering school that contributed to the space shuttle. That included top American universities including MIT, Caltech, Stanford, and Princeton. Like a massive jigsaw puzzle, the Russian scientists combined data from hundreds of sources into a blueprint for their own space shuttle, which they nicknamed the Buran program, meaning blizzard in Russian. Now that the Soviets had information on the US space shuttle, including the design, propulsion systems, and flight computers, they could fast-track development to catch up to the US's model. The space race was back on, and they continued acquiring documents, but their mission became harder with the arrival of a new US president. Ronald Reagan was an anti-Soviet hardliner, and he immediately banned the Soviets from making purchases of space shuttle documents through official channels. The Soviet Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Moscow was suddenly cut off from its most lucrative source of information, just as the United States launched the space shuttle Columbia in 1981, scoring yet another victory over the Soviets in the space race. But the Soviets already had many of the almost 3,500 publicly accessible documents on the space shuttle program in their possession, and that had let them cut years off their development. As the Buran took shape in Soviet rocket labs, it was unmistakable. It would be a carbon copy of the Columbia structure. They'd saved billions and eliminated the need for hundreds of hours of tests because they were using already tested blueprints. But as the Soviet shuttle program launched up, the US would not let this go unanswered, and the US government was about to strike back with one of the greatest counterintelligence operations of the Cold War. The CIA's own spies had gotten wind of the Soviets' intelligence efforts and they were ready to strike back. The US government weaponized the Soviets' own program against them. They knew that the Soviets had their spies in the United States funneling them information on the shuttle program even after the Reagan administration had cut off their direct supply. Because the documents weren't classified, the government couldn't arrest the suppliers, but they could give them faulty information that would sabotage the Soviet program. The government authorized new construction of shuttle material based on rejected NASA designs that didn't meet durability standards. Those specs were taken from the garbage pail and uploaded as official NASA documents. The US and NATO were in contact with Vladimir Vetrov, a high-ranking KGB spy who'd been supplying France and NATO with information on the Soviet space program for years. Through Vetrov, dubbed codename Farewell by his spy masters, the Soviets got outdated material on the final steps of the shuttle construction. They used defective tiles to fill in the gaps on their shuttle, damaging its integrity when dealing with the intense heat of the atmosphere. The operation ended abruptly when the Soviets uncovered Vetrov's spy work through a letter he sent to his family. The KGB intercepted it, dragged Vetrov back to Moscow, and got a confession out of him. News of his execution didn't reach France until 1985, one of many victims of the Soviet intelligence apparatus. But Vetrov had a far bigger reach than most executed spies, putting a critical stumbling block in the path of the Soviet space shuttle program and helping to expose hundreds of Soviet spies around the world who were recalled by Russia. The US government would now lock down their shuttle information, preventing the Russians from perfecting the design. They had the shuttle design, but they didn't have the people who built it and their expertise, meaning they were flying blind as they entered the final stretch. As the US launched more space shuttles, a new threat emerged. Pieces of the space shuttle would be jettisoned as the machine launched, and they made invaluable intelligence finds for Soviet spies. With many landing in the water, it would become a race to the parts between the US and Soviet ships. According to international law, when a piece of scrap landed in the water, it was first come, first served. So the United States had no choice but to get there first to retrieve the boosters. The Soviets never managed to steal a piece of a US shuttle, but their spies were always snooping around to get data on the launches. The Soviets had many satellites in space, and they repositioned them to get the best possible view of US launches. Like vultures circling overhead, anyone watching the trajectory of Soviet satellites would see them hovering hungrily overhead. The Soviets continued to fear the military implications of the US shuttle, but they couldn't figure out those details or apply them to their own shuttle. That was because the US shuttle was never a military vessel and not designed for warfare. The Soviets had been talked into a massive military investment by Vladimir Smirnov, but they were chasing a phantom threat that never existed. By the time 1985 rolled around, the Cold War was beginning to wane thanks to the rise of a new Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev. A former Soviet bureaucrat who grew up as a peasant farmer, he instituted the policies of perestroika and glasnost, which liberalized the Soviet economy and worked towards improved foreign relations with capitalist countries, including the United States. Khrushchev withdrew the Soviet military from Afghanistan and met with Ronald Reagan to cut down on nuclear weapons. The space race and military competition with the United States decreased, but the Soviet space shuttle program raced toward the finishing line. The biggest challenge the Soviets faced was a rapidly approaching money crunch as military funding was decreasing and they were running out of time and money. The Soviets did test short-range launches of the Buran shuttle, but they were full of mishaps. The shuttle would be dropped from a Soviet bomber at night, but it ran off the runway and crashed into the mud. US spy satellites captured their first images of the Soviet shuttle and were able to spot all the similarities and all the areas where their intelligence efforts had kept the Soviets from getting all the details right. The Soviets moved their shuttle facilities to Baikonur, the site where the moon landing program had been developed, as the launch date approached. It was March 1988, and U.S. intelligence reports indicated that a launch was near. The United States was rebounding from its own shuttle disaster, having lost the Challenger 2 years earlier and launched the Discovery shuttle in September. But the Soviets attempted to jump in front of that moment by unveiling the Buran, showing the finished shuttle on its launch pad. Response from the world was muted. The Cold War was almost over, and if you've seen one space shuttle, another just isn't as exciting. But many in America were shocked as they realized just how much of the US space shuttle had been stolen. A carbon copy of one of their proudest inventions was standing on a Soviet launch pad. It was only a few weeks later when the Soviets finally launched Buran, but their program hadn't caught up to the Americans. Their life support systems weren't completed, so the shuttles were launched unmanned. While it was a successful launch, information was limited because the Soviets had highly classified all the details of the launch. Wouldn't want to give away the information on the shuttle they stole after all. NASA quickly began studies based on intelligence they had gathered and found many similarities. But while the Buran was a capable space shuttle, its exterior wasn't nearly as strong and wouldn't be able to survive extended missions. The Soviets had successfully stolen the US space shuttle design, but there was one thing they couldn't account for: the slow collapse of the Soviet Union. Funding for the shuttle dried up. Future launches were canceled and construction on the sister ships was shut down. The Buran ended its life stationed at the hangar in Baikonur, a monument to Soviet ambition, until the ceiling collapsed in 2002, taking the Soviet shuttle with it. The Cold War was a distant memory, and thanks to a structural failure in the hangar, so is the Buran. It's August of 2019 and you are a DEA agent patrolling the southern border after reports of drug activity in the area. To be a little more specific, they're reports of activity from the Sinaloa cartel, one of the most powerful drug cartels in Mexico. They've been moving literally tons of product here in the last several years, and you just can't figure out how. They're slipping right past you, almost like they're invisible. That's when it hits you. They're not moving past you, they're moving under you. That's because right under your feet, there's a 4,309-foot cartel smuggling tunnel stretching from Tijuana to a warehouse district less than 20 miles south of San Diego. And we're not talking about a Shawshank Redemption-style tunnel with only enough space to crawl through. The tunnel, on average, is 5.5 feet tall and 2 feet wide. It's 70 feet below the surface and comes with a number of sophisticated features. These features include a state-of-the-art ventilation system to keep the subterranean tunnel well aerated, an impressively effective rail cart system, a drainage system to prevent any potential flooding in the tunnel, an elevator to the surface, and even a series of high-voltage cables to power the operation. And that's because drug cartels seem to excel at three things: drug trafficking, murder, and covert civil engineering. And this is far from the first time drug cartels have used DIY smuggling tunnels to ply their trade. According to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, 183 cross-border tunnels have been built since the start of the 1990s, with many more likely remaining undiscovered out there. The tunnel problem is so pervasive that the DEA, Homeland Security, Border Patrol, and Customs Enforcement have created tunnel task forces to deal with the issue. These task forces perform sting operations in tunnel hotspots, such as warehouses in the Otay Mesa Commercial District in California, where a number of these drug trafficking tunnels terminate. They're a complex and extremely expensive problem to deal with. Before we get into the history of these tunnels, first, let's get technical. Most illicit cartel tunnels are colloquially known as gopher holes. These are more like the aforementioned Shawshank escape tunnels. They're typically less than 100 feet long and a tight fit. They're only really big enough for a single person to crawl through. Tunnels like these have been used by everyone from drug smugglers to the Viet Cong, but the Sinaloa cartel elevated the smuggling tunnel to an art form. They created what law enforcement agencies refer to as super tunnels. These tunnels have been found as deep as 70 feet or 21 meters below the surface and are typically tall and wide enough for a person to comfortably walk through. Like the tunnel found in 2019, they're often also technologically advanced. You can expect to find electrical lights, elevators, ventilation systems, and sometimes even built-in tracks for vehicles and carts. Constructing a super tunnel is an intense, months-long process and can cost upwards of $1 million to fully complete. This might seem like a costly investment, but considering the Sinaloa cartel is estimated to make billions of dollars every year, it's practically chump change. This, however, doesn't stop the actual tunnel building process from being dangerous and labor-intensive. The cartel typically lures in low-paid Mexican laborers eager for paying work, then forces them to work night and day digging shifts under a threat of violence and even death. Dig teams work with electric shovels, working typically in teams of 3. They use an impromptu elevator system to lift excess dirt and sand out of the mine shaft, working at full efficiency, typically achieved by workers being sufficiently terrified for their lives. They can extend the tunnel by 16 feet a day. The more workers, the quicker the process tends to go. Experts are then brought in to install the more technical aspects of the super tunnel, like hydraulic pumps, electrical lighting and ventilation systems, and tracks for subterranean smuggling vehicles. After a few months of meticulous planning and backbreaking labor, voila! You have yourself a super tunnel. Now, how might you use your brand new super tunnel? Well, let's take a look at some examples. The first recorded sophisticated cartel super tunnel, also known by the way as a narcotunnel, was reported to the public in May of 1990. It was a relatively quaint 300 feet running from Agua Prieta, Sonora all the way to Douglas, Arizona. The entrance to this tunnel was hidden underneath a pool table in an unassuming Mexican household. In true Breaking Bad style, the exit point was a secret hatch inside a false drain in an abandoned warehouse. While it wasn't nearly as advanced as a modern-day super tunnel, it still featured an impressive level of craftsmanship for a first attempt. The tunnel contained an advanced hydraulic pump system that opened the tunnel's secret entrance by making a portion of the ground rise up by around 8 feet. The plan was effective too. It's believed that at the lowest estimate, around 2,250 pounds of cocaine was smuggled through this tunnel before it was discovered and decommissioned. The mastermind behind this tunnel, a name you're definitely going to hear again in this video, was Joaquin Guzman Lorea, better known as El Chapo, the legendary ex-leader of the Sinaloa cartel and the man who put smuggling tunnels on, well, under the map. The 1990s were a heyday for drug smuggling tunnels. Here are some of the Sinaloa cartel's greatest pre-millennium hits. In May of 1993, a partially completed 1,452-foot tunnel was discovered in Otay Mesa, California, once again coming all the way from Tijuana. This tunnel was more advanced than their first offering and included air conditioning and electrical power. 3 more tunnels were found in Nogales, Arizona in 1995 and 1999. In an act of cartel theatricality, the 1995 tunnel led to an exit hidden inside an abandoned church. In 1999, the latter 2 tunnels were found by law enforcement on the same day. Nogales served as a popular location for the exits of cartel smuggling tunnels, with another one found in a storm drain several months later, and even more scattered throughout the early 2000s. The smuggling tunnels being constructed by the cartel grew significantly more advanced in February of 2002. A 1,250-foot tunnel was discovered behind the fireplace of a ranch house in Tierra del Sol, California. This was the first tunnel to feature rails for small electrical cars, as well as lighting and ventilation. 296 pounds of marijuana were found in the tunnel, but nobody knows exactly how much was transported before the operation was discovered and shut down. The Sinaloa cartel is surprisingly creative in its tunnel placement, with some entrances and exits to these covert passages feeling like they were ripped straight out of a primetime drama or a bizarre dark comedy. In addition to being hidden behind fireplaces and in abandoned churches, other locations include empty graves in Mexico, water wells built directly into rocky hillsides, and even below a seemingly innocuous mattress laying in a Mexican junkyard, which led directly to San Isidro, California in 2004. Storm drains like the one in Nogales are also an extremely popular exit for cartel smuggling tunnels, where drug packages are fed up into the bottoms of parked cartel vehicles for easy and innocent-looking transport. So remember, next time you're near a storm drain in Arizona, Texas, or California, you don't have to worry about evil clowns, but you may have to deal with an angry member of the Sinaloa cartel. Jury's out on which is worse. The international drug trade is a multi-billion-dollar business, and as a result, the cartels are highly motivated to get their high-demand product across the border by any means necessary. In the early 2000s, the use of electrical rail carts in these tunnels spiked, massively increasing the quantity of product the cartel personnel were able to move. Drug cartels may be vast and dangerous criminal organizations full of vicious killers, but they really know how to double down on a winning formula. No matter how aware US and Mexican law enforcement became, these tunnels kept popping up. Considering the expenditure of money and effort on building these tunnels was dwarfed by even a fraction of the profits the cartels could make from using them, even for a short period, it hardly mattered when they were found and shut down. In short, cartels make more than enough profit from these tunnels that they can afford to lose them. Law enforcement is playing a losing game of whack-a-mole with the Sinaloa cartel. They can build and abandon tunnels faster than the police can find them. To give you some perspective on the sheer extent of the cartel's use of drug smuggling tunnels, it would be impossible and honestly pretty boring to give you a complete, exhaustive list of all the tunnels created and used since the early 1990s. The cartel has used this technique countless times, and these are just the tunnels that were actually found. There's no way of knowing the true extent of the cartel's tunneling activities. It's through this sheer amount of practice that the cartels have been able to refine their tunneling methods to the infrastructural heights they're achieving today. In September of 2018, US authorities even found an uncompleted tunnel that utilized a solar-powered lighting system. So they may have killed over 60,000 people since 1964, but at least they're environmentally conscious. However, the uses of these tunnels aren't just limited to smuggling drugs across the US-Mexico border. One of the most famous uses in recent memory didn't actually involve drugs at all. This brings us back to the infamous drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, the kingpin of the Sinaloa drug cartel. As this video has already shown you, El Chapo invested heavily in the advanced tunnel building techniques of his underlings, and in 2015 this investment really paid off. In February of 2014, El Chapo had finally been captured by Mexican law enforcement. Because of his notorious history of disappearing into thin air during raids and escaping from low-security prisons, he was held in the Altiplano prison in Amaloya de Juarez, Mexico, one of the highest security prisons in the country. It seemed like El Chapo's number was finally up, and the Mexican government had struck a devastating blow against the Sinaloa cartel. It was grounds for celebration. He was under 24-hour surveillance, with cameras in his cell and a tracking bracelet around his ankle. The Mexican authorities had El Chapo on lock until about a year into his sentence, when El Chapo decided to take a pleasant evening shower. Incidentally, the shower was one of the 2 legally mandated camera blind spots in the cell. Guards at the prison noticed that he was taking an unusually long time in there, so decided to check in. El Chapo was nowhere to be found. Instead, they found a 2-foot square hole in the ground. This was the discovery of one of the most spectacular and absurd prison breaks in Mexico's history. 30 feet below the surface, El Chapo's goons had secretly built a 4,921-foot-long tunnel beneath the prison over the course of several months. El Chapo had cut off his ankle bracelet and descended into the personal escape tunnel. Like many of the more modern tunnels, this one was fitted with electrical lighting and ventilation. It also featured a motorcycle fixed to a built-in track, which El Chapo rode to freedom, breaking the light bulbs above him as he passed, hours before anyone realized he was missing. The whole plan was perfectly orchestrated to buy him and his men plenty of time as he surfaced in an empty cinderblock house and made his final escape. The whole plan went off without a hitch. Once again, a secret cartel smuggling tunnel was the answer to El Chapo's prayers. El Chapo has since been recaptured and extradited to the US to serve a life sentence at the ADX Florence Supermax prison. Sadly for him, that's a little too far for even his devoted underlings to tunnel. But under the Sinaloa cartel's new leader, Ismael El Mayo Zambada, it's unlikely that the tunneling activities will stop anytime soon. After all, why give up on a winning formula? Thanks for watching this episode of the Infographics Show. Already hungry for more cartel action? Why not check out Insane Way El Chapo Escaped Prison and Crazy Moving Submarine Drug Bust? Keep watching, we're sure to tunnel into your heart.